anything but to answer the question. I tried to push him back onto measurements earlier, and it's like as if I don't want to listen to that. I want to talk about my own thing, and that's what he kept doing. He kept leading everyone away and not answering questions. And then when he did, it was the most obscure, random, weird shit anyways. When he called you about using Globers as your an example, earlier on when he was talking about why the lie, his example was the government. Why would they lie? So it's all right for him to use other people as an example, but yet you're not allowed to? Nah. That was just wrong.
Seemed respectful at least, even if he was playing games. Like polite, and not respectful, you know, because going around in circles.
Yeah.
What happened to him? Did he just leave?
Oh, you've helped. Might have pushed him too hard.
No, but I probably did that thing we all hate where it's like spend an hour with a guy, everybody shuts up, and then a new flat earther comes in, fucking starts up again, you know? And you're like, fuck, here we go again.
Oh, it's JJ. You there? I know you're there.
No, Ice JJ's only there when there's an ongoing conversation that's happening nicely. And he can chime in and fuck it up. And distract and annoy. He never seems to be there when he's just on the spot himself.
Yeah, whoever muted those trolls that came in, I just wanted to commend you because I think this was a rare opportunity because I did go down to that UK politics channel to see what they were talking about. And they were having like a really amazing, deep intellectual conversation until those trolls that came in here, Khalid and whoever the other guy was that was talking to me in chat.
Yeah, I got him for
what
you.
was his name? Oh, yeah, thank you. Are we good, Faith Dialoguing? Yeah, because they didn't have any mods down there that had mute powers, so those guys just came in and like wrecked their whole conversation, then everybody left. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, so it's just a good demonstration about how, you know, because they come up here and whine about being muted. It's like they just travel from channel to channel. Like they also got muted in the God is real or God isn't real, whatever that channel's called. They also got banned from there. Like they just, that's their hobby, right? They just go from channel to channel and try to shut down conversations. And if there's nobody in there who has mute powers or who's willing to use them, then they'll just shut it down. They just wrecked that whole conversation. It was a great conversation. It was like, wow, people who are capable of having dialogue. Like I was so excited. There were people in there like having conversations like they were actually civilized human beings. You know, we hear that here, but like other places I usually don't get to. But then the trolls wrecked it. So thanks, guys, for not letting them wreck it here.
That is the saddest thing you could hear, right? People in a good, respectful conversation and it gets ruined.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, it's people who, like don't have the ability to engage, on the level of what the conversation's actually talking about or the topic. So they just try to just come in there and just shut it down because I guess just because they aren't capable of having intellectual conversations. I guess they're jealous. I don't really know what their motivation is. I don't know, but it's sad that they succeed. Yeah.
Has anyone heard Pantheos talk yet?
No. Just looking at him. Take notes. VLTK. Pantheos. That seems about it. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's bring your own scientific method with these Globers, isn't it?
I think the reason our friend that just left was so uppity about all of that was because of the fact that he's probably got a PhD in some form of pseudoscience.
Oh, did he say that? Is he an astronomer?
Because he said something about, he said something earlier about having been to college, and it was just the way that he was getting quite agitated when you were mentioning about the peer-reviewed process.
Yeah, well, you know how it'll be regarding that whole system in the campuses. You know, that's their.
But I agree with you with the
That's their
peer-reviewed
crown
process.
jewels. You know, like fucking just blow smoke up the students' asses regarding it. You know.
Yeah, if
This
it's
is
done
what
properly.
separates us from the plebs on the ground, the holy fucking peer review system.
If it's done properly and the experimentation is replicated and they can say, confirm, yes, this works, yes, it is true and correct. That's what should be happening. Not just give us your numbers. Oh, yeah, they look all right. And here's a big wad of cash. Thank you very much. Tick. Off you go.
Nobody is replicating anything in that fucking system in the modern day. It's a joke, man. I wish Indio was in here because he can really explain it, you know. He's like read it. I need to get the papers off him that are outlining how like up to 80% of peer review papers are just bunk shit, you know. And like when you have that much of an error rate, you'd be as well just
That's
putting
not
them
good.
all in a fucking. You'd be as well just putting all the peer review papers in a tombola and spinning it around and picking one out.
Pick
and
one
saying,
out.
Yeah, pick one out. You know.
It's like calling bingo balls down at the RSL club.
Yeah, you've got just as good a chance as picking something, you know, genuine out doing it like that than actually going by the system itself.
But no, it is sad that only 20% of them actually go through. Like, that's crazy. Be
No,
interesting to
it's
find
not
out
only
why that is. Is
go
it
through? It's that like 80% of everything that's went through is trash. It's gotten through for trash reasons, you know. People have not done the due diligence; they've just put their check mark on it, basically. Yep, looks good, right? Sign it off.
because they haven't actually tested it? Because the
Yeah,
peer review process itself is what's failing, not the people putting their ideas or processes or experiments through. It's the actual process itself that's failed by not going out and replicating these things that have come through.
I need to go and look up. There's this woman on YouTube. I think she's from Sweden, maybe somewhere like that. And she's like a professor, and she's in academia, right? And she's made videos about how she stepped away from all of that, and she's talking about just how it's all just like it's one big self-referential bullshit system at the end of the day, you know. And she talks about how when she was working a professor in her professor career, you know, how they offload, they get students to write papers and all this shit, and it's just ridiculous. It's just a business at the end of the day, you know. Because the universities get a certain, you know, they'll get paid for every paper they put out or something along. I'll need to go and look her up. She did also do a video eventually, like, oh, the problem with flat Earth in our society, you know. So she's still a normie, you know, but she's kind of a bit of a whistleblower regarding the whole academia system. You know, she does outline it pretty well.
Sabine
Screwed over
Hoffenfelder.
by it. Speaking of disabled
her name
things.
is Sabine Hoffenfelder, and she's made several videos on flat earthers.
Yeah, I've seen one of them. I'm sure she's made more.
You
So
should
then you
watch
know what
them.
I'm
Maybe
talking
we can
about
do a
then,
live
Ice.
stream.
You know what I'm talking about when she's explaining all the issues in academia.
Yeah, maybe we can do a live stream of the Flat Earth video for her.
I mean, I'm sure she wouldn't fare very well if she did come in and speak to us herself. They never do.
No, just like watch one of her videos right here. I want to see your reaction.
We're not doing a watch party right now, man. Videos are like 40 minutes long.
Her video on Flat Earthers is apparently 8.
Yeah. And it's the same old. It's
Why are
the
we
same
watching?
old. Oh,
There is
flat
one
earthers
8-minute
don't
and then
know how
one
to interpret
15-minute.
information. You know, I mean, we've got a crisis in world education because of the rise of flat Earth belief. Yada yada yada. It's all just these silly appeals. She doesn't
Interesting
fucking
how-
bring up any laser fucking transit test and scrutinize it properly and be like yada yada. Just talks into a camera about her feelings regarding all.
Interesting how people will find debunk videos as opposed to looking up proofs of curvature. Amazing.
I'm just referencing the person you brought up, but okay.
I didn't bring her up.
Yeah, I
No, not
was
you.
referencing her for a different reason though, not her flat Earth stuff. Like, she's not even on my radar regarding flat Earth stuff because from that one video I've seen of her, it's just trench level trash, right? It's that typical like I need to plant my flag right to make sure people know which side I'm on, even though I'm going against the academic system. I'm calling out their bullshit. I need to let them know that I'm not too far off the deep end in their mind, right? That I'm into something like flat Earth. It's a typical shit.
That's an interesting theory. Okay.
Of course, it'd be interesting for you. You never thought about anything. No, I mean, like, because what she puts out, she obviously straddles a line of kind of quackery, you know?
Yeah, because she's going against the mainstream.
Yeah, she is, in ways, you know? Yeah, there we go. Old dude just dropped there. Yeah, I mean, she's like, I haven't looked at her in a while. She did a couple good videos on what I was just explaining, and she's probably transitioned into this, like, just one of these nonsense science channels, you know? Like, look at her fucking thumbnail there. The Earth's core. You know what I mean? We've seen this before. I really don't get why people think the peer review system just works flawlessly, you know?
Because they don't know how it works, that's why.
It's like if you've worked, it's just this like romanticizing or deifying scientists, right? That they're not actually human beings, right? They would never cut corners. No way, you know? They never want to get out of the office 20 minutes early, make sure they get home for dinner. You know, they're not human like us. I mean, he even said it himself. He said, a lot of scientists admit that they don't read the full paper. It's like, don't you think they should? You know? Imagine the scientists are reading the papers the same way as, like, Globers are watching the videos we send them, you know, of all the tests done. You give them an hour-long video, and they
30
respond in
seconds
2
later.
minutes saying, I've looked at it, you know?
Well, I skipped to the end, saw the credits, and that was good enough for me.
Yeah. And the scientists will be doing kind of something similar, maybe just not as bad, you know?
So, if you're going to get something peer-reviewed, boys and girls, the time to do it is just after lunch on a Friday afternoon when everyone wants out.
Yeah, exactly.
Or if there's
Okay.
school holidays
Yeah.
coming up. That's another good one.
Yeah. Has it been a good conversations, you know, the rest of the day or whatever, before that last guy?
I missed out on Cosmic this morning. Oh, this morning, my time this morning. I got up this morning, jumped on, was reading Backchat stuff, and I see Cosmic there, and I'm like, bruh, I ain't putting up with that. So I went and picked my car up instead. So when I got back, he must have only just dropped out the way everyone else was talking. But yeah, I just too early.
Good call. I was in this morning. It was mayhem, man. We had Harris, we had Anon, and that went
I
on
was
for
here for
4
Anon
hours.
last night. Anon was yesterday afternoon, last night for me. So
Yeah.
what did I go to bed last night at about 12:15? I think it was, maybe 12:30. And I'd had him for just over 2 hours.
Oh, maybe we're in at the same time then.
And apparently he was in for like nearly 4 hours or something like that. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, it's not the time that they're in for 4 hours. Like, I've been on for 12s and 14s and stuff like that. It's not a problem. It's the fact that he was just resetting every time someone would speak. It'd just reset and just couldn't understand. That's the bit that amazes me for that length of time.
He was crazy emotional about stuff, man.
Yeah, at one stage it sounded like he nearly cried.
Just kept bringing up like 9/11 and shit. Talking about Snowden at one point, and where's all the whistleblowers for Fly Earth? You know, I won't believe it until there's whistleblowers. I had to tell him, it's like he was talking about 9/11 as if people know that was an inside job because there's any real empirical evidence to that, which there's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you could say like the obviously, you know, we know the physics, right, of them buildings collapsing was completely wrong, or goes against everything we understand, right? But after that, you don't have much else, you know. It's all putting, you know, it's all just connecting dots and making inferences and yada yada yada. That points to it being not as they told. But I had to keep reminding him that, like, because he was kept belittling people in here. Professor Triangle primarily, because he was saying, "Oh, you have the superior knowledge. You guys have the superior knowledge. You know better than all the tens of thousands of scientists." You know what I mean?
Yeah, I heard him say that a couple of times.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's having a little.
And I had to remind him, like, there was no whistleblowers regarding 9/11, and here you are believing it. Believing the truth and all that. It was just a mess, honestly. Total big mess. So yeah, first I was back in politics in a while and reminded why this place is a nightmare.
Was he trying to say he believed in the official story, or what? I didn't understand what you were saying about whistleblowers. Obvious it be. He did believe in the official story, or he did not?
No, he didn't believe in the official story,
Uh-huh.
But
so you were trying to make a bridge from that?
He was portraying, because he'd also brought up Snowden. He was portraying as if everything he currently believes is because there was whistleblowers for them events. And he can't believe Flat Earth because it's yet to have its great whistleblower reckoning.
Well, gosh, I mean, poor Gus Grissom. I mean, he'd be sad to hear that he died in vain. I mean, if he didn't expose NASA as a fraud, then I don't know what we're doing here. I
think T-Dub was here, and he brought up, like, the Polish astronaut, that said, "Oh, it's flat, sure it's flat." And his response was, "Oh, well, if he was an astronaut, we know he would have been in a green screen room, So we can't trust what he says."
Oh, so he does acknowledge that NASA has fraud, just not in the globe pictures.
Yeah, he was really funny because, like, it's like he's wanting to understand it all, but he just can't break through this final wall or something in his mind. Because while giving us shit, he was very patronizing towards NASA and all this as well in his talk.
Yeah, that's pretty weird. That's pretty weird. I mean, once you realize NASA is a complete fraud, then I don't, see why you would think they would draw an ethical line at some point.
Well, when he was really heated, he kept repeating the line of, "Oh, everything in the world is a Hollywood production to convince us, of this lie." People were constantly, I think T-Job was trying very hard with him to bring him back to, your lived life experience, what your senses are telling you, and then what we can go and actually verify based on that. And he just wasn't having any of it. So he was very emotional.
Yeah, if I could do anything I want, I think I'd do like an Outward Bound program for Globers. You know what I mean? Do you know what Outward Bound is? I think it's an American thing. Have you ever heard of it? Obviously,
I do, but you
Yeah.
can explain.
Yeah, like
I've heard it.
they take young people, like, juvenile delinquents, and they take them out in the wilderness for like, I don't know, I think they're
after-school
like,
programs type
I don't know.
stuff,
I feel like, yeah, but I think they go on like 2-week trips. I don't know exactly how long the trips are, but they go out in the wilderness. I mean, that's the idea, is to get them away from so-called civilization. Yeah, be out in the wild, and it's supposed to like reset, their view on the world, and get them in touch with reality and so on. Yeah, I think that'd be great. Like Outward Bound
Yeah.
program for Globers. Like, 2-week. I'm going to take them into. I mean, the one I'm familiar with. I'm sure there's other ones, but I'd take them to the Rattlesnake Wilderness north of Missoula, Montana. And we'd leave from the parking lot there. And we'd do a flat Earth Outward Bound. I think it'd be great. I mean, I'd need protection. I definitely need security. I'm not doing it on my own with a bunch of crazy Globers. You know how crazy they are.
So JJ Fish is not invited then.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, that one would be unsafe. Yeah, they'd have to do an application.
So sounds like it would be healthy for them though. Some day trips to the beach so we can actually.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know if the mountains, we could probably find a better location. I mean, I'm just familiar with that because I know, like, from experience, once you hike, like, you can mountain bike up. If you just mountain bike up for a few hours, leave your bike on the side of the trail, and then start hiking, like, you're not going to see any other people after, a short time.
That's what old dude posted.
What?
In his side chat. Just dragging the little mate out.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah, give me the address of your mom's basement, and the old dude will bring you to Mary Mom's Outward Bound program. Yeah, I think that's a great plan. Yeah, just one Glober at a time.
See, what you could do, get them to go mountain biking somewhere, and you're going to bike them or walk them to a lake, and you've already got your other people there set up a laser experiment or a laser test over the lake. And what you're going to do, kids, is there's a target over the other side. Here's a set of binoculars and a telescope. You can see the fellow with the target. You're going to try and burn a hole through the middle of the target with this laser. And you get them to line it up. And then all of a sudden, you run them through. Oh, by the way, this is how far it is. It's like 20 miles. That's awesome. And hopefully one of them will go, hang on a minute, that's not possible. And you can break it like that.
Yeah. We need we need some kind of lake that is more remote. Yeah, where they first have to hike so that they can't just escape once they realize it, right? Because then we have the campfire, and
First they're physically
we discuss
drained.
it. Yeah, we have a debrief. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure I could design a good program for that. There's that. I don't know how remote that British Columbia one is. It looks pretty remote. You know the one I'm talking about, the 28-mile. That area is pretty remote. The Kootenay River. That might be a good place for it. This one, I just put the link in the chat there. Because I'm familiar with that Kootenay River in northwest Montana, and I assume probably in British Columbia. I mean, it might even be more remote, but it's incredibly remote in Montana. I can't even imagine. But, old dude's worried about my safety. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not really doing it, old dude. Yeah, we're just, spitballing here. Yeah, we'd have to have 10 armed guards. But yeah, in northwest Montana, the Kootenai River Valley, there's the Yak River and the Kootenai Mountains. But yeah, it's so remote there. When I used to live there, they didn't even have the option of having electric power there. There were no electric lines there. That was in the 90s. I don't know what it's like there now, but I doubt if it's advanced very much. Maybe they've gotten electric lines there, but they might not have because they didn't want them. Like, they liked it the way it was. The people that lived there, they had hydropower, geothermal energy. Obviously they did a lot of stuff with just wood burning, wood burning stove, wood burning kilns, and so on. So I imagine further north it's even more remote.
On the flip side of everything you're suggesting, Dandelion, we know what we've got in reality. The school's taking kids on day trips to NASA's museums and shit like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just think, taking like a small group of Globers, I don't know if that would really, you'd have to do, I don't know how much of an impact that would make. You'd have to have quite a few people, but I do think you could have a school. I do think that is the thing that will appeal to parents of the future, is a school where they have books and they actually do stuff, where they're not just, now everything's just on a screen. I mean, the kids want to be on the screen at home, and now it's like on the Chromebook at school. It's like, yeah, you can just be on a screen 24/7. I just think any kind of real world experience, that's the whole point of, that's why Outward Bound was originally designed, was just kind of like the healing power of nature, not just healing power, but also like it makes you, when you go out, especially into the mountains, it just makes you realize more of the scale of things, I guess I would say, or how like things that might have seemed really important to you when you were stuck in the city, when you get out into nature, they shrink to insignificance and so on. I don't think Outward Bound is necessarily religious. I don't really know a lot about it. I should research it more, but when you get out into the creation, you are awed by it, right? You guys have had that experience, haven't you?
Certainly, yeah, and even more so once coming to Flat Earth, significantly more so, I would say, for myself.
So here's the answer to the search: is Outward Bound religious? No, Outward Bound is not inherently religious, but its early history included Christian influences, and some spiritual or character building elements remain. Yeah, that's what we need. Outward Bound, Flat Earth Edition.
Really wonder what the world will look like in about a generation or two more, when when it just the old generations who were very inclined to broaden their life skills, are just all gone. They're completely gone, and it's just the world. The only people in the world are the people that are used to just paying for everything to be fixed or solved, and all this.
Yeah. I almost bought a whole new car because there was a smell. I didn't know how to fix it. So I was just like, whatever, I'm just going to buy a new car. But it turned out it was just a cap on my dipstick for my transmission oil. And then all I had to do was put the cap back on. And then it was fixed.
Really? Just a cup?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, fuck. Good luck with any modern cars, man. You can't fix anything on them.
Yeah, my other vehicle, truck that I got, very, very soon when I bought it, it just stopped running as I was coming down a hill. Couldn't figure it out. Put it to the shop. It was in the shop for months, like 65 days. If I bought it in a different state, they would have had a lemon law apply. If it's in a shop for a certain amount of time, they have to give you a whole new vehicle, whoever sold you the vehicle. But because I bought it in a state without lemon laws, it didn't apply. So it was sitting in the shop for 65 days. They kept on trying to figure out what was wrong with it. They're like, oh, maybe it's this wiring harness or that wiring harness. They're talking getting into thousands upon thousands of dollars replacing all this stuff and all the labor hours. Finally, they sent it to a specialty shop which specializes in that brand. They figured it out in 3 days. What had happened was there was a small pinhole leak in the exhaust system that melted two wires together, and that cross wire made the onboard computer shut the vehicle down. Well, like
Yes, you got
probably
that. Electrical issues like that always take a long time to diagnose.
yeah. And those electrical circuits were like probably something to do with the tail lights or something insignificant that had nothing to do with the vehicle driving. Just some safety loop that the computer has to read, and it's like, oh, I can't read it, so I'm shutting the engine down.
Yeah, one tail light out in your old cars can't function. Yeah, well, it does achieve safety, I guess, in the ultimate respect.
I think if a company came out with a car that was completely had no electronic computers or anything, it was just a pure machine, I think people would buy it, especially work trucks.
I just dropped a video on side chat of Lewis Rossman talking about some faff with a Hyundai.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
I've seen a lot of his stuff about that kind of stuff and the right to repair work that he's done.
Yeah, that's just this popped up on my feed the other day. But yeah, some poor guy, wanted to just change his brake pads, man. Couldn't do it because he didn't. He needed to pay $60 for an app, and then turns out that app was not like a sufficient. It was like a shitty consumer level app, right? And then he actually had to pay something ridiculous for, the kind of like professional level app they provide that would get the job done, and just to change your brake pads.
Some of these vehicles nowadays are like a truck, like a loaded out truck, of 75 grand easy. And like you said, if anything goes wrong with it, you can't fix it. Because they're making them to where it's very hard to deal with, or coded or serialized, where you need like you said, an electronics to undo the parts so they'll work together.
Yeah, yeah. Or you just like on a modern vehicle, you want to change a front headlight. It's a fucking engine out job because of how they've designed the compartment.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the big ones is that serialized parts thing, where the computer that controls the system can tell if you put bad parts in, and it could just decide that your vehicle is not allowed to drive. There's nothing mechanically wrong with the vehicle at all. It's just purely, well, you didn't buy a part with a serial number on it, so we're going to shut your vehicle off.
Yeah, I mean, Apple started that trend. They were bad with it with their iPhones. Oh, this is detected in a aftermarket, screen, and now the phone doesn't work. You can't get away paying, $150 for a replacement screen. You got to buy our official $2,000 replacement screen.
Yeah, and there's absolutely no justification for that. Like that stuff should be illegal.
It's just not enough general citizens care anymore. You know what I mean?
Well, they actually made a new. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, too many people are not even attempting to repair anything when it breaks, so they never realize all these intended pitfalls that are put into things now.
Right. Yeah, so it'd be like making an app on the phone so that if you take a picture of yourself in the mirror, it scans the picture to see if you've altered the phone. So rather than buying a new screen, let's say you put a piece of tape to keep the screen from falling off in the bottom right-hand corner to cover the crack, because you're like, I can't afford a new Apple screen. And they're like, tape detected. Please go to the nearest Apple store to get a new screen. Your phone will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
Holy shit.
Dude, they were thinking about some of that evil.
Here, or is that a real thing?
Dude, that in particular isn't, but I wouldn't put it past them because they were thinking some evil stuff back in the day. One of the biggest offenders was Xbox. They made that Kinect device where it can see who's in the room.
Motion sensor stuff.
Yep. Now, it had facial recognition on it. So if you come in and it could see who you are, then it would open up your profiles and, be used as your password and stuff. But another thing it could do, because it was designed to use your body as a controller, they built this biorecognition software, and it recognizes your skeletal form. So you could put a face mask on and then move around the room, and it could still tell who you are by the way you move. And so it takes the algorithm. Yeah, exactly. And we all know how that works. We've experienced it in our lives. We see somebody coming from a distance, and we can tell by the way they move. Oh, that's Jason, my best friend or whatever. Yeah. Of course, that's Jason coming down the street. Yeah. So one of the things they were going to do with that is exclude people from watching media after there's a certain amount of licenses not paid for. So, for example, If you want to go to a bar and watch a fight, you just pay the cover charge, right? You don't have to pay the pay-per-view fee. So you pay like a $10 cover charge, you buy your food, you watch a fight rather than staying at home and paying $100 on pay-per-view. So what they were going to do is, like, let's say we have a big fight coming up and you buy it to watch it at home and then you invite 20 of your friends over. Well, you only purchased a 5-person license. So that device would be able to tell, hey, Johnson in the background there, nice try. He didn't pay. I'm shutting off the stream until he pays or leaves the room. Yeah, they were. That is not a joke, dude. They were absolutely planning on doing that.
Yeah, I know. I believe it. And we're gonna.
It'd be like it'd be like renting a VCR tape back in the day. You know, we used to do that and then invite everybody over, and for a small amount of money, everybody could watch the movie, and then you could borrow it to somebody, and they could watch it before you return it. You get a lot of money's worth out of one purchase. But now they want everybody that touches anything to have to pay. I mean, it's going to get to the point, bro, where if you invite your friend to be like, hey, I'll take you to downtown in my car, they'll get in the car and it'll be like, the car is now immobile until Johnson, sitting in the passenger seat, pays $5.
100%. It's gonna get there. I mean, they're already making all types of stuff with the latest models of cars, like subscription based. It'll only be a matter of time until carpooling is also that.
Yeah, that kind of.
You'll
pretty
need a
sad that-
carpooling license, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty sad people put up with that crap. Like, you have to buy a subscription to your speedometer. You know, that'd be hilarious. You have to buy a subscription to your speedometer, and if you're not up to speed, if you're not up to payments, then you can't see how fast you're going. Or you could buy a car with Yes, you could buy a car cheap with minimum frills. So, for example, the car is $39,000 with a heater, and it's $35,000 without a heater. But it's the same car. They just have an electronic switch that makes the heater not work. And if you want heat, you got to pay an extra $5,000.
Jailbreak your cars, you know what I mean? I mean, you know how like there's these new insurance plans, right? Car insurance, where the insurer will give you a cheaper rate if you put a tracker in your car that can, give them like full readout of the exact speeds you do, how hard you brake, all this type of stuff, your full driving style. It's like, it won't be long until it's optional right now, of course, if you want to save money. But it won't be too long until that's like we're all funneled towards that or coerced one way or another, and it's the only option, And then you couple something like that where they can catch you for the most microest of infractions and fleece you, with some penalty. And then couple all that with all the service-based shit that you were just talking about. It's going to be madness. Was another thing. Yeah, I saw a video recently regarding supermarkets moving to digital pricing, so getting rid of like paper price tags, and it's a digital readout, and they can update it through an app easily and all this, and that they can, like, say for example, increase the price of ice cream on a hot summer day and things like this,
Yeah, but how they really want to do it is increase the price of ice cream for Sally. You know what I mean? So Johnson comes in, buys some ice cream, then leaves. Sally comes into the aisle, and when she approaches the thing, it changes to let her know how much she has to pay.
Algorithmic pricing, you know.
Yeah.
And then someone, it was like in that video, there was a short from some women talking about how Uber Eats is like implementing this algorithmic pricing, and she didn't get too into it, but I think she was implying that like if you order too much takeaway or something like that, the price will go up or something like this. Or you might order on specific days where establishments are busy, so they'll increase the pricing based on that, and all this type of stuff.
It would actually be a pretty good short film where everybody in the world is issued a pair of e-glasses and they have to wear them everywhere they go. And the e-glasses filter your reality for you. You're not allowed to look at the real reality. You have to look through the e-glasses. And whatever the overlord program decides that you get to see is what you get to see.
That's just they lives in reverse, isn't it? And
Yeah, pretty much.
everything personalized. Oh, we detect you're feeling a bit gloomy today. Here's 10 adverts for antidepressants.
Man, I heard it was chaos in here earlier. At least the Globers were chaotic.
This morning, yeah, definitely was. We had Harrison this morning making his case for the Globe Earth with, you know, give you guys one guess, boats over the horizon. And it was kind of funny because Cyclone was speaking to him and he was just saying, oh, so if it's going over a curve, there'd be, you know, of course you expect things to be obscured and maybe there'd be some tilt to it, you know, and he was being a bit facetious about it, but Harris like latched onto it and he's like, yeah, oh yeah, there is a tilt when you see boats going away from you, like, you know, 3 miles. And then he was like, he obviously didn't realize he'd been kind of indirectly or not intentionally tricked into making this claim and now trying to shoehorn it into what he's saying. And he was like, so yeah, when I was observing a boat from a coastline next to a lighthouse one time, and you know, I could see the tilt, and I could see the tilt because I was looking at the British flag that was on the boat, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. You looked at an object that's going to be flapping around in the wind, and you discerned what would be, if it was happening, the most tiniest, minutest tilt ever. And it was funny. He just kind of Cyclone didn't kind of mean to kind of put it into his head, but he just latched onto it, and it was funny how he shoehorned it in with the absolute worst example possible. I'll have to go back and try and clip it out. Because, I mean, if there really was some kind of discernible tilt taking place, you wouldn't look at a fucking flag to find it.
A lot of those are silly arguments anyway. They're in those borderlines of impossible to substantiate.
Well, he was very much one of them Globers that makes that typical claim about boats, but he doesn't actually understand the implications of anything he's attempted to defend, you know.
Yeah, like,
So you
dude, I put a
bring
fence
up
in my
any
backyard.
point, and he thinks, he's like, oh shit, maybe I've forgotten about this, and they know about it, but I don't. So he just shoehorns it in there, you know.
Yeah, like when I put up the fence in my backyard, and the one fence post was 8 feet apart from the other fence post. And did you know that they're 0.00000 inches out of alignment to account for the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, of course, it'd have to be.
I measured it too.
Yeah.
If someone ever says to me, and I measured, that will get back to me.
Oh, you're cutting out. Did we lose you, AI?
It's Thanksgiving this week.
It went quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, well,
Welcome back.
stupid Bluetooth, man. Oh, I was saying it's Thanksgiving coming up. Who's pumped?
Me, I'm making a turkey tomorrow actually because my daughter is a nurse. You know, she's working on Thanksgiving, so we're having a
Oh,
turkey
cool.
tomorrow. We'll probably have more turkey later, but we're starting tomorrow. It's in the fridge.
Dude,
It's all
mashed
thawed.
potato, turkey, cranberry, stuffing sandwiches for weeks afterwards. That's the best.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yep, we're gonna have lots of leftovers. The turkey I got's over 20 pounds, so it'll be around for a while. Plus, I'll make a turkey soup. It'll be great.
Yeah, there's local sub shops that have that's the turkey stuffing sandwich you can buy. Quite nice.
Yeah, I've never had a sandwich with turkey and stuffing in a sandwich. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, and cranberry sauce.
Wow.
Rusty P, welcome back, man. How you doing?
Yeah, what's up? I'm just here to listen. So, pretty late for me. How are you?
Alrighty.
Great.
Ooh, I got a 1928 penny.
No way. You found a 1928 penny like in the wild?
Like an 1816 penny too, or something like that.
What?
It's like the size of a 50-cent piece. Massive.
Where did you find this thing?
In the wall of an old house that we were tearing the
Oh
walls
my
out.
gosh. That is crazy.
Find a lot of cool things in there. Check, this is the most interesting thing I found in there. And it's interesting because of the coincidence. So we were talking about giants and stuff like that on the live stream. And then that day, I was tearing the house out, and I found old newspapers about giants. It's hilarious.
Wow. That is nice.
Yeah, it was like something about the giant skeleton that they found somewhere, and they're moving it here and then researching it there. And it was just, an old newspaper, just somebody, they used to use it for insulating or barriering their air barriers on their walls back then. Found a lot of cool stuff in the walls. The 1928 wheat penny is only worth 50 cents.
Wow. Yeah, because I feel like
$300 if you can
yeah.
get. It's
I thought it'd be
$300 if
more
you get the
rare.
1928. No,
Gosh, because
the pennies
I
are
found
kind of temperamental.
yeah, I found some from the 40s before, maybe occasionally like late 30s, but yeah, I've never because I do look at my coins, when I get them and I save ones that are, of course, the quarters before. I think the quarters before 1963, the ones that have silver, those are worth like, I don't know, $20, something like that. I can't remember. They're worth a lot, but you can still find those if you pay attention.
And the 40s are when the pennies are the most valuable. But it's got to
When
be
they went
certain
to the
ones.
steel, yeah, because they went to the steel for a little while during World War II, then they went back to
Yep.
the copper. Yeah.
I thought I had one because me and my son, we check out our wheat pennies and we run a magnet over it, right? Because the regular penny won't magnetize, but the steel ones will. And we thought we had the one because it was from the right year, and it was attracted to the magnet or whatever. But it turns out the one that was valuable for that year was the one that wasn't attracted to the magnet. So we thought we had the $80,000 penny. We were like, heck yeah, we're rich. We got tons of money. And then it's like, we looked it up and it's like, nope, sorry.
Oh, that's too bad. So you're only rich for a short time in your mind. But that's nice that you do that together with the magnet. I like it. Testing it. That's cool.
Yeah, like right around that year, the previous year, it's either magnetized or demagnetized. And then the one with the next year stamp, it has to be the opposite. I can't remember which is which. The one year has to be the non-steel blanked one, and the other year has to be the steel blanked one. But it's right around the same year. Dude, the 1816 penny isn't even worth anything. It's worth like $4 in perfect condition in the coin value book.
Gosh,
So it's
that's
not
really
it,
weird.
it's just worth keeping as a cool thing to keep. It's not even worth keeping as a collectible in the sense that you're going to make money on it. In fact, now that I think about it, I'm going to start pranking people with it because you know how pennies aren't being printed anymore? But there's still a lot of things that are priced with pennies. So I think I'm going to hand somebody one of that big old 1816 penny. See if they can figure it out. They'll be like, I only said a penny. This is 50 cents. I'll be like, dude, can't you read? It says a penny right on it.
I didn't know they stopped printing pennies. When did they do that?
Just now, like
Oh.
very recently.
Oh, thanks for telling me.
Yo, this might be an off-topic question, but how do you change your avatar on Discord? It says to me that I have to buy a Nitro. Is that true?
No.
Figure it out.
Rumor has it they stopped printing the penny because idiot globers were saying the globe is round, and flat Earth were saying, "You mean like a penny?"
Yeah, it was to stop all those penny earthers.
Rumor has it that there's a new name going around. So if you are talking with a glober and you tell them, "Oh, this observation can't be possible on a globe," then you're not a flat earther. You're an anti-glober. What do you think of that?
Gosh, I don't know. I think I am an anti-glober. Matthew Learns thinks I am.
I think I would say most flat earthers are anti-globers because it seems like disproving the globe occupies a disproportionate amount of, the discussion.
Well, I mean, dude, if the Earth isn't a globe, what is it?
Could be, there's an infinite number of things it could be. Concave, donut shaped. If it's not a globe, it's lots of other possibilities. Flat is one of them.
Flat is an infinite permeability of shape. Technically. You can have something with a flat surface, but then the rest of it be an infinite permutation of shape, sure. See, the thing is Matthew, is that a globe of a fixed size is a definitive claim, right? Has bounds,
That's right. Yeah, bounds,
right? So it can
measurements,
be
consequences.
right. So it could be falsified, right? Whereas whereas this just nebulous, it could be an infinite permutation of shape, right? That in itself couldn't be falsified, right?
Right, because it's not very specific.
So if somebody believes in the globe Earth with a certain radius and a certain form, and you can demonstrate to them there's things that are impossible if that were true, then that would be defeating their position, right?
It would. Yeah, if you could demonstrate that it's impossible with those measurements, that would be a defeater.
Right, so there's really nothing wrong with that.
Right.
See, I say the thing is, Matthew, is that an anti-glober, if you're using it as the same kind of term as an anti-flat earther, an anti-flat earther isn't against the Earth being flat. They're against flat earthers. Big difference.
Well, I think some of them are, but I think, yeah. I mean, an anti-flat earther should be against just the idea of flat Earth. It shouldn't be a personal ad hominem attack. But you might be right in practice that a lot of people are just sort of angry.
Yeah, I mean, I would put Globers, like, I like Globers better than, the flat earthers who know it's flat but purposely put out the deception of the globe in order to maintain their mind control over the wider population. But that's a really small number of people. But my dislike for them is much greater than any dislike for the Globers, who are largely victims, and ignorant of the deception that they're a part of. So, yeah, I'm going to take it back. I'm not really anti-Glober. In fact, I'm going to start a new charity called Globers International, where I try to raise funds to take them on my new Flat Earth Outward Bound program to reverse the mind control that they've been involuntarily subject to.
Yeah.
Ooh, I've got a better name. Instead of Globers International, I'll call it Globers Worldwide. You think that'd be a good name for my charity?
Sure.
We find Globers in all corners of the earth, and we bring them to the reality of flat Earth by immersing them in nature, preferably on flat water. In fact, yeah, after we do the British Columbia 28-mile laser test experience that we were talking about, then we'll drive to Lake Michigan and we'll do the boat. We'll do the Rob Skiba. Yeah, take them in the boat, force them to stare at the skyline nonstop while we drive them across. It'd be fun.
Yeah. Matthew would go.
Would you go to my Outward Bound for Glober's camp, Matthew?
That sounds fun.
Heck yeah, he even has an adventure hat.
Yeah, he
You ever
needs that
seen
hat.
Matthew's
Yeah, he
channel?
needs that for his boat ride across Lake Michigan. Yeah, it can get like the sun can get really hot on Lake Michigan. You can definitely get a sunburn. Definitely need your hat.
Did you ever see his channel where his thumbnails are him in his adventure hat?
I wear that. I wore that hat today.
Nice.
I call it my anti-skin cancer hat. Also.
Yeah, I like to wear something like that when I'm doing roofing.
Yeah, Matthew. First, we're going to go to British Columbia and do this laser test, and then after that, we'll go to Lake Michigan. It'll be great. Yeah, I don't know. We'll probably have to rent about. I think Rob's Keeper rented about. I don't know if Rescuing Globers Worldwide will have enough funds to purchase a boat.
And they changed the microphone on the phone to be white and blue with a blue and white reverse rather than red. So when you're on mute, it doesn't really look like you're on mute. Doesn't make any sense.
What's up, dudes?
What's up?
How's it
Just
going?
chilling.
Good. How's y'all's week been?
It's nice that it's weekend.
It is indeed. You guys have any hot plans?
Alright.
I'm going to build some stairs.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. I do construction for a living. And this Glober nonsense really makes me a lot of money. So what I do is when I do my invoice, well, you know, when you do an invoice, you tell the customer what they're paying for sometimes. Break it down however you feel like. So what I do is I always add extra money in a category called accounting for the curvature of the earth fee. You know, like maybe $500 in line item 12, accounting for the curvature of the earth fee. And if they tell me anything about it, I'll be like, yeah. Didn't you know the earth was curved? And gravity is radial to the center of a giant ball in space, and that means that everything isn't actually plumb level, but it's actually all curved radials. So I have to do this complex math to be able to know whether the stairs that I'm putting into your house are actually, level at the right angle they're supposed to be. And that takes an education, it takes time. Sometimes I have to take headache medicine, right? That costs money. And then if they say, well, I don't believe you have to account for the curve of the earth when you're building stairs, and then I say, oh, you're not one of those stupid flat earthers, are you? And then they're like, okay, I'll pay. Then I just take their money.
Yeah. Makes sense.
But then I remind them, you're right. You don't have to account for any curvature of the earth when you're doing things. That's kind of funny, isn't it? It's almost like it doesn't exist. In fact, it's exactly like that.
So what do you think would go better with poached fish? Some pasta or some rice?
Definitely proof of surface curvature of the earth sprinkled on top. But rice.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was leaning towards.
Matthew, you ever build anything?
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I was building
Besides
shit
the
all
straw
day.
man?
I was building shit
Oh,
all
cool.
day.
What
Actually.
did you build?
I am currently building a tiny house out of a box truck.
That's cool. So
Yeah.
it's a tiny mobile house.
Exactly. Except it's not like a fucking quote unquote mobile home. This thing is actually designed to like long haul and traverse different terrain. It's got like a really high ground clearance and shit. So, part overlander, part tiny house. It's fun.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, my next steps are some of the most important. I have to install all of the solar, and I have to install all of the water containers, black water and white water, gray water. The whole thing.
Forget flat water.
What's up?
You make sure you install flat water containers, because if you put the curved water in there,
It'll
and as
fuck the whole
you're
thing up.
going up and down hills, it'll slosh too much. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
You already have food.
Oh, my dog is probably cold. That's why he's complaining. It is cold.
Hey, Globa, leave the fee alone. All in all, you're just another prick with no ball.
And now comes the time where I double cross you.
The what?
I said, and now comes the time where I double cross you.
No.
It's over.
Hi, crazy dog.
Huh? Just a moment.
Has any done the discoverable thing yet? We gone live or what? Not yet.
Yeah, he did that already.
Oh, sweet. I keep checking over there, like just periodically, seeing how things are going. Hopefully, it picks up because of that.
So anyone in that searches flat Earth. Well, there's three main searches. We're not number one in all three yet, but in the regular one we are. And we're fully boosted, and we got the Vanity link. So our Vanity link is flat Earth, so that also helps us out. Because obviously, when you search flat Earth, and if a link is flat Earth, you're going to get flat Earth. Maybe we'll finally make it over 30,000 members again. They've been throttling us from reaching 30,000. They purge the oldest accounts on the server when new people join. If an account hasn't been active in a certain amount of time and new people join, they purge our old ones.
Darn, bro.
I know, right? Isn't that a jerk move?
Yeah, for real, dude.
They're trying to hold the flat earth man down.
Seems like racism.
Probably is.
Hey, Duke, out of my kitchen. Duke, out of here.
No.
Oh, yay, it's Vaxwax. What's up?
Dude, I'm so upset.
Why?
Okay, so my wife's like, "Hey,
You got to work on Thanksgiving?
no, no, I did, but that got resolved." Um, anyway, but funny enough. It has a little bit to do with Thanksgiving in an odd way. I was in Jenna's server, Lioness or whatever, and there was only like three of us in there. It was boring. I mean, it wasn't boring, but I mean, there was nothing really. You know, we were just chit chatting. And then my wife sends me a message on on the phone, said, "Hey, I need you to come back here. We gotta like try to come up with the list for Thanksgiving because I got a bunch of family coming over and you know what I need for the turkey, this and that." So I take my earbud out and I go back there, and then I come back and I hear QE like shouting, and I thought that they were playing a video. It turns out he was like shit talking me the whole time, thinking I was sitting there listening to him. And as soon as I put my earbud in, he finishes up his last sentence and he leaves. So like, fuck. So now it's like
What?
the perception.
He tracked you down. He tracked you down in Jenna's server.
Well, I mean, I don't think he knew I was going to be in there. I just happened. I mean, I don't know. But like, he started calling me a numpty and this and that and the third over the whole book fiasco thing. But the thing that's irritating is he's under the impression that he was lambasting me and I was afraid to talk up. When in all reality, I only caught literally the last three words of what he said, and then he said "QE out," and then he left.
Hey, dude, you're onto something, bro. Let's just make a server, and we all make clone accounts, and we all just hang out in that server with a bot kind of running in the background of us chitter chattering, and then QE can join anytime he wants and yell at all of us for therapy.
Yeah, he's just upset because I called him the Michael Richards of Flat Earth. You know, Kramer from Seinfeld when he said the N word a bunch of times doing stand up and completely destroyed his entire fan base. Well, yeah, Q, you kind of did the same thing when you stole fucking Nathan's book. Oh well, he's not allowed in here, is he? I figured he's been gone from here like the whole time that you guys banned him like 4 months ago.
Yeah, he's banned from all of our stuff.
Yeah, and now he can't. I mean, he can't go into FED either because see, that's the thing. I don't know if he fully understands. Huey and Nathan 100% share the same audience. The same people that like Nathan are the same people.
No, they don't.
I mean,
No, it's a third.
what do you mean?
I don't know, dude. I just looked at the statistics. There's about a third of the audience that's not cross pollination from Nathan.
Well, I just think of like all the
That's just-
regulars that you see in the server, like all the one decks and myself and you know George and Steve, like all the regulars that are over there. They're yeah. Well, no, you know what though? There's a couple people like Mighty Mush doesn't fuck with QE stuff like that, and he hasn't for a long time. But it seems like in general, like if you go into a Nathan show when it's live on YouTube, and then you go into a QE show, it's pretty much the same 60, 70 people. Yeah, whatever. I'm just upset that he thought he was able to like, because apparently he was talking shit to me like directly, or he assumed that I was listening, and I had no idea because I had my earbud out and I was in the other room. I was
Yeah, but dude, that was actually the best scenario. It's like, let him go and be like, yeah, I showed him. That's more funnier. That's funnier, dude.
Yeah. Oh well. I am curious what he's going to say about the whole book thing tomorrow. I mean, that thing, I know you guys probably don't give it or anything, but
Tomorrow? What are you talking about?
well, he's doing a live stream tomorrow. He's going to address everything about quote unquote
Oh,
hijacking Nathan's book. He's
I
because
thought it was. I thought it was Tuesday. I thought it was going to be Tuesday,
Is it?
but I could be wrong.
Well, no, now you got me thinking. Let me double check because he just posted
25th.
something.
I heard the 25th, which would be Tuesday.
Okay, yeah, it is Tuesday the 25th. You're right. I just know tomorrow's Saturday. And I know usually he'll do a show on Tuesday and Saturday.
I'm going to be picking wood from hardware stores and starting on building some stairs tomorrow. I ain't got time to listen to no old man drama tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh. Oh.
You know, Vaxwax, this all could have been resolved by communication. Everyone involved could have made the realization, hey, we actually have more than one book here. We have enough content for 2 books. One that's essentially a very tactical, technical, clinicians type manual of references and arguments, and the other one which is like a story. That's the journey, but also includes some of that stuff as well. Like that doesn't have to be one book. That could have been 2, and they all could have worked on both together, and they all still could have been friends. But whatever.
Yeah, the whole situation's kind of gay.
I mean, it's only gay.
Well, I mean, if they just let me take Brian out back then when I was working on it, then they wouldn't have had to have that happen. Oh man. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I guess Brian is now in the QE camp because I'm pretty sure I saw him on his live stream last Tuesday. I can't remember if that was him. No, it was him, Brian, and Flat. Yeah, QE, Brian, Flats, and I think Adam Meekin joined later. But they had it set up to where there was only like 4 or 5 people. Like there's only like 4 or 5 spaces where you could join in the live stream, and
Yeah.
so no one else could go in. Because if he did allow more people to go in, people would have started just trolling him.
Well, I mean, they're very sensitive. So, for example, I'm banned from FED at the moment because the leadership decided that it's very valuable that Adam have a safe space where he can feel comfortable to speak his mind without being critiqued. Kind of like a beta libtarded feminist. And I was like, yeah, no worries, bro.
He's on the shit list now too, though. He's a persona non grata, just like QE is, as far as everybody else on the server is concerned. I mean, because you heard about the whole see, this is the part that's weird, right? Because about a month before it came out that QE stole the book and QE and Adam stole the book, they had that break in where Adam had someone break into his man shed, steal all his I think it's called Warhammer. They stole a bunch. I think it was I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. But some kind of expensive figurines that he had in his windows. They stole that. They stole a fucking 12-year-old laptop, and then nothing else. And then the book went missing, and that caused a huge delay. And then all of a sudden, 3 weeks after that, that's when we found out that they were pretty much, for lack of a better term, they're
Dude, why did it take you 3 weeks? It should have took you right that same day. By the way, I was there when somebody was talking about it. I'm like, well, why wasn't there a copy already in duplicate that Nathan possessed? And everybody was not even paying attention to what I was saying. Dude, I saw this stuff coming a mile away, but whatever.
Because I do wonder about that. Why on earth didn't Nathan also? Not unless Nathan had the 4th draft and they did the 5th draft physically and didn't give him the copy. I don't know. But if you guys remember, back when Nathan was doing the show this last holiday season, last year, almost a full calendar year ago.
Yeah, yeah, I remember that. That was when I was the villain of the universe, right? So
Yeah.
nobody could think that possibly anybody else could be a villain except me. You see, very interesting.
Right. But if you think back on that
Nobody,
time,
nobody. Listen, bro. Nobody put two and two together. That when Adam was publicly lying about me, and it was demonstrable on the tail of the tape, and when they actually did a little powwow in the background and realized that Adam was lying, and then swept it under the rug, nobody realized that they were sweeping under the rug a dirtbag. But whatever.
you know what I found the most fitting is now, like it comes out that apparently,
That I was right all along. Oh yeah, good point.
well, I mean, yeah, I've always had weird feelings about Adam in general. Um, but you know what's funny is like the book, because I've heard Neil Constantino say it a billion times at nauseam, like this was going to be their swan song. Huey was going to retire, and what was Adam going to go on and do? Like, what was Adam's new venture going to be since he wasn't going to be participating on Flat Earth
Bro,
anymore?
let me tell you what really happened. Let me tell you, hey bro, Vax. Let me tell you what really happened. What really happened is their wives got sick of it, and they told them, "Hey, husband, I'm done with this, so you're done with it." And then, like a classic beta cuck, lip-tarded feminist, they said, "Yes, dear."
Yeah, but Huey's got to be. Because I heard him talk about being young and being involved in like Gulf War era shit, which was like 34 years ago. So Huey's got to be north of 64. I doubt his wife and them are like banging and going on dates with each other.
I do. Hey, whoa, dude, come on now.
I mean,
It's a
see, I don't
family
know how.
show.
Sorry, I don't know how old Adam is though. I can't get a beat on if Adam is like close to my age in his mid 30s or if he's like 50. I really don't know. But I know Huey's definitely north of 62, I would say anyway. I don't know if that would come into play. Like, oh, they want us to, because they're probably thinking, oh, I'm glad you're doing your fucking flat Earth stuff. It's keeping you from bothering me. I don't know. But like I said, it is telling that Adam now wants to become a politician in England and run for some kind of government office. I mean, yeah, that sounds about right for him. Again, I haven't heard anything directly from Adam stating that. That was just what I was
Well, I
told
mean,
from
he already
people.
has practice doing smear campaigns against his opponents. So, I mean, I guess that's on track for being a politician.
Yeah.
You know what they accuse? You know what their big accusation of me lying was, bro?
What?
Two accusations. The first accusation, because they never told anybody what the lies were. They never formalized it. So it came out that one of their big accusations was that I said Brian didn't put in the work that Whitsitt did, and that was a lie. Which, by the way, is an opinion. Okay? So, like, how can you lie about your opinions? Doesn't even make sense. And then the second lie is that I said that the clips from the appearance from Whitsitt on the Tim Pool show were good, which I didn't say. But even if I did, whether they're good or not is an opinion. So if I say they're good, that's my opinion. And if you say they're bad, that's your opinion. That doesn't mean you're lying. I mean,
I heard being on Tim Pool.
That's like you show me a picture of a girl you're interested in, I say she's ugly, and then you say you're lying. It's like, no, I just think she's ugly to me. That's how I feel about her. Yeah, dude. I was castigated as the demon of flat Earth for essentially not agreeing with Adam and Brian about their own appraisal of themselves. Essentially what it was. But you know what, bro? I had a whole file with all kinds of evidence that I could have released any time, but I didn't, and I didn't have to because they destroyed themselves. I just sat. All I had to do was sit back and watch. There's a lot of people over there at VaxWax that have a really hard time actually relaying information that actually has occurred. So, like, they'll come over here, they'll get in an argument or whatever, then they'll go back over there and they'll say something that isn't even close to the truth of what happened. Then the people there, rather than doing any due diligence, will just believe what that person said. And then it'll be a big snowball of nobody knows what the heck they're talking about. Kind of like One Deck claiming that he got banned for something he didn't get banned for. Berserker over there doing the same thing. Neil over there starting crap. What's going on over there? That's what I'd like to know, VaxWax. Why does there seem to be a condition that affects the people that hang out there? Not everybody, though.
Yeah. No, I'm listening. I just have my hands full at the moment. My 2-year-old decided she was going to poop at 9 o'clock at night. That's why she hasn't gone to sleep yet. I'll be right back.
And dude. Wild times, friends. Wild times.
I didn't know One Deck was banned.
Dude, he wasn't really banned, dude.
He was banned like
People
the same
get
way
banned. People get banned and then they're like banned for an hour and then they go and say, "Oh my goodness, AI, oh my goodness, he stole my house." Oh, the reason why he got banned? You want me to tell you that day that he's so butthurt about and keeps talking about that he can't accurately represent, which by the way I've clipped out, recorded, and even talked about it multiple times, but he's too dumb to be able to accurately represent what actually happened. You know why? Because then he'd know he'd be punked out. But he can get away with it on FED because nobody actually scrutinized what he says or actually looks at the tape of what actually occurred. They just believe whatever comes out of his mouth. They got a real problem on not doing due diligence over there. But anyway, here's the point. The reason why he was banned is because he challenged me to a matter of fact, which we could have adjudicated just by the tape that we just had. And so I said, okay, go get that tape. And then if I said what you said, I'll apologize. He refused. So I said, okay, bitch, I'll do it. I'll go on mute and I'll go do it. Then I came back with the evidence. And then that I had the evidence that proved his claim against me was wrong. Then I smacked him around verbally for a bunch of minutes, like I should have, right? Because that's what he deserved in that moment. And then he went away crying.
I'm sorry. No, you're going to have to start over, dude. I was switching earbuds and trying to put them back to bed. I apologize. I didn't catch anything you just said.
Anyway, roughly it was a challenge over what was said in a conversation. And he refused to back up his claim by just taking a time and going into the live stream and clipping out what was said to prove his case. So I went and proved his case for him. You know, I did all the homework for him. And since it was in my favor, then I got the privilege of verbally berating him for being disingenuous and, you know, not being willing to prove his case. That's what happened.
What was his claim?
No, he was just talking about, you know, he's got like these words that you can't use when it comes to curvature.
Yeah, his list. I love his list.
Yeah, that's great, but I proved that three of the terms can be used in regards to curvature. Because his claim said, now he does have a claim about these words, but the claim he was making at the time was erroneous. It wasn't substantiated, and I proved it with 3 examples. And he said, "Well, I never said they don't have to do with curvature," something along those lines. And then I went back and I said, "No, dude, you did." Because I came in and said, hey, One Deck, do you know how to measure curvature? Like, do you know how to measure it? If something was curved, how would you measure it to be curved? He didn't know. He said, "Well, do you mean Earth curve?" And I said, "No, well, Earth curve is a type of curve. If you don't know how to measure curve, then you couldn't possibly measure Earth curve, right? You need to know how to measure curvature in the first instance to be able to then go and measure Earth curvature."
Like
He
measuring curve
admitted,
as if you're gonna make like an
listen,
arched doorway or something.
yeah, whatever, any of those types of things. But the point is, he conceded that he doesn't know how to actually measure curvature. Yet he was there just a few minutes prior declaring at the tops of his lungs that all of these certain words have nothing to do with curvature and they can't be used in relationship to measuring curvature. And I demonstrated to him at least 3 examples off of his list that you can use to measure curvature.
Like what?
So in other words, he got wrecked. And then when he said he never said such and so, I said, "Yes, you did." And then he started making accusations against me. So I said, "Okay, dude, we're not going to play that he said, she said. We're just going to get the tail of the tape. So you're making the accusation now. Go and get the evidence and prove it." He refused to do it. So I had to go do it for him, and it turned out in my favor. And so then I smacked him around with it a little bit, and then he cried.
What? Okay, because to be fair, I haven't like this is the first time I'm hearing about it. It's like as far as I know, and I'm in there pretty much every morning. I haven't heard One Deck mention anything like this, so I really don't know. So like,
No, they
what are the
always
words
mention
that,
it. They always mention it when somebody says like, "Oh, AI is quote unquote criticizing somebody's using the pitch data argument," and then rather than say, "Well, how was he criticizing the use of the argument?" or they'll say, "Oh, well, he just hates it because of Brian," and then One Deck will come and be like, "Oh yeah, well, he banned me because I disagreed with him," and then somebody else will chime in, "Oh yeah, AI did this." It's like they're all in my balls or something, man. It's kind of weird.
yeah, that got brought up yesterday, and Nathan didn't chew me out or like yell, but he kind of like he explained to me like in like the simplest terms what pitch data is. Which I see the thing is that I told them all straight up. I said, I'm sure pitch data is a great argument. I don't use it. If I'm ever going to get into a debate with a Glober,
Right.
I will never like pitch data is never going to be the one I reach for, simply because I'm not comfortable with the argument. I don't have the confidence in myself to do a good job with it. And Nathan's like, Wax, it's so simple, blah 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 blah. And then he broke it down. You got
It's
positive
not that
pitch,
simple.
zero pitch. Well, I
It's not
mean,
that simple. See, the problem is
no,
that they think they
essentially,
fully understand it. They think they fully understand what's going on, and they're representing it as something it's not. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't represent it in a different way and it would be accurate, but many of the people using it are not representing it accurately. And look, I'm sorry, but that's just a fact. So people get mad at me for pointing that out, and then they accuse me rather of saying, "Well, you're wrong because of this data or this point or that point." No, their go-to is, "Well, you hate Brian," or "You're a fake flat earther," or "You're a shill," or "You're a racist." Why is that? Why is that like their gut reaction in the way to deal with me when I critique their points? Kind of weird. You know what that's called?
people the
Do you know
wrong way.
what that's? Yeah, do you know what that's called, bro?
I swear, please don't say Bulverism.
Yeah, it's called Bulverism.
I knew it.
There's other words that mean similar things, but Bulverism is just a good one because it really pisses people off for obvious reasons.
Oh, by the way, when you said Neil likes to stir the pot or whatever, are we talking about Joe Pesci Neil, or are we talking about the Canadian Neil with the beard?
Dude, Neil Consternation.
Oh, okay, yeah, Joe Pesci. He's supposed to come to my.
Nah,
I'm
dude.
supposed to meet up
No,
with him.
bro. Have you ever seen the TV show called Person of Interest? If not, you should watch it. If you watch, I promise you, if you watch the first episode of the TV show,
Is that with
Person of
Jim
Interest,
Caviezel or whatever his name is?
yes, Jim Cantaloupe,
Yeah,
correct.
yeah. I love that show, man.
Wait, is he the guy that wears that black rimmed hat and like?
It was, the guy that played
No,
Jesus.
that's justified, dude. Dude, Person of Interest is about a billionaire who was responsible for developing an artificial intelligence that sees through every camera. Yeah, why not? Why isn't it flat, bro? Yeah, nice try. Why not?
If it's not flat, then it has to be round. So because it's not flat, it's round.
Okay, so right, so you're just making logical fallacies, and fallacies and insults. Good job, bro.
You cannot even pronounce that word correctly, buddy.
Listen, you interrupted me talking about. You interrupted me, bro, talking about one of the greatest TV shows in the history of mankind to do a bunch of logical fallacies and insults. Are you kidding, bro? Okay, listen, the Earth is flat, bro.
You can't pronounce it. You're an idiot. You think the Earth is flat. The Earth is not flat.
Okay, so give us your claim of why it's not flat, then.
Yeah, it's round. Therefore, it's not flat.
Okay, so did you know that a penny is round and flat? So nice try.
Yeah, what about a washer? What, pennies aren't round?
He owned you, bro. He just owned the fuck out of you. It's round and flat. You didn't fucking see that one coming. Curveball, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Is not,
so you,
not round.
Well, wait a second. No, you're an idiot. You think round and flat are mutually exclusive. That's retarded.
They are.
Okay, so pennies don't exist.
Yeah.
Penny.
Well, hey, dude. Penny, they stopped. Listen, bro. They stopped. Listen, brother. They stopped minting the penny. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Is that your argument?
No, the pennies aren't flat, idiot.
Yeah, they are, Holmes.
They're curved. They're curved.
Get it together, bro.
By the way,
they have a curved side and they have a curved side and a flat side. Two flat sides.
No, how could it be flat?
No,
that doesn't make sense.
They don't have three surfaces. You're lying.
How can a?
Well, they do have a relief. Listen, you're correct, sir. Listen, friend, I understand what you're getting at here. So the Lincoln head that's on the penny is technically a relief. So it is a little bit of a protrusion on the surface. But the protrusion on the surface doesn't change the orientation of the flat plane of the coin upon which the protrusion is placed. So yes, sir, you are correct that there is a relief. There is a relief on one face of the coin, and that is perpendicular. Hold on, brother. That is perpendicular to the circle of the coin. So those are two different axes. So you can be flat on one axis and curved on a different axis. Hey, listen, I know it's hard for you to understand that you're not the smartest one in the room.
Yeah,
but yes, you can have a circle.
I went some math competitions. I can understand it. I think it's you don't need to be good people because they disagree with you.
Oh God.
I disagree.
No, dude, he's disagreeing. He's disagreeing with circles. He's basically saying circles. Yeah, dude, let me ask you this. If you draw a circle, bro, pay attention. Pay attention.
No, you
okay?
pay attention.
I know it's hard for you.
Fingers flat. Why won't you?
Six times you've said fingers are flat. We all heard it. I counted. Six times you said that.
No.
Dude, how long do you want me to entertain you just talking through everybody? So let's help you out here. Yeah, boom. So let me help out the audience and you since you're too dumb to help yourself. Draw a circle on a piece of paper and cut it out. You now have a flat piece of paper in the shape of a circle. It's circular in one axis and flat in a different axis. Okay? But you came in here thinking you were going to clown on us because we think the Earth is flat or know the Earth is flat or has concluded the Earth is flat after direct tests that we experienced with our own life. Because you are going to come in here and tell us that a circle can't be flat when that's literally what a circle is.
Well, yeah, you can wrap leather around a ball to make a basketball. It's a flat leather surface to make a ball, right?
No, it was flat, and then once you wrap it around, it's no longer flat.
Christ. Lord, forgive me, but holy cow, really?
Dude, these are the mental
I mean, you got-
gymnastics Glovers have to do, bro. They have to deny reality.
Yeah, I mean, there's dummies
Really,
coming in
dude.
here thinking round and flat are mutually exclusive. That shit's retarded.
They don't even
Okay.
fucking understand
What
general
what am I not
principles.
understanding by jumping in here? Like what do I need to know? I'm coming in here
If I was to draw,
with general understanding of the way the universe works. Beyond that, what do I need to know?
dude, go through the ABCs. When you get to the letter O, stop and tell me how not flat the letter O is on the sheet of paper.
I'm
The
not
fuck?
arguing. It is quite O-ish. Yeah.
But wait, this is a different guy now, isn't it?
No, same guy.
Correct.
Wait, you said
No,
you
it's
had
a
an
different guy.
understanding of how the universe works. The universe is made 95% of dark energy and matter. What is that?
Wait, what?
See, that's what I don't see. That's like a big fucking claim.
You said you had an understanding of how the universe works. I'm asking, what is dark matter? Dark matter and energy make up 95% of the universe.
I don't think that the universe is made up of 95% dark matter.
Mainstream science says it is. Then you're bringing your own universe to the debate. Because
I am, yeah, dude.
Yeah, he's allowed to do that. By the way,
They look into the abyss with the Hubble telescope. And they're like, wait a minute, this doesn't fucking make sense. It's not our.
Yeah, you know
it's not our fucking it's not our models that are wrong. It's the observable bullshit that's wrong, and I'm not too convinced about that.
yeah, you know what model is wrong, my friend? Let me explain. It's very simple. So, all of this stuff requires the Earth to be a globe. All these ideas that they have about the nature of the universe relative.
Let's begin from that. It does.
Hey, how about we begin? How about we begin from? I get to finish at least one sentence. How about that?
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
So the Earth has to be a ball for all of their stories, okay? And if it's a ball, it has to be. Yeah, Earth has to be a ball. Okay, that's the point I'm making. So if it's a ball, it has.
Gravity is what needs. Yeah, I agree.
Whatever, dude. So if it's a ball, it has to be curved. Okay, and that means the water has to be curved around it. So when you go out and measure the water's flat. So it's not curved.
It is. Yeah,
it's flat.
I live on Lake Ontario, so I did it myself.
You did what?
I saw exactly what I would expect to see. Boats
What's that?
Disappearing.
Oh my goodness! I thought you were going to say you saw curved water, but you didn't. What you said was I couldn't see the bottom of the boat. That's not the same as curved water.
You can't see.
You're right. You can't.
Can you?
Oh, hey friends. He can't see curved water when he goes out and looks at the water. Good job, friend. Yours flat.
It would always appear level to you. Yes.
Oh, well, I mean, we could unpack the shit out of that, but I don't think he would.
Well, that's why I can't.
I agree. You know why? Because it is.
Well, right. I mean, it is, and we can expound on that, but it's.
Well, yeah. Would you like to? I would, if you don't mind.
You would like to expound how?
I have the time. I got nothing else to do.
Do it.
All right. If I take 5,000 individuals and I'll place them a half a mile away from each other, so that would be 1,500 miles of just individuals all being
Let's
a
say a
half
few
mile
meters.
away.
I understand. A few thousand meters, fine. Sure.
That's why I said a half a mile.
Yeah, it's a hypothetical.
Yeah. Everybody's immediate vicinity would be flat and horizontal if they're in the middle of the fucking Indian Ocean, right?
In your ideology,
how many?
Correct. Yes.
Well, no, you just said that You just said we will never see curved water. The water is always going to be horizontal for every single observer at all times. Always.
No. What I said is it would appear to be horizontal, not that it was.
Well, no. I mean, it's literally how spirit levels were even invented, based off how water acts. Water finds its level and keeps its level while it's at rest.
I understand. That's where we disagree.
Okay, so curved water. Do you have a picture of this curved water? Can you demonstrate curved water at rest? No. So now you're just making shit up.
Anything that I would give you, you would say is doctor.
Try us.
What do you mean?
I could give you examples of what's seen from space, even recently from Red Bull, right? Which has nothing to do with NASA, but their space jump, you would say no.
What, the Red Bull? Oh, that guy just died, by the
But
way.
you know what? With the Rebel one, I think I agree with you because that's a fisheye lens. That's a fisheye
You
lens.
seem to be working on the assumption that things seen from space are not just CGI or AI, which is kind of the problem.
Well, if you have an
that's kind of like what I'm alluding to. Yeah, there must be something that is real, right?
No, not from space. Not from what you claim space. Space is an empty
Red Bull
vacuum.
wasn't in space. It was 128,000 feet. Goodness gracious me!
Wait, you're telling me that?
And admittedly,
no way.
Admittedly used GoPro lenses which distort horizontal
I'm talking about this
lines.
being from reality, not from space. Reality.
Yeah, the Red Bull jump. You appeal to the Red Bull jump footage, right?
Like, you can brand this however you want. Like, I'm just looking for like what reality is.
Yeah, okay. So go out and use your eyeballs, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the easiest way to do it. Yeah, for sure.
Right. Okay. So where did you go to see curvature with your eyeballs?
I didn't. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think it's worth. I don't think it's a waste. It's worth my time to do that.
You'll never find it, so it would be a waste of time.
I will argue with you, but I do not think it's worth my time to go and perform these perfunctory experiments that we know.
Oh my lord!
They have been shown they have been shown time and time again to be like, yeah, like if you look at the evidence without bias, it kind of looks like there is no.
So you would agree that your globe has to curve at a certain radius, right? At a certain rate. Would you agree that?
Yes, I would agree with that. Yes, I would.
Okay,
I would agree
thank
with
you.
that. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, Lord.
Do you have measurements that this curve exists in reality?
Sorry, measurement? It would be exactly what the scientists 6,000 years ago defined it to be. Or at least within that 10%.
So that's a no, basically. It's your long way of saying no, you don't have such measurements.
I don't have it. No, it's just
okay. That's all I asked. Thank you. You said no. That's all I asked for. Thank you. That's all I asked for. You said no.
Okay.
Oh, good lord.
Yep.
No, because even when Globers claim they measure the Earth, they're claiming they measure it flat, and then they apologize for measuring it flat by chanting the term tangent
Are you okay?
plane. So what the fuck are you even talking about, dude?
I disagree.
How's Earth measured?
Many different ways.
Name one.
Circumference, diameter.
You're just saying words. What's the process to measuring the Earth? How do you do it?
Well, if you want to measure the Earth's circumference, that's one thing to do. The diameter is a different one.
How do you
How do you measure the Earth's circumference?
Well, what you gotta do is you gotta take Ricky Bobby, you get him a little stand there, he just walks
so you don't
straight line
you don't have an actual answer.
the entire way around the whole world.
He's brainwashed. It's okay. You can
Okay,
chat
so
GPT
that-
if you want.
Yeah, that's never happened. So according to you, the Earth's never been measured. Good claim, bro.
So how do you think it's been done?
No, the Earth is measured as a horizontal plane.
Well, you seem to have a claim that it's been measured in some way. So what's your claim?
Yeah, absolutely. It's called latitude, you donkey.
Right?
Hey, hold on, bro. Don't draw first blood on the insults. The other guy really wasn't being too
What's the
insulting.
basis for latitude?
True. Your elevation angle to Polaris derives your latitude.
Well, dude, like, you got to explain to me how we fucking You know, how we communicate to other people how things work.
Yeah, you take
Where
an
they
elevation angle to Polaris, and that derives your latitude in the northern latitudes. In the south, it gets a little wonky. We can go over that. You're not ready for that part yet. But
I can
anything
accept
north of
that.
the
Yeah,
equator,
it does get wonky in the
yeah,
south. I'll accept that.
yeah, anything north of the equator, whatever your elevation angle to Polaris is, will give you your circle of equal elevation around Polaris, and that will give you your circle of latitude, because latitude is just derived as circles of equal elevation.
So is that what determines what exists in our world, or how we navigate it?
Well, can you define what an elevation angle is first and foremost?
I don't think I can. Nor should I.
Well, I mean, yeah, fair enough. I mean, it wasn't your claim; it's mine. I mean, I can define it for you if you want.
I think I would like you to do that.
Yeah. An angle of elevation is a point of interest above the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on. So, in other words, you have a horizontal plane of reference to an object above the
I know what you're
horizontal plane
saying,
of reference.
and I'm just happy that we can
Okay.
talk. Yeah, well, fair enough.
Do you know what an angle is? Just an angle in and of itself?
It's not an
Two straight lines meeting at a vertex?
Yes, a lot of time I misspell that, but yes, I do know what geometry is.
Yeah. Euclidean geometry.
Yes.
Yeah, Euclidean geometry requires planes of reference.
Well, but they can be internal points of reference. But yes, you're right.
Well, yeah, but an elevation angle exclusively requires a horizontal plane of reference for an object above the horizontal to make an angle to.
I am very pleased with what I've experienced. Beyond the rest, this is very good. It's very good.
What are you drinking tonight?
It's just wine.
Okay.
Grigio, yeah, Peller Estate. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not disparaging you, dude. I'm actually drinking a little bit of wine myself. I used for tomato sauce I made today. That's kind of. I had to go buy tons. Wine.
I am a wine.
Dude, when I drink wine, it makes me spit up. It makes me spit fireballs.
I used to
I
do
have
that
bad
way as
acid
well.
reflux.
And then I learned to embrace the alcoholism.
It's never a good thing.
Yeah, it doesn't sound that good, does it?
No, alcoholism is not a thing to be proud of. It's a crutch.
Okay.
That's why I get jealous of stoners and potheads, because like they can smoke their body weight in weed every day.
And they don't seem
other
to give
than
a fuck, do they? Yeah.
Well, it's not that they don't give a fuck. They just don't murder people when they drive cars.
But they also seem to live happy lives.
I mean, I don't know, dude. I know a lot of potheads that are absolutely miserable.
It's the way to be, I have to say.
It is a way to be, indeed.
Yeah, but I will say I take umbrage when people say that they're not addicted to marijuana. Like my brother, for instance, he hasn't not been stoned since like 2006. Now, if I was to go to his house and confiscate all his weed and then lock him up in a closet for 3 days, he would fucking kill himself.
Oh, he would kill you before you take away his weed.
Yeah, well, but he's not addicted, so why would he try to murder me if I took away his weed? Because he's addicted to
Well,
it.
it would
Marijuana
become a
is
mortal
absolutely
struggle between two brothers. And I think that could be
It's
televised.
actually just no. It's actually just not that serious, to be honest. Like you know, it's not like an alcoholic. If you take away an alcoholic's liquor, they like shake and get all fucked up and they get fucking mad and blah blah blah. Weed people, like, you know, you can, if you're just like a normal heavy weed smoker, you can take a tolerance break, and people do it all the time because otherwise they end up spending an arm and a leg on
You
weed.
have no idea what you're talking about with when it comes down to like
Interesting point. Interesting point, brother.
You have
But
no idea what you're talking about.
what we witness in here is people lose their minds. They shake. They can't control themselves when we take their globe away.
Here.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a
they're
good point.
globaholics, man.
No, but I like, in all seriousness, I think people that are, extreme, which I don't have a problem with, dude. I get jealous. I can't smoke pot because when I smoke pot, I get paranoid. Like I'm peeking through my blinds.
same way. I don't do it.
Everybody in the store is watching me. So I just not. but I also have obsessive compulsive disorder. So when I get stoned, it kind of really
Cocaine is so much easier to deal with than pot is.
no, cocaine is fucking like I did coke once, like probably 14 years ago. And
All right, listen. I was trying to be subtle.
Make me
So
nervous.
move the topic. Yeah, move the topic on. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying cocaine's not good either. You don't want to mess with that. But yeah, no, the Earth's measured flat. You don't know what an elevation angle is, and that's fair, dude. It's not your fault. You don't know what it is. I didn't know what it was before too. It's fine. The thing is, if I go outside and I take a 32 degree angle of elevation to Polaris, that puts me on 32 degrees north latitude. Okay, so we have the hypotenuse, which is 32 degrees, and we know that.
Hold on a
that
second.
Polaris,
I don't know enough to disprove what you're trying to say.
well, it's nothing.
So like,
Yeah, I'm not really saying
don't
this
use the math to
exclusively for
disprove
you.
this, but like, fair enough.
Well, I mean, it's just angles. I take a 34 degree angle of elevation to Polaris.
I can't say that you're
34
wrong
degrees
there.
north
Is what I'm
latitude.
trying to say.
Well, no, but I want to say it's common knowledge. It's not fair to say that because you clearly don't know, so that means it isn't common knowledge.
It's not common knowledge that 34 degrees this way is what we're looking at.
Well, 34 degrees north, because I'd be looking at Polaris, so I'd be facing north.
What is north in the night sky? Nobody knows what that is.
Yeah, it's facing towards Polaris.
Does anybody know what Polaris is in the night sky?
I mean, it's a star that we've designated as Stella Polaris, like in
Perhaps I'm
1800 AD by
I'm being
Ptolemy.
too pedantic. Make your point.
Well, all I'm saying is,
You don't know what the North Star is?
yeah, I mean, because you're
What is
clearly
Polaris,
from the
though?
northern latitude. What is it?
I know what the North
Like, what
Star
is
is. I do not know what Polaris is.
Well, Polaris. Yeah, wait. Okay, so I'm confused. You don't know that the other
Same
name
thing.
for the North Star is Polaris?
I can identify. Yeah, that's exactly correct. Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. So the North Star's name is Polaris.
Look at that.
POL.
Easy.
Apparently, yeah, right. Yeah. No, but when you say you don't know what it is, I'm confused. Like you don't know like what it's comprised of and what it's made out of
I
and
have
what it
an
feels like.
antagonistic. I got nothing against Polaris. I just don't know what it is.
Oh well, okay, but you are aware that Polaris and the North Star are the same thing, right?
Yes.
Right. But you don't know, like, the light that is called Polaris, you don't know what that light is what you're saying.
Sorry, what?
The star that's called Polaris, the little blue little pinprick in the sky that we see that's called Polaris, you don't know what it physically is what you're saying? Or you didn't know that the North Star is just another name for Polaris? I'm confused.
I know it's a star.
Okay.
Or do you want?
No, well, Polaris and the North Star are the same thing. Are we on the same page?
Yeah.
Okay. Because when you said you didn't know what it is, it had me thinking of like, okay, you don't know like what it's made out of, how big it is, how far away it is, what it feels like if you were to touch it, if it's.
Oh, dude, I know. It's a name thing. I know what a star is. Yeah.
Wow. So you didn't. Okay. And again, I'm not making fun of you. I swear. So you just literally didn't know that the North Star and Polaris were the same thing. That's all it is, right?
Yeah, it seems odd to me
okay.
that they would have. We would have two names for the same thing. Seems odd.
Yeah, but the North Star isn't the name of something. That's just a title given to it.
Hold on.
Well,
You know, it's
there is the North Star, then there's Polaris.
Wait. Hold on. Let me just say something real quick. It's common for the same thing to have two different names. Like, for example, you know the difference between a garbanzo bean and a chickpea? I've never had a garbanzo bean on my face.
I really don't know the difference. Is there a difference?
No, it's the same thing.
I see.
And I've never had
like
a
my
garbanzo
dog.
bean on my face. Get it? No? Maybe?
Yeah. Now my dog, I have a dog. He's half German Shepherd, half Great Pyrenees. And his name is Spen, S-P-E-N. But really, his name's Fat Boy because that's what he comes by. Like, because he's a fat piece of crap. So he's like the same entity with two different names.
What does it matter if I fucked it up? I'm an idiot. Continue on.
It doesn't matter. We're moving on. Yeah, Vaxwax is moving on. Trust me, he's getting there.
I lost. This kid threw me off. As soon as he said, "What is Polaris?" he started, like I was thinking he was trying to get me to like make a claim about what the stars made.
Dude, who cares? You want to talk about that? Go talk about it somewhere else. Move on with your point, dude.
I think you found yourself in an institution where you found sweet supremacy over the masses behind you, and you wanted to like just hold on to that for a little second longer. That's what I see.
Okay, so anyway, I measure Polaris at 32 degrees. I know that the GP of Polaris, debatable, I get it. Who's been there? I haven't, whatever.
Not debatable.
But every other star in the sky has a ground position, so I'm assuming Polaris has a ground position as well. So if I go to Polaris' ground position, that would be 90 degrees. So that's a 90-degree angle with my 32-degree hypotenuse from my location. So we have 90 and 32. That means there's one angle
what the fuck
left.
does this mean? Sorry, what?
Yeah, I'm getting there. So you subtract 32 from 90, that gives you 58.
I'm thinking
because a right angle.
This is so far over his head.
Nothing.
Yeah, I know. And I just.
I know. No, whatever. No, he's trying to have fucking fun with his career. I understand it.
Have fun with my career. Like I'm not trying to like get on.
Are you telling me your analysis of like this degrees is gonna like fly at a dinner party? I don't think so.
No, but I most certainly am debating on if I'm going to ruin my Thanksgiving or not when my idiot brother comes over with his girlfriend and her dad. I might certainly pull my balls out.
Who you need to get a room, dude?
Who said that?
I did.
Oh, Travis, the guy that just claimed the universe is made up of black matter and dark energy. Okay,
Not my claim. That's the mainstream claim.
Don't call him black matter.
Isn't it? No, it's dark matter and dark energy. My bad. I said black matter. You're right. My bad.
Would you call him dark matter?
Indian matter.
Holy crap, Vaxwax, you gonna get to the point where you demonstrate the Earth is flat sometime this year?
Yeah, but then everyone said it was going over his head, so I just kind of gave up on it. You guys know what I'm talking about. What is a right angle triangle? Two acute angles and a 90-degree angle. One angle is 32 degrees to the 90. That can only leave 58 degrees. You do 58 degrees times 60. That gives you your horizontal zenith distance of 3,840 miles. Is that 50 times 58 times 60?
Fuck, are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. You don't understand.
No, I followed you halfway through that. I didn't know where you.
3,480 miles. Yeah. So I have a straight horizontal zenith distance of 3,480 miles. I just measured the Earth flat for 3,480 miles. You're welcome.
What's that supposed
Earth's
to measure?
measured flat. The surface of the Earth.
One way to find out, right?
I guess we should all go on a exciting trek to the North Pole.
Not all of us, only you.
You could do it with other stars. Like I could do it. Like the thing is, if I see Jupiter,
hold on, Vaxwax, don't disregard.
But I think you could do it.
Don't disregard. He said if you're correct, you should be able to leave from your observation location and arrive at the ground position of Polaris in the exact amount of miles you just claimed, right? That's what he just said.
Right, yeah. Right. But I mean we all know
So if that's required for your claim, and he seems to think it is, do you have any other examples where that's been validated? For example, a ground position and an observer for example, a ground position and an observer location that you could actually travel to.
Why don't we preempt this? Do you want to do this? I don't think so. You probably don't want to do
Well, let me go out. Hold on. Let me pull up Sky.
How do- He wants to tell you how the Earth is flat, but rather than just telling you the obvious that the water is obviously
Yeah,
flat.
you're right. I don't have the ability to tell you that you don't want to fucking cross the ocean. Maybe you do.
No, I'm just telling you how it's measured. I was going to go out and use a different star that was at my zenith, but I don't have any stars out tonight because it's real foggy and it's been kind of raining today. But you know what, though? That doesn't matter. I can still pull up Sky Map. It's still going to see the stars, whether the clouds are there or not.
But I can't say that I support this. I wouldn't be okay with that.
Let's see. Zenith is.
I don't want people dying on my behalf, like proof of fucking like half fucking retard bit.
Why would they die, dude? Why would anybody die?
No, people trying to make the journey across an ocean is dangerous.
Oh, okay. Well, if Vaxwax just decided, hey, I'm going to get in a rowboat and go across the ocean to get to the ground position of the star I just saw, yeah, maybe that'd be foolhardy. But I think if somebody was going to do the trek, they might do it a little more responsible than that, my Holmes.
Well,
I mean, the best, dude. I live in
sort of this. Go ahead.
I live in North America. I could do the vast, like 90% of my journey on the land. I wouldn't have to get in the ocean until
Well, fair enough. Yeah.
Oh,
I suppose it would. I would have to I have to make sure that people are disqualified. You know, when they show up, if they're trying to break the rules by jumping.
Right.
Breaking all the rules.
So, wouldn't it be fair then to ask Vaxwax to validate his claim by getting an elevation angle to a star that he knows is the ground
validate
position
whose claim?
from his location? The guy who just told you his claim. So he's not going to the ground position of Polaris anytime soon, right? So he'd have to do a different star, one where he could travel from his location.
Claim is, though.
Yeah, I know you don't know what the claim is.
Well, it's not his fault, Vaxwax. It's you. You're using jargon to him, and you're not breaking it down simpler.
No, I am breaking it down as simply as possible. I form a right angle triangle to the star that has a 90-degree GP, and one of the angles is at 32 degrees. If it's a right angle triangle, that only leaves the other angle to be 58 degrees. You do 58 degrees times 60 nautical miles, because Polaris recesses 1 degree every time you move 60 nautical miles away from it. That's the whole point. But he didn't know what an elevation angle is in the first place anyway, so it's a little bit above him, and it's not me insulting him.
I can't endorse.
He gave a valid critique. You gave a valid critique, which was, unless you go to the GP and prove that the base leg is the miles that you said, then at that case specific observation, you don't actually have a point.
Yeah, I mean, you're not like soft core auto hoaxing the GP of Polaris, are you, AR?
Oh, he gave you a valid critique that you require to prove your case that base leg really does make a right angle. And so when he gave it to you, he was saying that you would have to get the distance from your G.
I don't like it. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it works. It works.
No. Listen, dude. When you first critiqued it, you said
I continue to not like it. It's true.
Well, yeah, but your contention was basically the distance from him on the ground to where Polaris was above, which would be the ground position of Polaris. Now, it is true that
more critique, man.
Maybe, but that you only need one thing to critique at a time, dude. Okay, that way you could talk about it. So I then said to get away from that critique, he could validate a ground distance from a star that he could actually reach the GP of. So he could provide one of those as an example.
If you want to do your thing, don't tell me more. If you tell me more, I have to get more involved.
What does that mean?
I wouldn't be able to allow it. And by asking that, I think it's kind of...
He's going to call up the government.
Already, honestly.
Yeah, he's going to call up the government and say, Vaxwax is trying to travel to the GP of the
your
North Star.
government is fucked. Your government is really fucked. It is. They don't allow people to fuck.
Are you Canadian?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured you were Canadian. Yeah, the United States government's fucked, but dude...
This isn't... Yeah,
don't throw stones from a glass house.
This is about European
you live in Canada, dude.
No, Canada's dope, dog. So much better than America. What do you mean?
What are you talking about? You can't have more than 5 rounds in an SKS. What are you talking about?
The fuck you need 5 houses for?
Yeah, it's.
You're right. I don't
It's
need
such a
rounds.
dumb,
It's
like that's such a
He's
dumb
right.
rule to be mad about.
This is
You'll never
boring
have
now.
more than 2 anyway.
Yeah, you're
This
right,
is really
bro.
boring.
I don't need 5
Have
houses.
a
I just need 1 house and some globe curvature proof. Or I'll take some flat earth
And you
proof
can
from
have that in
Backtracks.
Canada.
I'll take either one, Holmes.
So you would take
every other American fucking sanctuary where things were good, then too many people come in and make it bad.
Yeah, kind of like when you came into RVC. Kind of like when you came into RVC and you didn't understand that Backtracks was trying to tell you how the Earth was flat.
I didn't want to be part of your country. You wanted me to be part of your 51st state.
Borders open. You came through it. You can leave.
The border's not open.
Look, you do your shit over there. We'll do our shit over here.
Hey, dude, if you want a free trip to Mexico, just cross from Canada into the United States, then paint yourself brown. All right? Free trip. But anyways, that doesn't prove whether the Earth is curved or flat.
It's crazy.
Wait, what doesn't prove the Earth is curved or flat? What I just did? Yes, it does.
No, border topping, and immigration.
Yeah.
You think it's correct to dominate your subservient ally?
When Trump built his wall, I'm sure they weren't accounting for curvature when they were building the wall across fucking Texas.
Is that moral? Do you think it's moral?
No, listen, who cares? Listen. Vaxwax, he punched a hole in your claim, and you didn't give a counterexample that would fill that hole in. So you're still left with a hole in your claim. So you haven't proven it to him yet.
Well, no, wait a second. I just don't have a fucking nautical almanac in my pocket that I can pull out and find the GPs of stars at certain amounts of times on certain days of the week.
Well, you're not alone. We also
So that's
don't have
just-
that.
That's a long
You
way
might also
around
have
of
to look
saying
it
that you
up.
don't have it.
Yeah. We are not computers.
Yeah, I don't have the GP of another star at this given moment.
Okay, so you can't verify the claim that the miles distance between you and the GP is what you said.
Not with Polaris, no, but we've talked
Or
about
any
this
other star,
before.
because complain about Almanac.
Well, no, not complain about Almanac. I just.
Have you got any?
Well, let me see. Hold on, Jedi. Chill.
Oh yeah. Why don't you chill for a second here, all right?
I just wondered if he's got any verification of this measurement.
No, I just think it's
anyways.
I do think it's odd, Jedi, because you know exactly what I'm saying is correct, and that's how celestial navigation is done. But you want to argue with me about it when you know it just as well as I do that what I'm saying is true,
Stir the pot.
and that's how it's done. You can
can't be trusted. I say
you can
we
derive
all these Nazis,
shut
throw 'em in the brig.
up, dude.
Throw 'em in the brig.
Talking.
Not racist, culturalist.
I'll put it like this. It is not as simple as subtracting your measured angle from 90 and then multiplying it by 60 or 69.
If we don't have control,
Why is it not as that simple?
Because that only works north to south along a line of meridian.
into such an area that we cannot control them. Now they can
Fiddle. You're getting muted, dude.
Australia.
Oh, his name is Fiddle Tits. Of course.
Oh, crap. All right, back to the topic.
Excuse me. Well, no, Jedi put something to me that's not as simple as just coming up with the alternate angle to your 32-degree angle. So if I was to measure a star at 32 degrees, if it works for Polaris, why would it not work for any other star?
Just wondering if it works in all directions. Because it might not just be as simple as that star in the east, I measure the angle to it, subtracted from 90, and that's the distance between me and the geographical position. Only works in certain direction, that being the north-south axis, along a line of meridian, longitude.
So you're telling me that if I see a star in the west, like if I see Jupiter in the west at 42 degrees at 9:49 p.m. from my location on November 21st, that Jupiter's not going to have a GP distance at that exact time?
We're talking about the distance, the horizontal distance between you and that GP.
Right.
It's lovely to say, but if we look at celestial navigation, we've got a couple more steps before we even start invoking where we are, where the latitude, longitude bearing of that GP is, and how we're going to calculate that distance using the Haversine formula. So we've got a couple of steps to go, dude, before we can just say, do this, do that, there we are. Unless someone's got a measurement of it where they've gone from their observed location to the GP of the star that's moved by that time, but I'll let that go, and shows that that measurement is a direct measurement along that calculated distance.
Well, wait a second. I thought Haberstein formula didn't come into play until you try to get a 3-star fix, making a Cox hat.
Okay, so we're going to be moving between our location, our longitude and our latitude to the GP of that longitude and latitude. Understand that the longitude and latitude are in the sky, yet we're going to be using that distance. All right, it's only to figure out our distances between GP, longitude and latitude, if we're going to start using that.
You just did what Indio said to me a couple months ago, that their locations in the sky. No, if I'm on the ground, if I'm standing on a beach,
You
and I
will
take
be
an elevation
under,
angle.
dude, remember when we went to the North Pole and we were under the North Pole? That's us under the celestial pole. It's like when we go to the equator, we're under the equator. It's because all of these points are in the sky, dude. You even brought up the PZX triangles. Well, they ain't on the fucking floor.
Well, wait a second. When did I bring up PZX triangles?
Oh, were they? Sorry, I thought you did bring up PZX triangles. If you didn't, then hopefully you would have remembered, but you obviously didn't, so you didn't. So I thought you did. My apologies.
No, I haven't mentioned PZX triangles.
Okay, I do apologise then.
Although I mentioned them earlier, but not in this server, though.
Well, earlier, what, in this conversation with me?
No. I mentioned them earlier today, but it wasn't in this server. So I just thought it was.
No, that's fine. I misheard you.
No, you tripped me out for a second. So I'm like, wait, I was talking about PZX, but that was in that was this morning with Captain Edgewise in Linus server.
Let me just put it like this, right? Just to keep it simple. Yeah, it's nice to say if you subtract your measured angle from 90 and times it by 60 or 69, that's the calculable distance. Okay, is that calculable distance verified?
With other stars, it is, especially with the almanac. That's why I'm saying I don't have the almanac, so I can't look at. What's that? I just had it. Hold on. Let me. What is exactly my zenith right now? Let me find it. Like I said, I can't actually see the sky tonight because I'm cloudy. Right now, my zenith is. How am I going to pronounce that? Forgive me. And of course, I can't hold the camera steady. Triangulum, the constellation of Triangulum. But what's the major stars in it? Because there's one right there that's really bright. What's that? But it's not giving me the name of that star. Oh, let me see. Brightest star in the constellation. Beta Trianguli. Okay. A magnitude of 3.00. 127 light years. Okay, whatever. Okay, so Beta Trianguli, which I'm just going to assume that's the zenith because it's. Well, no, it's not, though. It's really not because the constellation itself is my zenith. And that star is just one of the corners of the triangle that the constellation makes. Damn it. Let me try Sky Map. Do I still have Stellarium on here? There we go. Let's see what let's see if Stellarium gives me an actual. Yeah, let's use my location. I'm not right here. See, this is telling me Myrak, which is a completely different constellation, is my zenith. I probably pronounced that wrong. Mirach, Myark?
Oh, bro, I'm convinced.
So I would have to figure out.
Jedi, aren't you convinced?
Really, any angle that Myark is. Well, AI, you're not convinced because you want to auto hoax. No, you want to auto hoax the North Pole, which is fine. That's your issue.
Dude, no. So you pay attention. Asking you to validate your claim is not the same as auto-hoaxing. So straw manning it and mischaracterizing it as auto-hoaxing is not a genuine tactic.
No, I literally just used Polaris because that's what I already had the math memorized for.
Okay. So you have a specific geometric claim that the base leg of that triangle is a specific length. Okay, what validation do you have for that?
Well, the length is regardless. Like, who cares about what the actual zenith distance is? The fact is, it has to be on a horizontal plane of reference.
Oh, now the distance doesn't matter?
Sorry, that's
I mean, not
that's the
technically, no,
distance
because
along the floor. That's like the flat Earth bit. Here we go.
Right.
That's the distance along the floor, the Earth. That's
right.
flat.
But the fact that I'm making a 32-degree angle of elevation is, I don't need to go past that anyway. If I can make a 32-degree angle of elevation to Polaris, you can shut the book right then and there. I don't need to. The thing is, I'm saying that by calculating the distance, by figuring out what the third angle of the right angle triangle is, we already know one's 90 and one's 32 degrees, which only leaves the other one to be 58, and he times that by 60 nautical miles. And it gives you a zenith distance of 3,480 miles. But you guys want to dispute that that's actually the distance. Okay, fine, we can dispute that, whatever. It might be off.
No, dude,
But the fact that I'm able to make the elevation angle in the first place is the measurement that's needed, and that's the only thing you need to say. You don't need to go beyond that.
You claimed it's a right angle triangle where the base leg and the vertical leg meet at 90 degrees. If for that to happen,
the adjacent, I don't know why you're calling it the base leg. It's the adjacent.
It's called the base leg too, dude. So it's kind of like things have multiple names. I know it's hard for you to understand. Even though you corrected the other guy earlier about the very same thing in the same conversation.
I wasn't trying to correct him from a place of negativity. He literally didn't know what an elevation angle was, and he literally didn't know that the North Star and Polaris were the same thing. I was trying to be chill with him.
Anyway, the base leg of the triangle meets at 90 degrees. So the other guy who you were telling it to, when you said that it was a certain distance, he asked you to validate it.
Yeah.
So
you do
the only answer you could possibly have is
right angle triangles, right?
Holy crap, dude!
No, do you realize
why is it that you're gonna? Why is it that you're gonna skirt away from the actual point?
I'm not. I'm just letting you know that all elevation angles make a right angle triangle.
Oof. I
heard somebody say "oof."
Yeah,
if I was taking an elevation angle,
I'll agree with you to like basic trigonometry. We can do this with terrestrial-based objects, right? But
sure.
celestial's a little bit different, dude, and we know this.
Of course, they're a little bit different because we don't know what. Well, the thing is, if I'm making an elevation angle at the top of a flagpole, I know what the flagpole is. It's metal with a brass ball at the top.
Yes, the terrestrial.
If I'm making it at the top of a telephone pole, I know it's a piece of wood sticking up out of the ground. Yeah. If I make it to a mountain, I know that top of the mountain is a piece of rock. We don't know what the stars are. We don't know where they are. We don't know how big they are. We don't know how far away they are. It's still making a right angle triangle nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
So then does the vertical leg and the hypotenuse intersect the star at a point in free space?
Sure. It would have to be if they're making a right angle triangle.
Yeah, well,
yeah. Wow.
It does.
Wow.
You don't think so?
Everybody heard him say it.
Well, I thought you already knew that they don't. That's why I kind of skipped past it. You know, celestial objects are different to terrestrial.
What do you mean they don't? We're making a right angle triangle to a star in the sky.
They can't, dude.
What do you mean they can't?
The vertical leg and the hypotenuse don't intersect the star at a point in free space because multiple observations show a different intersection point. So that would mean that the star is in multiple places simultaneously. Holy crap, dude. Were you not paying attention for the past 5 years?
Oh, so you're hung up on the fact that we can't get the height of the celestial object.
No, I'm up on the fact that you just claimed that those two legs intersect at a point in free space. Now, if you claim they intersect at a point in your visual space, you say they intersect at a point in your visual space, then maybe you have some plausible deniability.
Yeah. What's a right angle triangle, AI?
It's irrelevant.
The thing is, I can make a right angle triangle to any other star and find out how far away the GP distance is from that point in time when I take the elevation.
Okay, so okay,
If I see,
okay. So then,
if
are
I
you going to
see, if
claim?
I,
Are you
if
going to then
if I
claim that
see-
those stars? Hold on, bro. Hold on. So are you then going to make the exact same claim you just made with those stars as well? That the vertical leg and the hypotenuse intersect the star at a point in free space. Are you going to make that claim for all those stars as well?
First off, when you say the vertical leg, you're talking about the 90-degree GP position where the star is at 90
I
degrees
don't know,
overhead.
dude. There's three parts of the triangle: the base leg,
Right.
the hypotenuse, and the vertical. Holy crap, dude! Is it that hard? There's only three parts.
So that was just a yes. Yes, I'm talking about the part that's 90 degrees. That's what you were saying.
Yeah, the star.
No, wrong.
The GP.
No. So everybody stop right now. You're wrong.
Who's wrong?
You are.
I'm wrong how?
100%. Let me explain. It's very simple. There's three parts to the triangle. Two of the parts are at 90 degrees to each other if it's a right triangle, not just one. The base leg and the vertical leg, right, are at 90 degrees to each other. So you can't just say the one that's at 90 degrees because you would have two options.
No, if the star is at 90 degrees, that means you're at the GP of the star.
Holy crap, dude.
If the
We're
star is
talking
90
about the
degrees over your
lines.
head,
We're talking about the line parts of the triangle. There's three lines, correct?
correct.
Two of those lines share
overhead.
Two of those lines share 90 degrees, correct?
Yeah, well, essentially, yeah, you would make an astronomical rectangle with
Holy
your
shit,
co-altitude
dude.
angle.
What?
Yeah, it's called your co-altitude
It's just
angle.
pointing out that two lines in this triangle are associated with the 90-degree bit. At this moment,
Right,
it's
yeah,
the
if I
adjacent
take-
and the opposite.
Yeah, my adjacent's going to have the co-altitude to my
Jedi, this is how we train soldiers when they're captured to talk, so that the enemy just gives up asking them questions because they just figure they're too retarded to give them any
post a
intel.
picture. Hold on. No, I got a good little visual for what I'm talking about.
X-Rex, you said, whether you realize it or not, that the vertical leg,
I just posted it. You guys look at it.
opposite from the acute angle, okay, and the hypotenuse intersect a star in free space. That's what you said, dude.
The vertical leg is your 90 degree. That's what you're talking about when you say vertical leg, right?
No,
When
the,
the star's 90 degrees.
the base leg is also 90 degrees.
The adjacents.
Holy crap, dude.
We're talking about the opposite at the moment. Like you're at the GP,
Yeah, the
let's
opposite,
say. There's
which
an
is the
imaginary line, Batwax, between you and the star that's above your head. And then you go off into the distance, measure the elevation angle at 32 degrees, and there's an imaginary hypotenuse that goes from you to the star. Yeah?
You know what? There's a problem here, Jedi, is that he doesn't understand, because he really doesn't get it, that when I say base leg, I'm actually the one being accurate in this context. He's not.
Yeah, I know.
Because the adjacent leg of a triangle. Pay attention, bro, and you might learn. The adjacent leg of a triangle could be all kinds of triangles that aren't right triangles, and all kinds of triangles that are oriented in directions that aren't base. Okay, so I'm sorry, but I'm correct, and you're wrong, as usual.
Do you guys see what I posted at 10:02? Do you guys look at that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, when you build a house, where do you put the base of the house? Do you put it in the sky or on the ground?
Oh no, this angle is definitely coming from the surface, which is the adjacent.
Okay. We still need to get
The
to the
angle's going
conclusion.
up
If
to
those
60
two
degrees.
imaginary lines
We got the
intersect
90
a star,
GP.
like that.
That's fair. Real quick, Vax, since you said what you said, I'll give you a chance to correct yourself. So, are all adjacents, just hold on, are all adjacents in a triangle also base legs? Are all adjacents base legs, yes or no?
I mean, base legs, that's literally a term that I haven't seen And what do you mean by base leg? The adjacent? The bottom part of the angle?
No, dude. Okay, one more time. Okay, you have the acute angle, you have the hypotenuse, and you have the adjacent. Okay.
Well, the
just because you have an adjacent angle. Hold on, friend. Just because you have an adjacent doesn't mean it's the base of the triangle. What part of that don't you understand?
The term base leg is primarily a concept used in aviation traffic. Oh, that's not. Good job, AI. Not you, AI, as in you. I'm talking about AI, as in Gemini. What is the base leg in celestial navigation?
Celestial navigation. Oh my god, dude.
Oh, it's auto-correcting me to baseless. Hold on. Let me put a space. Let me edit the edits.
This is the problem with people like you, dude. Can't think for yourself.
Well, that smells like a little bit of a ad hoc. What do you mean I can't think for myself? The term base leg is not a standard term in celestial navigation, which I figured because I haven't come across that term and all the shit I've been reading from this. It's a specific aviation term referring to the segment of the flight pattern an aircraft flies before landing. What the fuck are you talking about, AI?
Wonder if those
the problem is that you thought base leg was like one term when there's three legs of a triangle.
We're talking about celestial nav. Maybe
Hold on, bro.
Taking an elevation angle.
We're
You're using
not,
a term
dude.
that's
We're
not
not.
even standard.
Listen,
Oh, now
listen.
we're
Let
not,
me
so now that's not
let me help you out. Yeah, let me help you out, dude.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, listen. Either you say what is it, and then I say okay, I'll tell you, and then you let me, or you get muted. Those are your options.
So go ahead. You can flesh out what you're saying.
You
base
can
leg.
arbitrarily the base. There's three legs of a triangle, and you can arbitrarily pick which one you're going to use as the base. Okay.
So when you say base leg, you're meaning the adjacent.
Holy crap, dude.
Yes or no?
Listen, I know it's hard for you to understand, but me and you already had this conversation 3 minutes ago where we both agreed that when I say base leg, I'm meaning the leg that's on the ground, the base.
The adjacent to the
wrong
elevation angle.
Well, in this context it would be, but in all context it wouldn't be. Okay,
So
that's why I'm using the term base.
I'm not wrong.
Holy fuck.
So you're using a term that's not even standard with what we're talking about.
It means the bottom, dude. So if you look at a triangle, right, with no other references, you could pick any part to be the bottom and just say it's the bottom. Okay? So the base leg is the one that's on the ground. Now, in this context, it does also mean the adjacent because it's not the hypotenuse and it's not the opposite from the acute angle. Okay, these terms are interchangeable, but not in all contexts. Okay? I know it's too hard for you to get, dude, but that's fine. I know you can't comprehend it. That's okay. So whenever you hear me say base leg from now on, when we're talking about things referring to the ground, just understand I'm talking about the one that's relative to the ground, not the hypotenuse and not the vertical. Okay? You can't comprehend that, and you have to talk about it more. And if I say base leg, you say you adjacent, then you're just being an a-hole from this point on. Go ahead.
No, I'm not trying to be an a-hole. It's just you're talking about base leg, which is not even a standard term in what we're talking about, dude.
Holy fuck, dude.
Right?
It is, dude.
No, it's literally not.
Yeah.
Just call it the
So
adjacent.
this goes back. Listen, bro, this goes back to the stupid argument me and you had about elevation angle versus altitude angle. Okay, different fields have different terms that they use. But whenever you're using the base, people understand that that's the bottom. So, for example, if I draw a triangle, the base leg is always going to be the one that's the bottom when I'm doing construction, dude. The bottom. B-O-T-O-M. The bottom of the triangle. Now, it doesn't have... You can have a bottom of a triangle, okay, without having a right angle triangle. Holy crap. It's the bottom.
It's almost as if not all triangles are right angle triangles, AI. Shocker.
Yeah, no duh.
No shit. Did I ever say all triangles are right angle triangles?
Holy crap, dude.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, I'm talking about I'm sick and tired of your pedantry, dude. So move on, dude. When I say base leg, you understand what I mean, and it's
I
adequate.
do now, even though you're using it. No, you're
Holy
using an
fuck.
incorrect term for the topic.
All right. Okay, dude. Get fucked. So boring dealing with morons like you. Can't even get to the meat and potatoes of the argument because you got to argue about the terms you know and try to make everyone else, use your terms when we both clearly understand what we're talking about. In fact, if you were half intelligent, if I said the acute angle, right, the vertical leg and the hypotenuse, there's only one side left of the triangle. So if I refer to that as the base leg, then it's obviously the adjacent, dude. Holy crap. If you had more than a 40 IQ, you'd understand that. But I forgive you, so I'll unmute you. Go ahead. You're welcome back.
Okay, so we're talking about taking an elevation angle of 32 degrees to whatever. Let's not even say polarity.
No, we're not. This is the problem. I muted you to make this point. What we were trying to talk about was the distance of the base leg and how you validate it, or the distance of the adjacent and how you validate it, or the distance of the bottom of the triangle and how you validate it, or the distance between the straight line from the observer's point to the GP's point and how you validate it. That's what we were actually talking about. Can you answer that?
No, that's fair enough. And I did say I used Polaris exclusively, and I used 32 degrees to Polaris exclusively because, yes, my IQ is a little low. And that's the one little math thing that I actually memorized by heart. 32 degree angle. So you have the 32 degree hypotenuse, you have the 90 degree GP, where that star is at 90 degrees. So 32 minus 90 is 58. 58 times 60 nautical miles is what did I say it was? 3,480 miles. Yeah. That's still, yeah, I have that memorized by heart. It's not something I can't go out and look at. Well, I'm saying Jupiter, but at the same time, that might be a problem because that's a quote unquote planet. I would have to use another star that's not designated as a planet, one of the 5 planets we can see out of the 9. So no, I grant you that. I couldn't do this with another star off the top of my head. As AI said, because I'm complaining about not having a nautical almanac. Fair enough. If I had a nautical,
I don't care about you. Yeah, but check it out. I don't care if you know the value that's written in an almanac. Because even then, I would say, how do you know that value is correct?
Well, see, but we could substantiate that, right? If I look, I'm just going to pull a star out of my ass. If I go outside and I see Arcturus, and let's say I take an elevation angle of 50 degrees, I know that Arcturus has a ground position, which is 90. So 50 minus 90 is 40. And off the top of my head, dude, I couldn't. Actually, 4 times 6. So that would be 3,600 miles to the GP to where Arcturus is 90. And if it turns out that, that checks out, Vax was correct. But we can't do that at the moment. Otherwise, you would correct me on that if we could. So the fact that I don't have a nautical almanac means I do have to just use my Polaris example. But we're missing the forest through the trees, guys. The fact that I'm able to take that fucking elevation angle is proof enough, and that's all you need. You don't need to go any further. Earth is literally being measured as a horizontal plane of reference.
Well, you certainly didn't convince that other guy you were speaking to.
Oh, the guy that didn't know that Polaris and the North Star were the same thing? Yeah, I'm going to lose sleep over that.
Yeah, but you know what he did know? He did know that if you have a triangle, right, that's a right triangle, and if you have 90 degrees opposite the acute angle, then that means that if you have an altitude on the vertical side, right, which is sharing a common 90 with the base, right? So one is the height and one is the base. The height has a value and the base has a value.
Yes, I knew you were going to go there. I knew it.
That value must be a certain number, or you do not have a right triangle.
You don't know the hood of the star. That's what you're saying, dude. What is the star?
What are you talking about?
Because now you're claiming, we made a right angle triangle. We could do trigonometry and figure out the height of the celestial.
No, wrong. All right, I got to mute you so I can say this because you're going to spaz through it. Vaxwex, we all heard you say that the vertical leg and the hypotenuse intersect the star at a point in free space. You said that, sir. You said it twice, and you even said it about another star, proving to us that you think or have misspoke that is actually what occurs. That was you, dude. All right, what do you have to say about that? Oh my goodness. All right, hold on. All right, now go ahead. Somebody's muting you every time I unmute you. All right, you're free. Oh my! Oh, you got muted again. What the? I'm sorry, Vax. Somebody doesn't like you. They don't want you to. They don't want to hear your voice. All right, now you're free.
Testing. 1, 2. We good? At first, I was going to say, "Oh, your finger slipped," and then it happened several times. Like, "Oh, you're just trolling me." Whatever, dude.
Do the two lines intersect at the star?
From my location, it absolutely does. Because I know
So
for a
those
fact
two lines intersect a star, and that star is in that location in free space.
Yeah. Can we go back to? See, I posted it. Like, you know how, like, where you have the microphone and the chat bubble and the little red hang-up circle and the camera? I've been posting in there. Is that, like, what we're using? Because I don't see a lot of action going on. Okay. Can we go up to 10 minutes in
I can see it.
at 10:02? All right. Do you take issue with the little graph that I posted?
That's nice. What happens if you change altitude? Does the angle change?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so if we're on the floor and we're making a measurement to a flag post, and we got the top of it, and we go up in elevation, and we measure from our level to the top of that flag post, the angle's changed, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm willing to say that the top to a flagpole.
So when
is a
we
lot
go up a
different than the
mountain and we
celestial.
measure an angle to the star, does it change?
Absolutely not.
So you understand that this is a problem, saying that this location between your hypotenuse and the opposite, which is from the ground position to the star, those two lines intersecting in this point, when we change our altitude, the angle stays the same. I thought you knew this.
Jedi, you might be a good person to ask this from. I wonder, dude, if I went to my public library, do you think I could find a celestial almanac with times and dates and elevation angles of where the stars are based off of my location at a certain given time? Because I feel like if I could get one of those, right? Yeah, right. I might have to scour like 4 different libraries.
Vax, according to you, that book is also going to tell you exactly where the stars are located in free space.
Well, what is free space? What do you mean by that?
You know, like a point in space.
Sure.
Actual 3-dimensional coordinates.
Right, but the question is, what is this point in space that we're taking our angles to? They're stars, right?
I don't know, dude. You seem to know a lot about them because you know that the sight line, when sighting a star at an elevation angle and the vertical going straight up from the ground relative to the base leg, which is now 90 degrees to, intersects the star at a point in free space. So you must have been to one to validate that. I mean, the simplest thing to do, dude, is just retract that claim. It's clearly wrong. Out of one side of your mouth, you say they intersect the star. Out of the other side of your mouth, you say you can't triangulate the star. The two lines intersecting is what triangulation means. So how can you have it both ways, brother?
Yeah, but we're not actually doing triangulation. I'm just simply making a right angle triangle.
Hey, if we're not actually doing triangulation, then you must retract the claim that those two lines, if you were to shoot, and let's just say a magic bullet that could follow those lines, that they would intersect the star. Because that was your claim.
Mm-hmm.
So is that true or not true? And if it is true, how could you possibly know it's true? How did you validate it to be true?
Well, no, it is true. Because I already know that if I see Polaris at 32 degrees...
Holy crap, it is true. You hear that, Jedi? Did you hear that, Jedi?
It is true. The contradiction's true.
You know what's even more sad? You know what's even more sad is that Brenda had to come in and hear you say it.
Brenda?
Now I owe Brenda an apology.
Yo, Brenda, an apology for what?
I just got
For having I know, but okay, maybe you didn't hear what Vaxwax said, but if you actually heard what Vaxwax said and it touched your ear in any way, I would have to apologize for crimes against humanity.
Yeah, you probably should.
Oh, well, I know that you're all just terrible people anyway.
She's going to call everyone terrible. Why would you do that, Brenda?
Say AI would. I'm looking to have a debate with a flat earther, and outside of your little echo chamber where you get to...
Oh man, you played that one good, Brenda, I guess. If somebody didn't like it. How do you triangulate something? Two known points, a known distance between the points, and then the angles from those 2 points intersecting at a point in space. That's the triangulation. You said you can't triangulate a star, or we're not triangulating a star, Vaxwax, but then you said that the vertical leg and the hypotenuse intersect the star. So which is it?
They intersect the star from my location when I take the elevation angle.
Oh man, dude. You really have no idea what you're talking about, Vaxwax. I'm sorry. You really just have no idea. You don't even know the words and the implications that are coming out of your own mouth hole.
The words and implications, dude, you keep talking about base legs, and it's not even a standard term with what we're talking about.
Oh, you sure? You sure? I posted it right there in the chat, dude. The base of a right triangle is one of the two shorter sides that form the 90-degree angle or the shared angle, also known as the legs or the catheti. The other leg from the base is the triangle's height. So since in this context the height is on the vertical, that would make the base leg the adjacent, which we already agreed, you dumb Dumbo. Holy crap,
the
dude.
height. So we're taking heights to celestials now.
That's what you just said, dude.
We're not taking the height, we're taking the zenith distance.
You are.
No, we're calculating the baseline distance.
No, dude.
You're claiming
when your lines intersect, your hypotenuse and your opposite, that's what you're doing. You're saying height now.
Are you guys assuming the Earth is flat in order to prove it's flat?
No, we're trying to educate Vaxwax on fucking triangles at the moment.
But what do triangles have to do with celestial navigation? It doesn't use triangles.
Well maybe Vaxwax can educate you then.
No.
Yeah, you two
Celestial?
deserve each other. You two deserve each other. Have at it, Vax.
Yeah, celestial navigation doesn't use triangles. It just uses angles, just straight up angles. There's no triangles.
Go for it, Vax. It's all you, bro. Rip and tear. Well, that was underwhelming.
Do you think that it uses triangles AI?
It's not even relevant to any of the points that I make, dude.
Oh, okay. Nathan Oakley has been talking about you a bit. Ooh my. Ooh my.
Well,
They're
lots of
not
people like
happy
to
with-
talk about me.
Not happy with you. Not happy. They say that you have a list of arguments.
Whoa! I have a lisp. Holy crap, that's
Lisp.
offensive.
with a T list. They say that there's a list that they can't use arguments of.
Oh, that's because they're
thinking
too
about
stupid to be able to read. That's because they're too stupid to be able to read a title of a list because they're dumb. There you go. That's my answer to that.
Okay.
Does the top of the list say arguments you're not allowed to use by decree of the king? No, it doesn't say that.
No, they call you a dictator.
Well, wait a second. So you're telling me that if I see the sun at 40 degrees,
Thanks, Mike. Woke up.
well, no,
Did he have a narcolepsy episode?
No, I was reading something when you guys were jabbering. It's fine. So you're telling me if I see the sun at X degrees, I take the elevation angle at whatever 58, 12, 37.
I'm in Minnesota.
92.
So the angle, the altitude of the sun in Minnesota is 45 degrees.
Are you a Vikings fan?
I don't watch football.
I kind of figured you didn't. You're a Twins fan.
I don't watch sports.
You know what's funny? Now that you said it, you're from the Midwest. You kind of sound like a Midwestern librarian. I can see that now.
Dude, Brenda's idea of watching sports is watching Vaxwax try to figure out if he just said that you can triangulate a star or not.
The sport I play is chess. Chess is a sport.
Oh yeah.
No. I would not call chess a sport.
Yeah, it is.
Not really.
So what's your problem with celestial navigation? Are you a flat earther or a glober? Vax.
Brenda, don't act like you don't know who the fuck I am. Come on now.
I have no clue who you are.
Yeah, based on what you've been talking about the past 20 minutes, some people could be scratching their heads.
Hold on, you said you had no clue who he is, but then you're saying Nathan Oakley's talking all this stuff about him?
Right,
No,
yeah.
about
Oh,
AI.
hey, good call, dude. Yeah, good call, though. It's kind of funny.
No, they're not talking about
Come on.
Vax. Nobody's talking about Vax. They're talking about AI.
Damn it. Dude, I hate Gemini sometimes, so that just had everything all lined up. I'll be back. Just give me 5 minutes to tinker with something, and I'll be right back, you guys.
Dude, I lost one of my lists.
Gemini isn't
Holy
going to
crap.
help you.
Class, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a minute.
Hey,
Teacher's gonna go use
Brenda. Vaxwax couldn't even successfully use Vaxwax couldn't even successfully use an AI to figure out that the term base leg actually applies to triangles.
The baseline?
No, the base leg.
Base leg?
Yeah.
Okay. But when we figure out a star's altitude or elevation, we don't use a triangle. We just make an angle from the apparent horizon to the star or the sun.
You're not getting its altitude.
Yeah, you are.
No, you're not.
Its altitude is defined. It's degrees above the horizon. That's its altitude.
No, that's an angle. That's an altitude angle. It's not an altitude. It's not like it's 7,000 feet above the surface.
Yeah,
but I do understand what you mean by what you're saying. Okay, I'm not like a Vaxwax who's too dumb to understand words.
Right. What Nathan does is they beg the question. They assume that that's a right angle triangle, which it is not, and then they assume that the base leg is straight and not curved, but it is curved. That's why we don't use it. We just use the.
But it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me, Brenda. Here's why. It's very simple. So Vaxwax was presenting this case to somebody who's asking him about it in an attempt to demonstrate the Earth is flat. Vaxwax's claim was that the base leg has a defined distance from his observer location to the GP, and it's a right angle triangle relationship. So the person critiquing him said, well, you're claiming it's this many miles. How do you know it's that many miles away? And Vaxwax had no answer. And so likewise, I would critique him in the same manner. I'd say, well, you're claiming these relationships. That means that this distance from here to here has to be a specific distance. So if you travel from where you are to the GP, it must be those distances. Otherwise, you're wrong.
Yeah, the way they calculate that is with trilateration. You
Yeah, but I could care less about calculating it. I want it verified. Those are different things.
All right, I'm back.
If I calculate something, I know it, right? Right. If I want to figure out how many square feet of carpet I need for my room, I can calculate it, right?
Oh my goodness! You have to measure something in your room first.
Yeah, but I don't know how many square feet. I measure the length and the width, and then I can calculate the square footage, and I know the square footage, right? Calculation results in knowing, right?
Right, but you have, if you're calculating the square footage and you have the width and the length of the room, okay, minus any weird shapes that you have to do extra steps, you have the two necessary components validated by direct measurement, and so then the calculation follows. So if you're missing one of those, like the length, and you're coming up with other kinds of assumptions about the length, and then adding it in, your calculation isn't necessarily correct. So if someone asked you, well, can you go validate the length? That would be a fair critique.
Yeah, so I can know the radius of the Earth by calculating from its circumference.
Holy crap.
Right?
Right, if you actually have a circumference in the first instance.
He said yes.
Yeah,
He said yes.
We do. We do have the circumference. It's been measured. Yes.
That's right. And so they have to validate the measurements of how you measure the circumference.
They have measured
how?
it. And they have by airplanes.
By calculating it.
By trains, planes, and automobiles. That's how they verified it.
Dude, I feel like that was a show that used to be on VHS tapes for like third graders back when I was like.
No, it was the movie. It was a movie with John Candy. Trains, planes, and
That's what. Yeah. Okay. But real quick, guys, man.
Great movie.
Sure. No, John Candy's great, even though he's Canadian. I don't hold that against him. Neil, kidding. Okay, so if I take an elevation angle to a star at X degrees and subtract that degree from 90 and times it by 60 nautical miles, would that give me the distance to the ground position of the star? Yes, the calculation method gives you the distance in nautical miles to the geographical position of the star. First, subtract the measured elevation angle from 90. This value is known as celestial navigation as the zenith distance, which is the angular distance from your position directly overhead down to the star along Earth's surface. The formula for the zenith distance is Z equals 90 degrees minus HO. HO is the observed altitude corrected elevation angle. Step 2. Next, multiply the calculated zenith distance in degrees by the conversion factor of 60 nautical miles per degree. The standard factor is derived from the definition of a nautical mile, 1 minute of arc along the meridian. The distance in nautical miles to the star's ground position is calculated using the formula distance nautical mile equals zenith times 60. Answer, yes. That method you described will accurately give you the distance in nautical miles to the ground position of the star at the time of the observation.
Sure, but that's
The calculation method described in your original query provides the distance to the star's geographical position, not the actual physical distance, not the actual physical distance to the star itself, which I never was even trying to claim in the first place. The explanation above specifically details how the calculation determines the arc distance along Earth's surface to the GP using the principles of celestial navigation. AI, are they salty? I haven't showered in like 2 days. Well, no, I showered. Tonight will be 2 days. Are they salty, AI?
So it's an arc, right? Not a straight line.
AI.
Right? Not a straight line, right?
Yeah, shut up, Brenda. My balls are so salty, AI. Do you want some lime to...
Good grief.
Hey, listen, you forgot that in your excerpt you just read there, didn't include your claim, Vaxwax, that came out of your mouth, was that the vertical leg extended into free space and the hypotenuse from your observer's location extended into free space would intersect the star. That was your claim, Vaxwax, and what you just read didn't remove that claim from out your mouth. Okay, so you need to put the soap in your mouth, not balls, bro. So stop being gay and rinse your tongue out of that stupid claim that you made about those two lines intersecting the star. That's your claim, dude. This AI isn't going to save you. Go ahead. Oh my God. All right, I'm not even unmuting you. Somebody else do it.
Can you not unmute him?
Every time I unmute him, it mutes him again.
Alright. That sounds like a you issue, dude. It's fine for me.
Oh, no, it just turns out AI agree with everything I said. If you see X star, X degree, subtract that X degree from 90, times it by 60 nautical miles, you will get the zenith distance. Keep it. No, I was correct. Everything I said was spot on correct.
I mean, dude, anybody can cite anything from anybody. It doesn't matter.
So
everything
you agreeing with a citation. Listen, dude. If you're just going to repeat yourself every time I try to say something where I'm not repeating myself, I'm just going to have to mute your dumbass.
If you call me a dumbass, that's not very cool, dude. But it turns out I was right. Elevation angle to the star.
Dumb as fuck. Okay, pay attention, dude. You just gave another source of the repeated claim that this distance is a certain distance. You were asked for validation of that ground distance. What you read did not validate that ground distance. It's just a reiteration of the claim. So you haven't done anything that you were asked. Secondly, you claimed that the vertical leg of the triangle, 90 degrees to the base leg, which you claimed had a specific distance, which you didn't validate that distance is the distance you claimed it was. You then claimed that the hypotenuse and the vertical leg would intersect the star in a point in space. You claimed that. And that little AI blurb that you read didn't address that. So no, you haven't accomplished anything, dude. But nice try. Go ahead.
He's not arguing with you, man. He's just typing away in the chat. He doesn't care what you're saying.
I know. He doesn't, dude, he doesn't care. He doesn't care what he's saying. That's the problem.
That's not fair to say.
Oh, really? Well, then how come you didn't address the fact that you were clearly proven wrong about your claim of the intersection by your own words when given back
by
to
the
you?
intersection.
Okay. So then, let me give you a chance. Let me give you a chance to do it now. So, is it your claim that the vertical leg, if extended out into free space, and if the hypotenuse leg extended out, holy fuck, dude, you're the one who called it a triangle. So I'm going to use terms relevant to triangles. So if you're going to tell me that I have to use certain terms, too bad. I don't care. So is it your claim that the vertical portion of the line of the triangle that's vertical, that's not the hypotenuse, that's not the adjacent, that's not the baseline, which is also 90, you dummy. There's not just 190, that's a shared angle. Good grief. So Don't try correcting me mid-sentence, okay? Because you're
What
not
is
smart
90
enough
from
to
the
do it.
horizontal? It's 90 from the
All right.
horizontal plane of reference.
Right. So you're going to get muted so I can get it out. Okay, so vertical. 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 Do you have any compunctions about the term vertical? No, you don't. So shut your mouth. Okay? We agree. Vertical. There's one vertical portion of the triangle. There's one base, right? In fact, you'll even refer to it as the baseline of the triangle. So you understand it's the base. Second, the hypotenuse, right? That represents your elevation angle because that's the portion of the triangle that you're measuring from your observer's location. So the question on the table is, does the vertical line and the hypotenuse line intersect the star in free space? Yes or no?
I don't know where the star is in free space, and neither do you, buddy.
Then how come you said 3 times when asked that it does recently, and now you're giving me shit about it? Why?
No, I'm not.
What
It's
is
just
wrong
from
with you,
my
dude?
location. No, from my location, it will. If I see a star at 32 degrees,
You just don't. You just Vaxwax. You're just not smart enough to be here, bro. So I'm gonna have to put you out of your misery. I'm sorry. You need to go find another server, dude, where you can learn and not be so dumb.
So he's trying to prove where the location of the star is on the ground. Essentially, like, what is the main point of all that?
His main point is that he's making geometric claims that he can't substantiate. When he's called down on it, he tries to dodge, and jive, and then just keep referring to the baseline being a baseline and it's horizontal. And he doesn't want to actually answer any of the other geometric consequences of his claims and just play aloof like he's not doing it and then play word games and just dodge, jive, juke, and jive.
Well, let's just say, for example, if he's right, what does it prove? Is it prove that the Earth is flat or round?
Well, his conclusion is that would prove the Earth is flat.
Oh.
Well, I mean, if you make a right triangle, right, that's thousands of miles long, in which the baseline is the surface of the Earth, then that would be thousands of miles of straight surface, right?
Yeah.
So that would bear that conclusion. But that's not even the point that's in contention. The point that's in contention is that he made the claim, not once, but he made it after he was challenged whether he's really wanting to make that claim about Polaris. And then he made the same claim about other stars, that the vertical leg and the hypotenuse leg intersect the star in free space. Not that that's where it appears to be in his field of view, which is what he should have said to save himself the geometric consequences. He said they will actually intersect the star in space. He said it. Not once, not twice, but a minimum of 3 times. He then said you can't triangulate the star, even though he said these 2 lines actually intersect the star in space. So he's got a contradiction on his hands. And rather than just accept it, he's juking and jiving like crazy.
Yeah, he's just going in circles now. Yeah.
But listen, you don't have to be super intelligent to be here. We let people of all intelligence be here, so we forgive Vaxwax. You're welcome back, brother. Someone else is going to have to unmute him. That's so weird. I can mute people, but I can't unmute people. Weird.
It's okay.
Are you trying to unmute Vaxwax again, dude?
Voice.
Oh, you mean it's no big deal because you're not missing it?
Yeah.
Are you trying to unmute someone, AI? I'll do it for you.
Yeah, I want Vaxwax to understand that we all heard him say what we all heard him say, and he can address that point in particular and only that point.
Okay. All right, so I've unmuted you, Vaxwax. Just to be clear, you're claiming the length of all the lines. Yep, the one between you and the GP position, your distance, but also the vertical, which is the opposite, and the hypotenuse, because you say they meet at a point, the star. So you're claiming length of 2 lines, not just one, all 3.
Sure. Well, no, I'm not claiming the length of the 90. Nobody
The
knows
90.
how
What's
high that.
the 90, dude?
Dude,
The
if
GP,
those lines
the ground position. If I see a star at 90 degrees,
Dax, if those lines intersect at a star, you're claiming the length of those lines. Understand that, right?
no, I'm not.
But they
Hey,
meet
check
at a
this out.
point.
The GP, exactly. He doesn't get it, Jedi. But anyway, the GP isn't a 90,
I'm
by the
just
way, in
not
case you
claiming
didn't
the
know
height.
that. Hey, buddy, GP is not a 90.
So the ground position doesn't mean zenith. Hello? Hello? The ground position doesn't mean the star is 90 degrees overhead? I'm going to fart into my phone.
See?
Ready? Damn, it was a
It's the
silent fart.
position. The GP is where you are on the ground, where you see the star 90 degrees above your head.
But you just
So
said
the
it doesn't
GP
mean
is
90, you donkey.
Yeah, the GP is only one part of that. You can't get a degrees from a single point, dude. Holy crap.
Can anybody like rewind 40 like 5 seconds? You just said the GP doesn't mean 90. And now you're saying the
Yeah,
GP is
no.
90 degrees overhead. The fuck?
Okay, pay attention. Pay attention. The GP is not 90 degrees overhead. Nobody ever said that.
Okay, so you're going to double down. Okay, so if I'm at the GP of a star, that means the star is not 90 degrees over my head? Expound, please.
Notice what you just said. You said if I'm at the GP, the star is 90 degrees. So that would mean you're referring to something that's not the GP. So the GP itself doesn't possess 90, dude.
If I'm at the ground position of a star, that means that the star is 90 degrees directly over my head at the GP.
Holy crap, dude.
Okay.
Painful.
Not holy crap. It is painful, dude. You're coming off like a fucking retard.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to speak your language so we could get somewhere.
So if a star is 90 degrees over my head, does that mean I'm at the GP of the star? Yes or no?
Holy crap, dude. That's
No,
the
not holy crap,
definition, dude.
yes or no? If I'm at, if the star is 90 degrees above my head, am I at the ground position?
Yeah, what does ground position mean, dude? Does it mean a position in the sky or does it mean a position on the ground?
It means I'm on the ground and the star is 90 degrees above my head. I mean, if that star was to come down,
Wrong. You're wrong. Now I want you to listen. Just
Citation,
listen to me.
please. Citation.
Listen. I'll give it to you.
Citation, please.
Listen, if you're just going to repeat yourself, I have to put you on mute. That's the rules. Okay, when I'm speaking, you don't just get to keep saying the same stupid thing over and over again. Now, if you were the boss, you could do that, but you're not. So you don't have that privilege. Now,
oh, I'm sorry.
I said something very specific, which is correct.
Mm-hmm.
You said something that you thought was correct, which you can't possibly know. And now the problem is that you don't understand what's actually coming out of your mouth, but I understand what's coming out of my mouth. So let me explain it to you. It's very simple. You said the ground position is where the star is above you, 90 degrees from your ground position.
Correct.
So you're standing on a position on the ground, and at that time when you're standing there, the star will be 90 degrees above you. That's what you said. I
said.
Would that
not make sense? Okay, sorry.
What I said is when you're standing at that position, you will see the star 90 degrees above you. Now, if you don't understand the difference between those two statements, you cannot be helped. But I will try my best.
So may I reiterate?
No.
So I go out. No, I can't. Okay, so I go outside.
No, I don't care. I don't care. No, I don't care. I don't care what you see.
I know you don't care.
The only thing I want you to address, is the difference between the statements that we made. Because you are trying to make it look like as if I'm agreeing with you, but being obstinate. But I'm not. I'm saying very different words for a very different reason. So I would like you to address what you think the reason why I'm saying the words I'm saying is.
Okay. I'm going to go in the hypothetical land just for a split second. Just bear with me. And I'm just going to use something that we all know.
No, not happening. You're going to do what I told you to do.
So I go outside and I see X star 90 degrees above my head. Am I at the ground position of
so
that
you
star?
said
Yes or
something.
no?
Okay, listen. Now, pay attention, everybody. He changed it. He changed it. He
No, I
changed
didn't.
it to agree.
No, I
Yes, you
didn't.
did. Oh, hey, Vaxwex, I'm going to say in the way in which it was changed. You're going to then counterclaim that you didn't change it. Then you're going to be demanded to go get the tail of the tape and prove it, and you're going to find out that you're wrong. So I'm going to ask you to just be quiet so I don't have to mute you and play the unmute mute game. So check it out. What you just said right there that you wanted me to agree with you on is that you go outside, you stand at a specific spot, and you see a star above your head, 90 degrees.
Sure.
Is that the GP? I will agree with that, 100%. Now, what you said previously was, if I'm standing at the ground position, the star is above my head. Those are two different scenarios, brother.
If the star's above my head, would that star be at 90 degrees?
Holy crap, dude. You really are dumb.
No, it's a yes or a no.
Dumb
If
as
I
a
go
brick.
outside and the star is directly over my head, would that star be at 90 degrees?
Guess what? It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
No, the star would most certainly be at 90 degrees if it's directly over my head.
No. Here's the problem. Let me tell you why it's irrelevant. I have to mute you because you're too stupid to understand it, even though I tried to parse it out to help you painstakingly. You can make a claim about where things physically are in relationship to other objects. But if you're seeing them, okay, you only have the optical information, not necessarily their geometric location information. Those things can be different, and we know that that's a fact. So when I said the GP is when you see the star 90 degrees above your head, okay, that's what it looks like to you, that the star is 90 degrees above your head. Now, technically, in reality, the star could be 87 degrees above your head, but to you, it appears 90. So according to you, if it is above your head, then that means if you just shot off like a rocket out of your feet in a perfectly straight line, you would eventually intersect the star if the star stood still at that moment in time. Now, that's the claim you're making, whether you realize it or not. That's the same type of claim you made when you said that the lines of the vertical and the hypotenuse intersect the star in free space. Okay, this is the difference between actual locations and apparent locations. Okay, this is what I've been trying to drill through your head this whole time. And I've been trying to point it out to you, but you still are so obstinate you can't get it, dude. So when I unmute you, we're all going to witness either you learned something or you're still as dumb as you were when you started. Go ahead, brother. After someone else unmutes you.
I got you.
So if I go outside, so silly. So if I go outside,
That's silly.
yeah, and I put a level on a table, and the table is perfectly level, spirit level. And then I bust out a protractor and lay it on top of that spirit level. And then I attach optics to my protractor.
Optics?
And then
Optics?
Well, I mean, we don't have to use optics. I was just trying to be.
No. You do have to use optics because you're talking about seeing things, right? So then the question is this. The question is this, Vaxwax. If you have to use an optic, which includes your eyes, the information that you're getting, or the data that you're getting, or whatever you want to call it that you're getting from the object is light, correct?
I guess.
No, there's no I guess about it. That's the fact. Now, we all know for a fact that things can appear to be in one location, but they physically are not in that location. We all know that for a fact, correct? You don't even have to answer because the answer is yes, you know it. So that means just because you see something doesn't mean that if you continue on a straight angle towards that object from your initial observation point, that you will intersect that object in space. We all know this. Yet you, sir, are claiming to know where that object physically is. relative to your observer's location, having never been there to validate it. So when I say I'm seeing it at this angle in my field of view, I'm correct. When you say it is directly above me as a point in space in physicality, you may be correct, but you have no way to know whether you're correct or not because you've never been to the object to validate that claim. So as painstakingly as it was, I think you finally understand it. But even though you understand it, we're now going to see if you actually get it. So do you get it now?
No, I gotcha. No, I gotcha. I gotcha. I see what you're doing, dude. If that's what you guys want to do, then that's, you know.
Oh, you mean be accurate? You mean be accurate to what's actually occurring in reality? If that's what we want to do?
So you're telling me it's physically impossible to measure a star at my zenith? Like if I'm at the star's zenith, in other words, if that star is 90 degrees over my head, there's no way to validate that?
Dude. The definition of a GP is where you see the star above your head. It's where you see the star. Holy.
What does GP mean, AI?
Holy fuck, dude. I'm muting your stupid ass, dude. Literally got to bicker over me using GP? Like, what is wrong with you, dude? Do you, like, only show up when you're inebriated, drunk, or stoned or something, so you can never actually give us your full attention and coherent mind? So we have to plow through the drivel and endless retardation because you just can't show up on your top game? Yeah, the GP of a star is where you are located, where you see SEE the star 90 degrees above your head, dude. So the definition of the GP is that you're seeing the star above you. So if you say I'm at a GP of a star, then that means you see the star above you. Holy crap, dude. Anybody else want to give this kid a chance to understand it, or should we just move on?
Well, if there's anyone to move on to, we should move on. Can't, then we'll have to go through this again.
I don't know. I think everybody left.
I think so.
Yeah, they got sick and tired of listening to you drivel at the mouth, Vaxwax, saying the same circular reasoning and not understanding such a simple concept. Okay, making geometric claims about things you only have optical information for doesn't mean that your claims are necessarily correct. Okay? Whether you realize it or not, that's how people got into the globe claims in the first place. So, for example, it's geometrically accurate that if there's an object in between another object and you, and it's in the path of the straight rays of light, then that would mean you couldn't see the object. And so to infer that there's an object in between point A and point B, such as the curve of the Earth, that wouldn't be an unreasonable inference. You could actually even infer it was an alien spaceship, but you'd have to prove it. All kinds of people making claims about geometry when all they have is the optical information, right? It's the whole problem. Now, the real problem is that the claims that he made has geometric consequence. And I told him before, go ahead and start drawing out these points that you're claiming and see what you come up with. Vaxwax, you want to be unmuted? Well, I can't unmute you. It's not how it works. Somebody told me I couldn't do it. They said, give AI perms in the politics server to mute people, but never be able to unmute them.
Yeah, that's weird. I'll mute him again. Oh, no, apparently. Oh, yeah, weird.
Oh, thank you, Jedi. I appreciate it.
You're all right.
So, in other words, if I'm at if the star is 90 degrees over my head, does that mean I'm at the GP of the star?
No.
All right. No. Okay. Well, you guys have a good night. AI, you fag.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, well, now we got to ban your dumbass, you dumbass. all that I painstakingly went through and said, just because something appears to be in a physical location doesn't necessarily mean it is. He's claiming that it is. That means he's claiming true positions and orientations in free space reality. Or you could call it 3D space reality, or you could call it Cartesian reality. I mean, whatever you want to call it. He made those claims. So this is the claim he just made, Jedi. He claimed that the actual physical star is directly above your GP location, 90 degrees from the base leg to another observer who's witnessing the star at a certain elevation angle. And then you have the vertical leg, which intersects the star. You then have the hypotenuse leg, which intersects the star. And you have the base leg, which is a known distance. That means you've triangulated the position of the star in space.
Yeah.
Then he said, you can't triangulate a star.
Yeah.
It's a moron.
I know. I know.
But we love him. He's kind of like, the teddy bear when you were a kid that had beans inside and you took a hammer to it to try to see the beans come out because it was fun. And then you felt sorry for it afterwards. And so you tried to put the beans back in, but you realized the thing was torn a million pieces. So you had to borrow duct tape from your dad to put it back together and then give it a hug. Here's your hug, Vaxwax. Hug.
Thanks for the hug, AI. Dude, I don't have malice towards you guys for real.
Hey, Vaxwax, stop talking. Okay, you're not allowed to say those words in the server. So we're supposed to be banning your ass right now. No, the F word that you like to leave with because you're too much of a coward to actually defend your position. So I'm going to have to ban you for 2 days. So say your final words before I have to execute it. On second thought, go run back to FED and tell him that I said the star isn't directly above your head and completely butcher what I actually said and get a bunch of morons to agree with your dumb ass and then make a whole bunch of jump to conclusions, even though technically they agree with me, because there's no way possible they could know where the star actually is in physical space, because nobody ever has validated the locations of the stars relative to the Earth. So even though they fully understand what I'm going to say, they're going to side with you because they're all too dumb and have a bloodlust against me because you're all a bunch of morons. Yeah, how about that, Vaxwax? You like that? Morons like you, who have no idea what they're talking about. And I don't mean you don't know some of the things you're talking about, but the summation of all of it, you don't know the claims you're making. You're claiming to know the actual physical locations of the stars. Okay? You're doing the exact same things the Globers did. Okay? And you're going down a line of reasoning. If you're doing that, that's going to have consequences you're not going to appreciate. But rather than understand what I'm saying and heed my warnings, you're just going to keep going down it and be dumb. But whatever. Fine, do it. Go for it.
It's got to be banned for 2 days anyway, so maybe you can think about it.
Yeah, so you'll have to execute the command, because if I execute it, it'll be permanent.
Okay, cool.
Like, what is even going on, dude? It's like, so what you're saying, AI, is that, AI, let me get this straight, AI, let me get this straight, AI. What you're saying is, you have never been to a star, and so you actually don't know its location in free space relative to the observer on the Earth. Is that what you're trying to say? How dare you? How dare you not know where the star is based on your presuppositions and assumptions from the ground, having never been to the star? How dare you? That's what he basically was saying.
Yeah. Can't believe he contradicted himself and didn't see the contradiction. I was more amazed with that.
Get a free pass. Guys like him get a free pass because they're told, and in some ways, let's just say for sake of argument that it's correct, that if you're measuring the base leg to be flat, then it's flat, and that misapprehensions about what's going on in the sky are sort of irrelevant, maybe, but not if you're making explicit claims about it like he was. Then they become very relevant.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, why don't you know what? We could all just move to home base, and then Vaxvac could talk to us.
I guess so.
If we wanted to, and nobody else is talking. Vaxwax, we're gonna ban you from politics for 2 days for saying the F slur word against me, which you're not allowed to say. It doesn't matter who you say it against. So that's your big warning there. So if you want to talk to us, you got to go over to 24/7. All right, Jedi, if you wouldn't mind putting the ban command on Mr. Vax there. Hopefully you heard us.
Shit, miles away. What's the command again? I'll do it now.
Politics /ban.
Just /ban Vaxwax, yeah.
Should allow you to pick it from a menu or something.
Been scanning the Discord for 6 months with my AI. You guys want to see all the fallacies I have on record?
Huh? Yeah, hello. Yeah, hello. Hated.
Oh Jesus, I will post you.
Okay. Okay, well, I can tell you first off that whenever things been sent in side chat, these the Earth is a heliocentric. It's not a perfect sphere. It's heliocentric. So
Yeah, it's not perfect
polar
sphere.
radius
It's
and an equatorial radius.
It's 0.1 on the equator. It's always perfect sphere from the space. It's a sphere. Okay.
No, it's not. It's heliocentric.
No, that's not what
Yeah, the
heliocentric
deviation
means.
north south is about 12 kilometers. It's fucking
Heliocentric means sun-centered.
Oh no, yeah.
Heliocentric is
Blade sphere.
sun-centered.
Sorry, no, I had a blade sphere. It's in a blade sphere.
Heliocentric is sun-centered, and if you're saying it's an oblate spheroid, have you got a measurement of it being an oblate spheroid?
Have I got a measurement of it being an oblate spheroid?
Yeah, has this been measured?
The radius of the Earth. Yeah.
Okay, how? That's a very specific claim, dude. That's from the center of the Earth to the exterior, right?
I'm gonna stick to what I said before. I don't want to get into this bullshit because what I said before was that if I did do this,
Let me now. I asked you before. Are you scared of geometry? You said no. Now I
I'm
see.
not scared of shit.
Yes, you are, man. Yes, you are. Because
Yes, you are, man. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
You said that. You said. I will repeat what you said. You said flat Earth is misinformation, and I told you it's not the misinformation. It's about geometry. Let's look into that. Are you scared?
My point
You don't want to. Your point is that you're scared of geometry.
What exactly has this wisdom? How has it actually improved your life in any way?
Well, I know that the Earth isn't a ball, so I know truth instead of a lie.
It's just us versus them mentality, isn't it?
No, it's measured to be flat. It's just I know that piece of knowledge. I know that now.
How has it enriched your life?
I've spoken to lots of good people.
So the way that it's enriched your life is that you spend your time in a 24/7 flat Earth visit.
No, that's you building upon me just saying I've spent time with good people.
Well, I'm trying to understand. I'm not even trying to strawman there. You spent your time with good people.
You're trying to. You're asking me how the flat Earth has enriched my life.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, I know. You're trying to ask me how the flat Earth has enriched my life. One of those things is it's led me to speak to a lot of interesting, intelligent people, such as yourself, right? The internet's a fantastic thing. We use it primarily for communication, information exchange. I do it otherwise than just this, but it's led me to do this. It's led me to discover subjects that I wouldn't have come across otherwise.
Cool.
How dare you, Dylan? How dare he think he can think like that? Can you imagine?
But I think that the exact same thing could be said. Someone could say the exact same thing about what I was saying before with the Republican Democrat bullshit.
Yeah, but let's go to the geometry. Let's go to the geometry. It's not about you are choosing now. I will choose this geometry or I will choose that geometry. No, geometry is one. There is no Democrats and liberals in geometry.
Well, I mean, the equivalent of my point was that
you're making a false equivalence, man. You're making a false equivalence.
I don't think it is a false equivalence.
It is
the exact same thing.
Oh, fucking hell. Political sides, man. These are social constructs, right?
I mean, this entire thing in the flat Earth movement.
There might be objective issues in there, but generally these are identity-based subjects.
But you're speaking that
we're talking about the Earth, a tangible fucking object. Opinion about it. You don't have to look for consensus regarding it.
I'm trying to say that, like, this whole thing, the whole point of it, it's just polarization. You see what I'm saying?
It's not. We're not looking to polarize. The Globers look to polarize because they don't want you investigating. You talked about Jehovah Witnesses having this script ready to speak to you with. That's Globers. They have fancy sounding bullshit that they've spoke into billions of people's ears, and they fucking believe it about the globe. We're the opposite to that. We're going to tell you stuff, then we're going to tell you to go and verify it for yourself. The last thing to do is believe us. We don't want you to blindly believe in the globe like a religious zealot, and then fucking coming over here and doing the same thing with us. We don't want you to blindly believe.
Do you not think that equivalency is fair? That saying that this is a similar thing.
No.
No.
No, because politics is like discussing your fucking favorite flavor of something. Everybody's got their own favorite flavor. We're talking about something that's tangible, that's irrelevant of anybody's opinion on it. It's not to a globe just because you want to believe it's a globe. It is what it is.
Well, I mean, people have made it an opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If this was an objective fact, this was an objective fact.
It is, though. That's the point. So we shouldn't really be debating on objective truth. It's objective because you can go and demonstrate this for yourself. When we all measure the surface of the Earth, primarily water, it's horizontal on the surface.
Yeah, but that's relative to the Earth's
surface.
Yeah.
What do you mean curve? No, horizontal is a straight line from left to right, dude. No, it's a horizontal line. Would you like to see the measurements? Would you like to do them yourself to show it's an empirical truth?
What I'm trying to say is, you believe emphatically this is the truth.
No requirement for belief here, but I'll go along with what you're saying. There's no requirement for belief here.
There is a requirement. I mean, okay, you're going to say there is no requirement for belief, but if I talk to a Christian apologist, they would say the exact same thing.
No, a measurement is a measurement, right? There's no need to believe it. If I make the claim that I'm 6 foot tall, the standard required to demonstrate that truth will be a system of measurement. We could then measure my claim true or not. It's a demonstrable truth, dude.
God. I mean, if we really wanted to go down this route, we could do the whole... Like, if I really had an interest in talking about this specific... Like, the actual specifics of whether it was, okay, is it flat or is it a sphere? Then I suppose the thing that I would talk about would be something like, whether why the stars turn a certain direction on the North Pole and different direction on the South Pole. But obviously,
why do things in the sky do this?
I'm not doing it.
Here and there? Why do things in the sky, not the surface of the Earth, do this or that?
Yeah, why do things in the sky?
Yeah, I get you. Right, it's good that you bring this up, right? Because when we understand that the Earth is flat, we go on to then ask other questions. Some of those questions, like the things in the sky and why they move in certain directions, we can't necessarily answer. Not empirically, anyway. No, not empirically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Look, what I'm trying to say is,
our claim isn't about those things that we can't access. Our claim is about the thing we can access. That's the Earth that we're standing on.
Okay,
when we measure that,
my point, which it is about geometry, but my point is just completely irrelevant because
to the surface of the Earth, yeah.
So that's what I mean. It's like some requirement for belief bullshit because
it's like you're going to complain that you're not getting answers in a minute. I swear.
Well, I'm not getting answers. You can't explain why the stars go.
You're the only apologist.
I actually asked that question to multiple flat
If you stop to speak, he will tell you. If you stop to speak, he will tell you. He started, but you are interrupting him.
Okay, tell me. I've had a range of answers from different flat earthers.
Changing the topic from the Earth to something that's not the Earth, because you don't want to talk about the Earth.
No, because I know that I know the script. I know the scripts. I know it.
Okay, well, let's abort the script and tell why you think you see different rotations based on your location where you're standing.
Why do I think that you see different? So the sky turning clockwise in one way, counterclockwise the other.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, do it without invoking a script, like a globe script.
Yeah, let's go, because you think we're
if you
like there's
stand on
something
the top
here.
of a sphere and the sphere is rotating,
Yep.
Oh, that's a
then
script.
that makes geometrical sense.
Yeah,
Okay,
stop
so
using a
How's that
script.
script?
Okay, no problem. Can you show a rotating sphere? Where's that at in your reality?
I guess I could pull one up on Blender. But
That's Blender.
yeah.
No, how about here on Earth?
Blender's 3D animation software.
What are you getting to demonstrate a curved rotating Earth?
From a Blender script.
That's a fact.
Not a Blender script. I'm just you asked me to demonstrate it. I want to demonstrate it.
Yeah.
You want to do it without a script.
Not a cartoon. We asked for it in reality.
Yeah, so what you're
Yeah, I
doing
know,
here is you're
but-
saying on a ball Earth, you would see
so-
X. You see
Okay,
X,
what do you want to
therefore
do instead?
ball
Get
Earth.
like a get a basketball and stick a
Not
little man on
basketball.
top of the basketball and
is
turn
the
it around.
sphere.
Like
Yeah, that's basketball. Do
I'm
that
just
with
trying
the
to.
air now.
Okay, let's get. I'm just saying. let's
Right,
get a
that's
sphere.
great.
That's
So you
all I'm
made your
doing.
claim. So your claim involves a surface that's curving and also rotation, right?
Yeah, that's part
what
of
in
the
reality. Find that.
Where's that at?
Can I have permission to share my screen? I don't know. I can't share my screen
No,
on
we're
that.
too full. It'd be less than 25 people to do that.
The assumption that you are
we understand that
that you are throwing there. I'm sorry.
But
go ahead.
you understand that when a ball rotates,
yes,
the top and bottom would
we
turn in
understand.
different.
Yes,
like,
100%. We understand the geometry that you're going to invoke. We're just going to ask you to measure it. That's all.
So you're just going to change the subject. You're going to say,
No,
"Oh
it's
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
be-
yeah."
it's
Don't
gonna
you
be
make
verifying
sense?
your claim because you invoke the geometry.
My whole point that I was trying to get to was that no, seriously, the whole point was that it's just bullshit.
What your story that you can't verify because every time we ask you to verify that the surface is actually curving on the
Because
Earth,
it's the
you
same
start
script every
crying
single time.
about
You're going to say, "How do you measure the surface of? How do you measure the radius?" Oh, you
Well,
don't
we're
know how to
asking
measure the
for
radius.
you
You
to
can't give me a
don't wanna
specific way.
By your claim.
Excuse me. Are you here to listen and understand? Is
Am
that
I
why
here
you
to
ask
listen? No,
questions?
this, as in, sorry, am I here to get coerced into your belief? No.
No, you asking questions. I'm trying to answer them.
So then answer my question: How can the Earth? How can the stars turn one way on the North Pole, the opposite on the South?
Okay, within your story, there's a ball involved, isn't there? The surface of the Earth. It must be curving for your explanation to be true, right? So we're not changing the subject. We're getting to the crux of it. To prove this story to be true, you're going to have to measure the surface of the Earth to show that you are actually standing on a ball.
Jedi, you said you were going to answer my question, and you didn't answer my question. So I don't know what to tell you.
Hard done by. Do you want to ask your question again?
I don't know. Should I ask it again? I don't know when I'm going to get an answer.
If you want.
I mean, I'll tell you. I've actually had this question. I've asked it to a few flat earthers. I've got a range of different answers. Some of them have said it switches direction halfway through, and we just haven't recorded it. I've had some people who've said, like, that's
Nobody has
obvious bullshit.
fucking said that.
Wait, this is a problem because
someone did say that to me.
You
I can
just
tell you the guy
debunked
who said it to
you
me.
just debunked your globe.
Yeah, well,
because you
fucking
said this
TikTok.
question has no answer on the flat Earth, and you've been given multiple answers.
I haven't been, and what I'm trying to say is those answers are bullshit. Anyone
And you adjudicated the answers as bullshit.
knows that this guy doesn't
You
change
are in a
direction halfway through the night.
Dude, you are in a deep-seated logical break with reality. You said you've got a question that can't be answered. It is answered by multiple
it isn't.
people.
Answer
so
it
it's not
then.
answered then. Which
No,
one is
because
it?
the answer-
Has it been answered or hasn't been answered?
Okay, when I said that I have had multiple answers, quote unquote,
Which are answers or not
what I meant
answers?
was,
You
they weren't
contradicted.
answers.
You're in it. So an answer is an answer, or an answer
What are you
is
trying
not
to
an
say?
answer.
No, what are you trying to say? What I said was I had multiple.
deep-seated
Maybe the correct word is response. Maybe the correct word is response.
So you've got responses. Okay, good.
I got responses. Okay,
Which aren't
It's
answers.
just we're arguing
but
about
then you
semantics. here.
adjudicate the response as an answer, which is a bullshit answer. You are in a deep-seated
Do you want me to tell you what the
break
response
with
was?
reality.
Do you
It
want me to
doesn't
tell you what the
matter.
response was?
What we're trying to adjudicate, we're trying to problem solve what you did.
The guy I was talking to, it was on this exact VC.
Yes,
he said
we have to make. This is what we're doing right now. We have to.
The sky changes rotation halfway
How
through the night.
did you
That's what he
adjudicate
said.
answers as non-answers, and why are you asking questions that you think have no answer?
I'll tell you the response. And you can tell me what you think of it. How about that?
It doesn't matter what the response was. It doesn't matter.
You have to expect different responses because you are asking about something different than the surface of the Earth. So people, if
you said you were going to be able to answer this question.
Yeah, I was told in the Globe server that if I ask a question of a globalist and they just make random animal sounds, that's enough answer for me. That's enough answer you deserve as a flat earther. So let's do that.
What are we talking about animal sounds for?
Because if you go to a Globe server and ask them exactly the same question, how come the stars all rotate east to west?
They don't.
They'll tell you, they'll make random animal sounds like chickens and goats and stuff. They'll make monkey sounds. And then
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the Globe VC or whatever.
But you're invoking people. What you're doing here is like, there's no one here giving you those answers, but you're talking about them anyway.
I haven't been able to get an answer from you guys.
Okay, so no answer.
Huh?
We've just been going around for 5 minutes. Not getting an answer. He's going to get upset
I don't
anyway.
need to give you a fucking answer, Farms.
Now you're back to no answer again. Which one is it? Have you been given an answer?
Sorry. Just to be clear, I'm not listening to the evidence and I'm not listening to the answers. You can't give me an answer and you don't need to give me an answer. Got it. Makes sense.
So frustrating.
No, we don't. We don't. We just observe a phenomena. Okay, there's a phenomena taking place.
Yeah, and the phenomena I observe is that in the South Pole, the stars turn one way,
and then you go,
and the
okay,
North
this
Pole,
phenomenon is happening.
the stars turn the other way.
Yeah, we know.
And you can't explain it.
Yeah,
and then you say that you can explain it by changing the subject.
What do you mean explain it? All we're going to do is describe what we observe.
Which means you're going to change the subject.
No, we're just going to describe what we observe.
Okay, well, what we observe is the stars change direction.
Explain it either.
Apparently, what we observe is the stars change direction. When you're in the South Pole, the stars turn one way, and they turn the other way on the North Pole.
Hello? They don't change direction. There's two poles, right? The northern circumpolar stars rotate one way. The southern circumpolar stars rotate another way. However, all stars and the sun and moon rise in the east and set in the west. That's how east and west are defined, right? So we're just going to point out what we observe. You go to this location, we'll say the north, they appear to do this. If you go to another location, we call this location the south, where there's another rotation of axis, they will do this. That's all we observe above a measured horizontal plane.
So, no. What you're saying is that when you go to a different place on the plane, all of a sudden the stars just switch direction.
North and south. You've just pointed out north and south.
It's just a case of north and south. North and south doesn't matter when we're talking about clockwise and anti-clockwise.
It does if that's the centre of your rotation, like on the clock. That's going to be the point that you're either going to derive it's going to go one way or another around. The northern celestial pole is an area in the sky where the northern celestial stars
So just to be clear, Jedi, you look at a clock, you can't tell if it's going clockwise or anti-clockwise until you know what left and right is, or east and west.
You seem to be forgetting there's more than one clock, but we'll get to that in a minute. I'm just trying to describe what we observe, and why you're interrupting me, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to help your misunderstanding.
People never interrupt on this VC.
Yeah, but I'm trying to help you understand.
You're trying to help me understand.
Yes.
I don't think you are.
Yeah, well, sorry.
You just want to have an argument.
Do you think my intentions are nefarious? Just trying to help you understand by clarifying with you, so me and you can reach an agreement about what we actually observe.
Well, I told you what I thought your intentions were going to be. I told you that ages ago. I think this whole thing is just us versus them mentality.
How many celestial rotations are there?
How many celestial rotations are there?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with the stars?
Well, the stars, that's celestial. The rotations, that's what we're talking about. That movement. Are you playing dumb? I fucking hope so, dude.
I don't know how many celestial rotations there are.
This is what we're talking about. In the north, they rotate this way, so one celestial rotation around a northern celestial pole. In the south, there's another celestial rotation. They go this way around the southern celestial pole. 2 celestial rotations. One is clockwise, one is counterclockwise. The fuck?
Oh, sorry, what?
It's literally your own story that I'm trying to reach an agreement with.
You're trying to, okay, sorry, this is my story.
Confused about it?
No, sorry, this is my story.
Yes.
My story.
What we're observing. You're asking how this is possible. I'm trying to reach an agreement about what we actually observe.
Well, what you were saying 15 minutes ago was it wasn't possible to explain it. That you don't need to have an explanation.
At the moment, I'm just describing what we observe.
Okay, so what we observe is when you go, according to your model.
No, what we observe in the sky.
What we observe in the sky is when you go to one place. We're not going to even make any assertions about whether that's a plane or a sphere because it's just an observation.
Yeah, what's the place we're going to go to?
You look up in the sky, and what do you see?
Sorry, what's the place? Where are we?
We're in the North Pole.
In the North Pole or under the North Pole?
We're on the North Pole. We're on the North Pole.
So we're underneath the northern celestial point of rotation.
Yes.
Okay, and you point out towards the horizon, and they go from left to right. This will be clockwise, east to west.
What does that have to do with? No, what does that have to do with the rotation? We're not talking about
looking at the stars move.
We're talking about clockwise. That doesn't require you to know what east and west are.
All right, somebody else can talk to him. He's tried my patience enough. I'm going to end up swearing.
Just like you standing and you're stretching your hands parallel to your body, and you make a rotation with your hand but in the same direction. In the same direction. You look at your right hand, you turn them forward, you make a circle forward with your both hands.
Oh, wait, sorry. Start this conversation. Sorry, start this explanation from the start. Okay. So
It's already kind of messed up, I agree.
Yeah, we need to... Sorry, start...
Listen, put yourself under the celestial equator with north in front of you and south behind you, okay? Stars rise to your right.
There aren't any stars rising. We're talking about the stars rotating.
Put yourself... All right, I think you're having a really hard time with this, so...
I am, because these explanations just...
Beneath the celestial... The stars rise to your right, which is the east, and set to your left, which is the west.
Okay.
Okay, now turn around and face the other direction. Stars rise to the east, which is your left, and set to the west, which is your right.
Oh yeah, that's great. Apart from the fact that they're rotating.
Yeah,
you're on the equator.
That's perfectly fine.
We're on the North Pole.
Yeah.
So it's not just
my friend's
on the
talking about
east.
being underneath the celestial equator. No wonder he wasn't following. Didn't notice the subtle change, did you? Because you're not listening, are you?
I said it two times.
Why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about the equator?
Just trying to help you understand.
Okay, well, I'm trying to understand the North Pole and the South Pole, so I don't see why the equator.
I know.
When you are on North Pole.
Oh God, here we go.
He's giving an example. I am on North Pole. Or plus, like this. Why you are asking this question?
Why am I asking?
Let's say that.
Because you guys
let's say
are
that people.
pressuring me to make some sort of
let's say that.
what Sporadic tried to explain to you, he already sent it in the side chat.
There's so much bullshit here. What am I looking at?
So the
okay.
The pictures that were sent 50 minutes after the hour. Both you see stars move in the same direction.
Okay, so you have two discs going in opposite directions. Sorry, am I looking at
two
this
discs?
This GIF? Yeah, the
discs.
Still rotating.
No, they're not even technically rotations, but we can simplify it and go with that.
Two.
So there's two different discs which are rotating in opposite directions. Is that the claim?
Just pointing out what we're observing at the moment.
No, we're not talking about observations. We're talking about how to explain.
You said discs, dude. You said discs. At the moment, we're just trying to get you to understand in there's two.
No, I'm not. Okay, hold on. Sorry, Jedi. I'm not trying to understand the observation. I understand the observation. Okay, I'm trying to. I thought this was an explanation of the observation, and so when I said two discs rotating, I was looking at this stupid GIF of two discs rotating with a picture of a little man looking at it.
Stars move, dude.
The stars move. No, they don't. The Earth moves.
Oh, okay. You've got a measurement of that Earth being a sphere that moves.
Going to go back to the.
Yes, because that's going to be a demonstration and verification of the claim. Otherwise, it's just a story.
Not just a story, but it will be a fallacy. You are begging the question that the Earth is a sphere and rotating. You're begging the question in your explanation that the Earth is a sphere and rotating. Both are just assumed things that you are putting in your argument.
It doesn't matter. I mean, I was just correcting you there.
If someone calls you on that, someone calls you on those things, just listen. If someone calls you on those things, he's not following a script. It's a logical person that is calling a logical fallacy that you are making.
No, I was making a correction.
It's not a correction when you are begging the question in your correction by saying that
whether the stars move or the Earth moves isn't necessary to understand this.
It is necessary.
Because what we're talking about is an observation where when you're on one place, on this flat plane, you see the stars going one way, and you see them going the other way, and you're in a different place. So how's that possible? Now, what I've been sent is that actually...
Oh my God, you've literally got the picture of it there, and you're asking, why when I stand under this, are they doing this?
So is this...
And why when I stand under that, are they doing that?
Stop pretending like we're trying to understand the observations or whatever bullshit you're saying. So you have an explanation for this now, is that right? Because you didn't before.
Yeah, the stars move.
The explanation.
The stars move.
The explanation is, okay, they move. So how do they move in a way that when you're in one place, they're rotating one way, and they're rotating another way in another place?
No, they move one direction, east to west.
Just two?
No, they move clockwise and counterclockwise.
No,
if you're on the North Pole...
East to west, they move east to west. Always. Always east. They start east, and they go west.
No, they go clockwise and counterclockwise.
No, they go east, they rise in the east, and set in the west.
No, we're talking about if you're on the North Pole, they don't just go east to west.
It's always east to west.
They go around the sort of center of rotation. If you're on smack bang in the middle of the North Pole, they're not just going east to west, are they?
Yes, they're going east to
always
west.
Going east to west.
No, always, they're not. Yeah. I can. No, they aren't.
It's where we get north, south, east, and west from these things in the sky.
Okay, let's touch up night sky time lapse North Pole.
Okay, how about this? Imagine yourself standing right at the North Pole. You're looking.
That's what I'm imagining. That's what I'm imagining.
Okay, you got to pay attention.
I do apologise.
Okay,
right?
Go ahead.
And I'll hand it right back to you. But we're talking about North and south, and you're asking why east and west are relevant when we're talking about that direction of movement relative to north and south.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm talking about north and south. North and south doesn't really matter because essentially it's a location. Yeah, a location on your flat disk. So
no,
that's a straw man fallacy. It's another thing.
Sorry, Cret, I do apologise.
No, is the North Pole a location? Let's start with that question.
Directly underneath the celestial north.
Well, on your flat Earth map, the North Pole's in the center, right, and the South Pole surrounds the. Okay, no, it doesn't. So it doesn't. So what is it then?
So its centre, I wouldn't know the dimensions of the Earth to say that this one celestial pole was the centre. Notice I said
so if I search up flat Earth map and it shows the North Pole in the centre, what do you have to say about that?
How many celestial poles are there?
2.
Right, okay. So why are you saying that? I'm going to say that the North one is the centre one.
Because that's what it says on your flat Earth map.
No, see, not my flat Earth map.
Oh, so you have a different one. You have a different one to the server profile picture.
No, I don't have a different one. I just don't have that one.
So what's your one then? Where's the
don't have one. I just don't have that one.
So there is no map. This is another bullshit claim that you guys have.
No, it's not bullshit.
There's a flat Earth map.
Genuinely don't have one. It's not bullshit.
So then why is there a flat Earth map, Jedi? Why is it the server profile?
All maps are flat.
All maps are flat, yes. That's the next level analysis that is, isn't it?
Was that like the stark realisation why you giggled there, or are you just going to maintain this?
All maps are flat. So if we're projecting a flat plane onto a flat map, it's going to be accurate because it's a flat plane projected on a flat map. So you can make a map of a flat plane. Do you understand that?
Okay. That's upon me to go and do so, is it?
Well, no, because if I search up what flat Earth map is, it shows the North Pole in the centre and the South Pole surrounding the outside.
Okay, try to explain this to you. 1, that's a straw man. 2, that's a globe map. 3, it has a muffled projection.
So, sorry, okay, hold on a second. This is a globe map of a flat Earth.
No, this is a globe map projected out from one north central point where the south is the radius. It's flattened out from the north and squashed out around the south.
Okay.
It's just a way of projecting your sphere from one place or another. You can do it from any location.
Okay, so this is not the real map. This isn't it. Okay. So if that isn't it, if this isn't it, hold on. No. If this isn't it,
don't have one, dude.
So you don't have one, but you set it as the server. So if I go on the official Flat Earth Discord server, this is the icon.
Are you going to confuse art with reality now? Is that what's going to happen?
Well, I'm just confused why you would set the icon as a fake map. Wouldn't that confuse people?
Dude, I don't really care. We're trying to answer your questions about what fucking North and South are.
Well, you said that apparently you don't have a map.
Yeah,
so if that's the case, why would you set it as the server icon? Because this map is used everywhere.
It's just artwork, and you seem to be getting triggered by artwork. You seem to be forming the fallacy of reification. You know what reification is, right?
Okay, but you do agree that it is possible to. You do agree, right, that it is possible to create a map of the flat Earth.
All maps are flat, dude. But again, is it upon me to go and make one?
Okay, so I'm not saying that you have to go and make one, but do I believe that not a single human being in the 10 billion people, well, not 10 billion, it's 8 billion, isn't it? 8 billion people on this Earth. 8 billion people on this Earth, not a single one of them have managed to create an accurate map. All of them are false, and all the maps that we're following are bullshit.
What do you mean bullshit?
No, I don't believe that. Obviously, that's not true, is it?
They follow coordinate systems.
No, okay. If you bought an, I live in the UK, all right. So if I buy an ordnance survey map right now, and I followed that map is going to be accurate. Yes, it is.
To what degree of accuracy?
To what degree of accuracy? To the streets, to the hills. It's a very accurate map, actually.
To the inch, to the foot. Maps of scales, dude. What the fuck?
Okay, hold on. I can pull one out right now. If you really want me to, I can pull one out. I can show you what the scale is.
Okay,
Hold on, let me go get one. Let me go get one. Seriously, I'll go and get one. I've got one right in this room.
Okay, off you go.
Can you pull out any map you've actually verified?
Nope.
A coordinate system.
I have one. I have one. Okay, so this one is This is a 1 to 50,000 scale. So each inch on this map is 50,000 inches in real life. Otherwise, I assume you know that already. And this map is accurate. I have used this map. So I mean, this one is just.
What map, bro?
This is a map of Chester. I don't live anywhere near Chester, by the way.
You're just holding a map in your hands right now?
Yeah, I'm holding a map in my hands right now, and it's a 1 to 50,000 scale. And I have used this map back when I was in Chester, and it worked. So, how does that work? How does that happen? Someone managed to make a map. How did they do it?
It's a pragmatism. Many different maps, mate, that work.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So it's possible to make a map. We've established it's possible to make maps.
Yeah, how do you make maps, dude? How do you perform?
We're not going to talk about. We don't need to establish how to make a map.
Yeah,
because we established it's possible to make one. I don't give a shit how you make a map. I'm not a cartographer.
You're asking us to make one.
I'm not asking you to make one, but I'm saying your assertion that there's not a single map of the globe, not the globe, the flat Earth. There isn't a single one in the 8 billion people we have. Not a single one of them attempted to do it. I don't think so.
There's not a globe, but you don't have any idea how the map that you're holding was made anyway in the first place. As you just said, you're not a cartographer. You don't have a clue, right? But there's one thing you don't have, right? And that's evidence of Earth curvature. We have empirical evidence that there's no Earth curvature.
Try and change the subject. Try and change the subject.
Dude, you're very arrogant for someone who doesn't know anything about anything that he's been talking about this entire conversation. Right?
That's quite the assertion. I don't know anything about anything.
Okay. You know the least about both topics, flat or globe, out of every single person in this whole room. And you just keep giggling like an arrogant douchebag, man. It's really annoying.
Oh,
but you don't really actually know anything. You're just an egotistical guy.
No, but do you not see this claim that we don't have a map? It's bullshit.
You don't have a map. You don't have an accurate map either that you validated, right? And the maps that you will be presenting are based off the celestial sphere. Right, not the actual.
Oh well, look at this one. This one even has like extra ones that go outside of the South Pole. Look at that.
Well, you don't know anything about how it was made or anything like that.
Let's see.
Do you guys believe in any of this rubbish? Do you guys believe in like Thoth and Libris?
What are you talking about?
Gemini? I mean, okay, no, because
we can't see what you have in your hands.
Sorry. Does anyone here believe in like stuff that goes outside of the South Pole?
It's stuck on a map again.
Yeah, okay, dude.
No, because apparently we can't make one.
Yeah, dial it back to like your idea.
Are you taking a map that uses the South Pole as a ring around the known continents? I bet you are. I bet you are now, again, strawmanning us using a map that uses the South Pole as a ring around continents.
Yeah, I am. Because that's the one that's on your server profile. It's on the server icon. Is that map.
So are you claiming that your globe is a flat disk? Because that's the projection made as the other projections from the sky, and it's a globe map. It's not a flat Earth map. That one is a globe map. That's the one that United Nations use as in their flag. So, are you claiming that your globe have a centered pole in the center, which is the north, and the south is a ring around the continents? Because that's a globe map. That's not a flat Earth one. It's in your flag. He dipped up or what?
He's there. crazy to be so arrogant when he obviously doesn't know anything about any of the things he's talking about. Right? He was. I don't even want to get into it. But look,
yeah, I think I have a method. I think I have a method that will help him like get out of it, like unlock his thinking here. But he's got to be engaging, and he doesn't seem to really want to engage in the topic. He just wants to preach.
I think he came and told us all exactly that he is unwilling to have his mind changed on any of this. So
wait, sorry. Hi.
He already described how he regards us. He thinks we're just, repetitive, scripted, preaching, fucking Jehovah Witness.
He thought that we claimed a disc in base, right? He clearly doesn't know anything about this topic if he's saying silly things like that.
Scripted.
Are you guys joking yourselves off? Oh.
Just listen. If you knew that it is scripted, why you bring out a map with the ring around the continents, and you were surprised that someone is telling you that no, we don't use maps. So why that discussion were out of the script?
Look, guys, there are literally people in this server with the map that you say is not true. So, like, make up your mind.
When did they claim it's a flat Earth map? Who claimed
so they just have it because it looks nice.
No.
It's the globe map. Do you claim that
Hold on, Necros. We can't have like 10 people all trying to talk at the same time. It's been happening for the last hour. Right, so not one person in this channel has claimed that a particular map is the flat Earth. Right, you're the only one that keeps trying to. I have no idea. You could ask them why they have that, right? But they're not going to tell you that that's the official flat Earth map or anything like that. Now you came in here thinking that you
why do you have it as your profile picture?
Who?
Obvious it be. Look, obvious it be.
I have a map.
You have a projection, the globe projection, which is apparently false.
Fucking thinking is you look at what I have on my profile picture and you think that's a map.
Yes, no, I mean, I look at it, it looks to me...
a graphical representation of a conception. It's not a fucking map.
Oh, okay, so it's a graphical representation. But that's not a map. That is nowhere near that. That is not what reality is like at all. Right. That doesn't represent reality.
It's a concept that
you knee-jerk to thinking what I've...
If I may, I think I want to try to help him out here.
That's who you're engaging with. You're a fool, basically.
Yeah, so you're at your North Pole. Okay, I want to stay inside your worldview. Okay, don't worry about flat Earth. Don't worry about anything else. Okay, this is your conceptual idea of your globe. Check or hold. Are you there or not?
You're saying that... Sorry, just go.
Okay, only use your own worldview. Don't invoke anything else. Just your globe. Don't worry about a flat earther. Don't worry about a graphic representation. Don't worry about people's profile pictures. Just use your own worldview here.
Okay, you guys
are you there?
Claiming,
are you inside? No one else.
No, sorry. Because we're talking about your claims. This is all about flat Earth, isn't it?
Okay, I'm trying to help you out here, okay? Stand inside your worldview. Everything else is outside of that. Black box, okay? Take your worldview with you inside it and black box that.
Okay, I get it. So I'm in my worldview.
Hold on, are you there? Let me know, are you there yet? Are you able to
Yes, I am there.
Okay.
Right, God.
So now you're at the North Pole. Are you still there? You're teleported yourself to the North Pole.
Yes, I'm at the North Pole in my worldview. Okay.
Which way is south?
Which way is south? Are we talking about the South Pole would be directly below me, but south is like, I suppose it depends on where east and west is, doesn't it?
Okay, so you're at the north. You're standing directly at the North Pole. If you take one step forward, is that going south?
It depends on which. You're not telling me which direction it's going.
No, this is your worldview now. Okay, inside your worldview. Don't worry about anything else.
If I take one step forward, am I going south?
Yes. Are you going south or not south?
Depends which way I'm going.
Okay, you're directly at the North Pole. You can't.
But this has nothing to do with maps. Again, you're trying to change the subject. I don't think I can let you do it.
Don't worry about me. This is your worldview. Inside your worldview, you're directly north. You can't go any further.
You're trying to change the subjects.
Don't worry
You're
about
trying
me.
to change the subject.
Don't worry about me. You are inside your own worldview. That's it. You and your worldview. You are magically at the North Pole. You can't go any further north. You take one step more. Which direction are you going? He glitched out. That blue screened him.
I think he did.
Sure,
yeah, he blue screened.
Sure, he did. He was thinking about an east and west, while he is directly in the north.
Yeah, that was great.
You don't have any east and west, because east and west are circles around the north, but you are standing at north, no east and west. Any direction that you will face, that's the answer that Crit is trying to get from you.
Well, not really trying to get an answer out of him. I'm just seeing if he can even articulate what his worldview consists of in directions.
Yeah,
he really can't.
I agree, man. Like people who believe in the globe, they don't even understand like conceptually what their world is. Like just conceptually, it's not hard.
Yeah, they really don't.
Oh, why are you a flat earther? Oh, because I was a globe earther and I looked into the globe and I actually learned about the globe. Like actually learned about it. And it didn't make any sense. That's why I'm a flat earther. And the water's flat.
Yeah, this is why DJ's saying that this guy is the dumbest dude here. Because anyone here can visualize themselves in the globe model and tell you, if you're standing directly at north, every direction is south.
That has nothing to do with the
They would be able to do that, but this guy can't. This guy can't do that because he doesn't know anything about his own worldview.
It has nothing to do with the map or the stars you're trying to change.
Don't worry about that. This is your worldview.
I don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, all you need to worry about right now, just one thing. You, inside your own
listen to me.
worldview.
All right. I want you to imagine I'm staring you in the face right now. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
Can I take a stab at it, Crit? Can I take a stab at it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me try one thing. Okay.
No, please. Can you answer this question for me? Sorry, who's talking here?
I'm a flat earther, okay?
No.
Now I'm no longer a
Can we
flat
stop with this guy? Can we go on more tangents with this fucking guy? He's either going to provide his measurements, his verification of any of his claims, or he can take a fucking hike. He's at an hour plus now. And he's just dancing around.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just want 5 seconds with him. That's all.
Barnes, are you just conceding that you have no way to verify the surface is
Are you conceding your profile picture's bullshit?
Without deferring to maps or the stars? You're basically conceding.
Are you conceding that you won't talk about the radius with me?
Hey, Farms, I'll put a flat Earth map in the side chat for you.
Oh, you put a flat Earth map in the side chat?
Yep. I tagged you in it.
That's great, actually. Okay, so where's the North Pole on this map?
Polaris.
Polaris.
Yeah.
Because for me, this looks like a map of the night sky, no?
Yeah. How'd you figure that out?
Because it's a map of the night sky.
Okay.
This isn't a map of the Earth, yeah?
That's how maps are done. Maps are done by taking elevation angles to the stars. That's a flat Earth map.
If you translate it to the floor, you can have Mercator map. You can have that.
If you can show me a map with the North Pole and the South Pole on it, then that would be really cool.
There's many projections. You can choose one.
There's not many projections of a flat plane on a flat map. That's one projection.
All maps, all the projections are flat. Even the projection that you use to travel in that country, that you said earlier, that map is flat.
Yeah, but the curvature, when we're using maps that are localized to a small area, the curvature doesn't make a big difference. That's why you can.
That's what.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, let's just move on. We got many people have said we're done with this. This is that's
ludicrous.
He can't articulate flat Earth. He can't articulate globe Earth. He asks questions he thinks has no answer. It's over. I don't know what more you can get from this.
Yeah, he's just choosing stupidity at this point.
This is at the very beginning when he came in here hours ago, I talked about people weaponizing their ignorance and using different tools. And then he goes on to exactly demonstrate the point I was making. All those 2 hours ago. It's been quite some time.
It's silly. It's he's got no efficacy. He's got nothing.
All right, so let's move on. What's the next topic? Who's got a question?
Mr. Pfister sounds like he has a question since you wanted to jump in.
No, I'm just saying that's just retarded, what you're saying.
What?
You know what I mean? Because now you're saying that there's no scalar properties to the Earth all of a sudden. But really,
no.
In reality,
there is scale. Water at rest at all scales is flat. Minus very, very small scales where there's surface tension, but
no.
You can put water in a cup, it's flat. Water in a bathtub, it's flat. Water in a pool, it's flat.
That's why it's called a surface.
Pond, it's flat.
That's why it's called a surface.
The surface. That's why we say that the surface of the Earth is flat, because the majority of the surface is just covered by water. So we talk about the surface. Well, I'm not talking about the bottom
this is what you could do. Go to the Queen's Museum in New York. It's a website. They got a full model of New York, the whole thing, all 5 boroughs. They got airplanes taking off and landing. They've got the sunset, rise and set of the sun. They constructed this because they wanted to see how noise and wind is affected from buildings, how sunlight can bounce off buildings and maybe blind people who are driving around. So that's a full-scale model and map of New York that you could just say, hey, where's the scale here? It's a miniature is New York, full New York City. So I would say, how big is New York in terms of cities? Is it small or is that big?
I bet that they didn't scale the 8 inches per mile squared.
Oh, that's not in there. The whole thing's flat. It's a whole floor of the Queen's Museum.
I've seen a early 1800s painting, right? Somebody, or not a painting, but a sketch, right? Like a surveyor was doing a sketch of the city of Philadelphia, and the whole thing was fucking flat.
Yeah, but these things have been done. They asked, how much did it cost to construct this model of New York? Millions of dollars. So you're coming here and you're like, hey, flat earthers, where's your full map or model of Earth? Do you realize what an endeavor that would be? How many man hours it would take to construct some type of model or map accurate enough to answer all your questions?
On top of that, you got to have surveyors and cartographers that are the best in their field, so they're going to charge a premium as well for their expertise.
Yeah, so let's go to the ones that already exist. Here is the Queen's Museum. I mean, I don't know. I'm just guessing. New York is probably pretty up there, if not the largest city in the world. A contender, definitely a contender. And you have the full city mapped out.
You want a better one? Just carve the river floors in those rivers that you see there. So they are just 2D. So you can carve those rivers and that lake in distance and add water, and it will be checkmate for the globe because they won't be able to replicate that on a curved surface at all. Yeah, the water will lay level like it does in reality. So if those rivers are a little bit tilted for in the topography, yeah, it will flow following those rivers.
Hey, I want to go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I was just going to say real quick, I just want to make a correlation, not that this is a causation, but I want to at least address the correlation. The larger the degenerate, the harder you fight the flat earth. It's just a thing that I've noticed. The more degenerate the person, the more they're going to fight the idea that the earth could be flat, and they're not even going to look into it. They're just
that's because I know I got a good theory on that too, and that generally has to do because they realize they're the bottom of society, like they are just disgusting. You know, they'll gag a maggot, you know, when they die. So they don't like that. They don't like that they see society vehemently reject all these things that they're into. But rather than just say, hey, I need to do better and be a better person, they invent another group of people who are even lower than them that they can punch down at to feel better about themselves.
Starting from my own experience, the more you love or you like those ideas about the globe and the modernity of that idea of the globe and the modern science, the more you love those things, the stronger will be your cognitive dissonance, because it will be just a strong belief that you have because you love that idea. The belief will be stronger than someone who doesn't love that idea, who doesn't care. So the belief will be stronger, and your cognitive dissonance will be stronger too. So the reaction will be harder. So it will be more triggered, and that's what I had.
They thought they were an accident in the corner of the universe. There's no way that any of this is created just by happenstance, and that gives them the right to live however they want, regardless of consequence. And then if that's not the case, they've got some splaining to do.
Like, it takes the average person fucking years to even make minute changes to flaws in their thinking. They come up.
It took me a month.
A flyer,
but
and they get
you're cutting off. Is it me or him?
You know, this immense change. Of course,
is it me or him breaking?
Yeah, they get aggressive in responding to it.
It's him. His mic is breaking up.
Nobody likes change.
For me personally, it took me a month, but in reality, during that month, it was a real struggle. There was nights that I didn't sleep. I couldn't sleep, so it was full research all the time, every time during a month, complete month.
Well, I mean, yeah, for flat Earth, maybe it took you a month, but like, he's right on some things. Like, for 5 years, I kept telling myself, I need to quit smoking. I need to quit smoking. I need to quit smoking. And I would tell myself every day. And every time I bought a new pack, I'd be halfway through the pack, and I would look at the pack. This is my last pack. And you know, I was stretching my packs out about 1 pack a week until one day I finally quit. But it took me 5 years to make that little subtle change. Just go with the decision. So not everybody jumps on board in the first month. For me, flat Earth went pretty quick. When I looked into it, someone had suggested it to me about 6 months prior to me looking into it, and I thought it was stupid, but not worth arguing and losing a friend over. And then 6 months later, he brought it to my attention again. I'm like, all right, dude, explain this to me. And when he did, I looked into it for about 2 weeks, and I could feel things starting to change, knowing that all I was doing was trying to find another flat earther who had, was intelligent enough to articulate why they think they're flat. And I couldn't find anybody, dude. Like every time I searched flat earth, it was how to debunk the flat earth. And it wasn't even science papers. It was just like magazine articles and news articles.
Yeah, my problem was a little bit bigger because of the language barrier. I'm an Arab, so there was so much little content about flat earth, so I couldn't find any help. Even when I researched the topic in French, because I also speak French, I couldn't find anything interesting. It was the moment that I tried to research flat earth, because the beginning was to debunk flat earth, and I tried to research for the globe earth proofs. It's that moment when I tried to research the proofs, and I had already in my mind what is the meaning of proofs and what is my standard of evidence about the proofs that I want to find. So I couldn't find any real evidence. All the evidences that I could find wasn't part of my standard. So imagery, videos, data that is from something that is unverified, like the data from satellites or those things, and testimonies. So I couldn't have anything to defend the idea of the globe. So I started questioning myself, why do I believe in the idea of the globe? Why I'm a globe earther?
Well, and I was the same way. My standard of evidence was, well, I was like, balls deep, pun intended, in learning about the globe when I was 10 years old. So if a 10-year-old couldn't do a science experiment to demonstrate the curvature of the earth or the measurement or whatever the case may be, and I'm not saying that it couldn't be a complicated thing, but the instructions should be so explicit that there's no mistake about it, and that if a 10-year-old put in the work, they could literally see it from start to finish. I've seen 10-year-olds cook meals. I've seen 10-year-olds, build just about anything. Like, if a 10-year-old can do something like that, why couldn't 10-year-old, prove the curve of the earth or prove motion or what have you? Like, that should just be a thing there.
I don't think convincing Globers is an issue of evidence. I think it's their severe lack of understanding about just the tendencies of humanity to deceive. Just the day-to-day of authority structure.
You're roboting out again, obvious. Sorry.
And what they do and how they can get
just have to
away with things.
They have just to find their own.
They're fucking
standard
they're
of
the most
evidence.
naive, gullible fools, man. I'm sorry.
They just have to question themselves about their standard of evidence and try to verify if anything that is saying that the Earth is a globe follows their standard of evidence. They will find that it's not, and they can question themselves again why they believe that the Earth is a globe, and can they verify the surface to be that globe that is claimed?
And and even so, looking back, I'm like, why would they teach it at such a young age? Well, it's obvious that they teach it at such a young age, because at such a young age, you're always told to listen to your teacher. And so you don't ask questions at that age. If they had taught what they taught us when we were 8 years old, if they taught us that in our senior years of high school, we would be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
And I can't forget that moment when I asked why people in Australia don't fall from the globe Earth, when they showed us the globe in the class, that globe decoration. So the teacher answer was that it is because of gravity, and I swear it was real. It happened to me, and I can't forget that moment. I took that answer as being a fact. So every bit of information around gravity, so the answer of the teacher wasn't more than because of gravity. So it was that. I didn't ask for more explanation. What is gravity? And the teacher told me that mass attract mass or other things. No. So starting from that word that the teacher told me, every bit of information that I got after that was like something factual about the thing that is already that I already know. So just like a bonus of information about the thing that I already know, which is gravity. For me, it was like something already acquired. I know why things fall, why we are attached to the ground.
Yeah, I remember the thing that I asked that when the teacher explained it to me, I looked at her a little sideways. They're teaching the Earth was a globe, and I said, it doesn't look round. Oh, that's because it's too big for you to see the curve. And that always stuck in my head. And I just remember always going outside and flying and doing other things. I'm like, wow, it really is that big, because I really don't see any curve. And it's amazing, dude.
My answer to the guy who told me about flat Earth, he brought the subject about planes, and that you don't pitch down the nose of your plane to follow the curvature of the Earth. So instantly, my answer was because of gravity. It's gravity taking care of that, because gravity is attracting the plane to the surface, so it won't let it leave the surface or just continue going horizontally till it goes to the outer space. So the gravity will continuously attract down and the plane, make it follow the curvature. It was something that I brought up from my ass. In reality.
Yeah, I mean, I got the same answers too. I remember getting them as a kid and as I was growing up. And, once I heard that gravity or Earth is a ball because of gravity, and because of gravity, or because of Earth's a ball, it has gravity. Once I heard that circular reasoning, it was real easy to let go of the word gravity.
I didn't realize the moment when I was talking to the guy, because of my cognitive dissonance, I couldn't realize anything that he was telling me, and or even the answers that I was bringing to the table. Everything, I think everything was like brought up from my non-consciousness and made more to full ideas in my consciousness, and I thrown that to him during the moment, just to defend the idea of the globe, the belief that I had. And I think that it's the same thing that's happening to everyone. I can't also forget a guy who told me literally, he said it to me like that, word by word, but in Arabic. It was in Arabic, and I will say it in English. He told me that he have an antivirus in his head against all those suspicious ideas. One of them is the Earth being flat. I left the guy like 2 or 3 weeks. After that, he came and he hugged me like a brother who was in a different country or in war and came back, and he hugged you like he loves you as a brother. So he hugged me and told me in my ear that I helped him open his eyes. I haven't done anything. He did everything by himself. When he was talking to me, he told me the reality. He told me that he have cognitive dissonance. He said that, in other words, he got an antivirus against all those suspicious ideas. So any idea that is challenging his beliefs, he got an antivirus that is against that. Literally, he gave me the symptoms of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing before. I remember talking to a guy on Twitter, X, and I forget how we got to that ideology or that concept, but we were talking about cognitive dissonance, and we were trying to just get him to like place himself in another person's shoes or place himself in another environment. And his response was, I can't do that. My indoctrination won't allow me to do that. Literally said that. I'm like, oh my God, dude.
Yeah. Again, we have a living example. And I don't like if some flat earthers don't hate that guy. It's Matthew Learns. I can't hate him because he is so honest. The guy is telling you that he have a deep love and belief about the idea of the globe. Doesn't matter for him if every space agency now come and tell us that the Earth isn't a globe, that they lied to us, that the Earth is flat. It won't change anything for him. I can tell you that because he told me that. So I respect him more than any other glober. I don't even try to debate him. And whenever he is trying to jump in to just start a debate or argue about something concerning Earth, I stop him there.
I don't respect him, honestly, and that's because I've seen him when he's not in these flat earth rooms. Not seen him, but I've heard him. And he mocks flat earth. He thinks it's the stupidest thing ever.
He will. He will.
I don't have respect for him. He don't have respect for us. He comes in here because he's hoping to find somebody that he can slide into their DMs, and when they're starting to slip away from the globe, he can bring them back. That's the only reason why he's here. He's here to run interference.
Yeah, I can agree with you, and I admit that he can do that. He can make. I know that he, if he is in other channels now and speaking to other globers, he will make fun of flat earthers because in his mind he is the correct one. He got that deep love and blind belief about the Earth to be a globe. Doesn't matter for him, whatever you present to him, he will find anything to explain that, to explain it for the favor of the globe.
He's a deceiver. Why you try to paint it differently? He's an obvious deceiver. Why you trying to paint it like a rainbow or something?
Because it's what he told me, literally, it's what he said, that he got that deep belief about the globe, and nothing will change that idea, even if any space agency, all space agencies and scientists together come and tell us that the Earth, they were wrong, the Earth is not a globe. He will keep believing in that because it's
He's
just
a deceiver. Of course, he's gonna tell you that.
maybe.
Maybe, obviously.
No, his dream is to get somebody from Flat Earth to switch back to the globe. That's his whole dream. He doesn't care about, like, you know, oh, the Earth is a globe. No, he wants you to come back to the globe. He's a deceiver. He's a deceiver, man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fair way of putting it too, deceiver.
Yeah, he had the chance.
He's a snake. He's a literal snake.
But he's already conceded it's a belief multiple times, countless times. So he is openly pushing his beliefs on others.
I missed it. Who are you guys talking about?
Matthew Learn.
Because Necros is trying to paint him like a rainbow good guy that just believe is a globe. And Necro trusts him. That's why he doesn't debate him.
Yeah, well, sliding into people's DMs is shady.
When he's an obvious deceiver.
We talked about that for a long time in Politics and Religions when we had the channel there. So we had the chance to
Are you trying to sell Matthew in here like he's some type of savior of the globe or something, dude?
Oh no. I'm
So
just
what the fuck are you doing?
I'm just showing you another type of people who suffers the same exact thing. The blind belief that they had about that globe. So Matthew Learn is another type. Doesn't need to suffer any cognitive dissonance. He won't be triggered at all. He's always that chill guy. But he just have that deep belief.
Not always.
Nothing will just shake it.
I've seen him get mad. I've seen him get mad here in the server. But I'll say this also. He still, to this day, cannot steal me on the Flat Earth. I can steal me on the globe all day long. Like, if I can find someone to steal me on the Flat Earth from the globe, I will literally, like, walk down the globe and never mention Flat Earth. Like, I will say all the things that supposedly prove the globe and steal me on the globe as if I was a glober. But I need somebody to steal me on the Flat Earth.
But you were. I'm sorry. That's the reason why we all can steal man. The globe claim. Every claim about the globe, we can steal man it very easily because we were. Globers believe in the same thing. So it's hard for others to steal man our idea because it's hard for them to put themselves in our flesh or in our mind and to see how we see that idea of flat earth. Flat surface, you don't assume anything, you don't need to assume anything about sky, about dome, no dome, limit, no limit, edge, no edge.
They can't even they can't even talk about measurement of a flat surface, right? I say, hey, how do you level a floor? Like they just can't go through it. The idea of like measuring anything flat makes them, in their mind, they think that they're conceding to the Earth being flat. I've talked to more honest globe earthers than Matthew, and they don't even try to push their belief on you, right? They're more interested in learning about why the Earth is flat than they are about teaching the Earth being a globe.
And there is so many ways to explain how you can level a surface or establish a level plane where you can build. You can imagine many ones that you can put in reality. Like, for example, you create a pond. The surface that you want to level, like you create, make a hole, like a giant dip on it, and you start pouring water, and you use a piece of wood or iron, and you take the measurement that you want to establish the thickness with, and you start living with that surface of water. You put that test, that measuring thing that you used, the piece of wood or the piece of iron, you dip it in the water and you see if the surface is exactly that, with the bottom, with the floor of that pond. And you keep carving that floor till every part of that floor is leveled with that surface of the pond above it, the water, the body of water that is covering it. So if it is, for example, 5 centimeter thickness of that body of water in every part of that pond, yeah, there you are sure that it is leveled.
But Necros, I just want you to know, man. So when the devil comes to you, he's not going to come to you with red body and horns and a pitchfork and being all angry and like trying to beat you into submission. He's going to come to you in a very beautiful, soft, loving, endearing voice, and he's just going to try to build trust up just enough to where you'll listen to him instead of your own self, or to God or the Holy Spirit, whatever that may be. Like he's just trying to get you to follow him instead of the path that you're supposed to be on.
I completely agree with you. I understand that.
So just be careful, man. If I could find the videos of Matthew Learns saying the things that, and it's not like he was just being like it wasn't like he was just talking about us for the sake of talking about us and disagreeing with us and things like that. Like it was a flat out attack and insult, and it was not the Matthew Learns that I experience when I have a voice to voice conversation with.
Yeah.
He was in some other environment. I don't know where it was, but I want to say he was teaching a class. That's what I really want to say he was doing. He was teaching a class, and it was disgusting.
I agree. I completely agree with you. I swear, I completely agree with you. He have the chance to do that in other places where I'm not. But when I'm in any channel with him, we won't do that at all, because I will stop him first moment. He will think about trying to argue globe against flat earth. He doesn't have the chance to do that. We are not arguing beliefs. Sorry. You have anything tangible to put on the table so we can talk about it. Beliefs, yeah, you can go with that.
If anything, he's a good tool to teach Glovers why the globe is wrong. I mean, did you see what I caught him in the other day? When he was in messages while another conversation was going on in the live stream, and so we were in the chat room, that little chat, the bubble, and I mentioned I was talking to somebody else and said, who has ever measured the curve of the earth? Because they mentioned something about it's been measured or something like that. So who has ever measured the curve of the earth? And he said, well, and he responds, Eratosthenes did. I said, oh, okay, Matthew. And I'm not even gonna lie, like I just I'd never thought of this before, but I didn't think the answer was going to go the way it did. And when it did, it made the most sense because he was being honest. I said, did Eratosthenes assume parallel light rays from an infinite sun? And he goes, yes. And I said, how big is an infinite sun from your point of view, from your perspective? And he goes, it would be invisible. And I was not expecting that answer, but he's absolutely right, because that would mean the sun is moving away so far that it would be imperceptible.
That's funny because he has told me that Aristophanes didn't measure the curvature; he just calculated the circumference, which is not the. I mean, he's a double speaker, a deceiver. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Thank you, Jamesy. That's the one that I wanted to call. I would call him dishonest at that moment because it's not the first time we talk about Eratosthenes, and it's not a measurement. It was a calculation, and variables in the calculation. Many variables were assumed, like that the Earth is a sphere, and the parallel rays coming from the sun. If you want to add the distance to the sun that is infinitely far away, yeah, you can add that as a third assumption. So variables were assumed, so it was just a calculation, and you can't say that it is a measurement, or even present it as a measurement when you ask that question. That's dishonest in reality.
Oh yeah, no, a calculation is not a measurement. A calculation is a calculation. But in order to even come close to having the calculation be correct, you have to have at least one measurement.
Yeah, at least one measurement, but in Eratosthenes example, the measurement itself is based on a false assumption that the shadow is created by parallel rays.
Right.
So the measurement itself is false. So that angle measurement, normally the thing that you want to call a measurement, which is that angle that he gathered from the sticks and the shadow, the length of the shadow, the angle itself is based on a line that is falsely assumed, which is a line caused by parallel rays coming from the sun, adjacent to the surface.
And like, just to indulge the assumption, right? Not that we need to go too far into it, but if he's assuming parallel rays and the Earth is flat, there would be no shadows anywhere, because parallel rays would be everywhere and everything would be lit up all at the same time. So, like, he had to make some assumptions. He had to assume the Earth is a ball. He had to assume parallel rays, and he had to assume the location of the sun, because he had to assume a light source. He had to assume more than that, but that's the big thing.
He could assume divergent rays coming from a light source, and the 90-degree ray that is adjacent to the horizontal surface, it will be at the GP of the sun at noon. This will be that stick that doesn't have any shadow. And the other ray that is divergent from the center, it will go to that other stick and create a shadow that will give you an angle. And assume also that the surface is flat. Not assume, but go with what you observe in reality. It could be, following Occam's razor, be better, because least of assumptions. You are not assuming that the surface is curved. You are going with what you observing. So it's not assumption. Flat surface.
Yeah. But we don't have to go too far into the weeds on that. I just wanted to, okay, if you make this assumption, then obviously these other things would be going on if you're assuming this. But we got a spry panel, don't we? I don't think I've ever talked to Gold Reaper. How you doing, Gold Reaper? And Daniel. What's up, Archie?
Hello.
What's up, man? What's up, Blood Sticker? Just going around saying hi to the people that I don't know in the room. Hi to everybody that I do know in the room. Love you guys.
I feel like there's got to be some better conspiracy to sort of put your attention to at the moment, rather than like believing the Earth is flat. Right?
Conspiracy.
It's not a conspiracy.
The horizon is not a conspiracy.
A theory which is followed by a group of people.
You're already wrong. You're already wrong.
Oh my god, you're unique. Like what?
You have a belief.
Archie, the surface of the Earth we walk on every day is a conspiracy.
It being flat is.
No, the surface is not a conspiracy. Is that clear?
But the surface being round or flat.
When you walk outside your front door, you open your door, that's reality. You can see the surface you walk on every day. Clearly. It's not a conspiracy.
Conspiracy or belief. It's one of the two.
The horizon is not a
regardless of that, no one actually answered my original question. Whether or not it's a conspiracy or not is irrelevant. What is the point of paying so much attention to something which is kind of futile, because you're not getting out of the Earth? Like, there's no point like thinking about it. Like, how about, you know, you shift your attention to like a genocide in Palestine, or like the fail of the West, rather than
directly connected.
I'm not paying attention to it anymore now that I know it's flat, right? Like, it's okay. I can move on.
Why are you in a flat Earth Discord channel?
Because I'm here giving information to people that don't have it and letting them do with it what they will.
Well, I mean, fair enough. I respect that.
We're here to create this place so that you can ask these questions.
We just care about knowledge.
If we're not here, when you search flat Earth online, you're just going to find how to debunk flat Earth. You're not going to find actual flat Earthers to have a conversation.
It's just like, I remember I haven't been in this this channel for like a year, but the last time I did, I remember explaining to someone about like shadow zones and P and S waves in the, well, you're gonna deny there being a core probably, but like seismologists can like see like gaps of certain waves when there's earthquakes. And it kind of suggests that there would be like a solid core to the Earth. What does anyone think about that? Because I just remember the last time I suggested it to a bunch of flat earthers.
They don't travel all the way through the ball Earth that you call.
Yeah, and
well, then why are there shadows on them?
The mainstream people are not claiming that the core of the Earth is solid either.
Oh, they're not?
Oh no,
It's molten iron and nickel, which is odd because nickel doesn't have a magnetic property, and iron loses its magnetic property at the Curie point.
You still didn't answer my question.
Yeah, P and S waves don't go all the way through the Earth. P and S waves are waves, primary wave and the secondary wave.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. But
yeah,
that doesn't explain the existence of shadow zones. Like, why can you record P waves from one side of the Earth? I mean, you're gonna just say no because, like, oh well, you're assuming the Earth.
They travel across the surface of the Earth through water, man. What's hard about that?
They travel through water. So
it propagates through water.
But I think you'll find that if you go in a straight line, you're not just going to find water, are you? Well, you find some, but you're not going to, like, be swimming the whole time, are you?
No, but they don't travel in a straight line. They hit other surfaces, and then because of those surfaces, things slow down or reflect back. I don't really think you understand what's going on, man. You're just using this because you think this proves the ball Earth.
I'm not. I'm just trying to get you to like disprove it. You haven't said anything
I
about.
don't need to disprove it. You need to prove it. You have the positive claim, dude.
I don't need to prove it. I'm asking you what you think about it because they exist. Can't deny that.
Primary waves and secondary waves exist.
No, not primary and secondary waves. Shadow zones.
All right, walk me through what a shadow zone is.
I will. I mean, I'm not terribly educated in.
So then, why are you talking about it?
Because I have free will.
Gotcha. You just want to hear yourself talk?
No, I just thought I'd come and talk to a bunch of random people when I'm bored.
So, can we call that an argument from ignorance?
You can say that, yeah. Whatever you would like. I'm just surprised. I'm not surprised, actually. I thought there'd be more people in here, more globetards. Are there any globetards in here? Any?
I consider myself a globetard, but they're going to mute me if I start speaking.
As long as you don't speak over other people and behave in a rude way, you should be okay.
I didn't even speak over other people. I started speaking when there was a pause with that farms guy, and someone immediately muted me.
Sometimes there's latency and lag, and a bit of confusion happens occasionally. Discord. Disheartening. Anyway, you're unmuted now and you're free to speak, so.
Well, the thing with the map, before, if we want to speak about that, you can only get those star paths to make sense in the gift that somebody gave on like a Mercator map. Like it would only make sense with reference to like a Mercator layout, even if you don't know the exact configurations of the continents on this Mercator layout. You would have to say, well, there's like a universal north and there's a universal south, right? So it wouldn't matter on the reference point. You'd either be north, south, east, or west, depending on which direction you go. So that directly contradicts an AE map. But then you'll also use the AE map to talk about directions and like where you're going with reference to the poles. So you can't have both. The one directly contradicts the other.
Maps are cartography cartoons. It's a cartoon made based off of observations of water and dirt.
If it's a cartoon, if it's just a cartoon, how am I using a cartoon to get exactly where I need to go? Like, is the fact it's a cartoon reflected of the surface you live on, like down to the meter in some maps?
It's a coordinate system. Just imagine it like a pirate map. They won't draw any surface on anything. They will put for you 5 feet forward, 2 feet to the right. You'll find a tree. 3 feet to the forward, you'll find the mountain. Go below the gate. So a coordinate system that were taken from the sky.
You know, when you are at a big shopping center and you're wondering where's the bathroom or the restrooms are, right? And you see this sign that says restrooms this way, right? That doesn't mean that that sign that is pointing out to where the restrooms are the shape of the shopping mall, is it?
No, because it's not a map.
Okay, so the map is not the terrain. And the sign for the restroom is not the whole complex.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
But the map, you can draw it, or the sign, you can draw it however you like to.
Yeah,
You're navigating across the terrain. You're using references points, and there's a landmark here, and if you go so far, you're gonna find another landmark, and you go step by step by step, and you reach your destination.
Okay. Why is one map
just like in the shopping mall?
Right. Okay. Why is one map more accurate than another?
The only accurate map are local maps. Maps on large scales don't work.
What do you mean they don't work?
They're distorted.
They still work though.
Even when people are navigating ships, they go through a map and they take the corridor in that map. When they reach the edge of that map, they get out another local map and go through the corridor that they're tasked with going through. And when they reach the end of that corridor in that map, then they go and open another map. And that's how they navigate when they're out of sea. That's how flights everything's over.
Why do you think they do that?
Because everything on large scales is distorted.
Right. Why does it end up distorted on a large scale?
The navigation to that grid system will be the same, like the real example that we have. So Google Map compared to Google Earth. Google Map uses Mercator's projection. So Greenland is the same size as Africa. And places, the countries are not at their places, the sizes are not the correct sizes, compared to Google Earth, which uses Peter's projection. So both are different. Right. The navigation system function the same in both if you use the GPS on one or on the other.
Google Maps also uses a cylinder map.
Does Google Earth?
You're flat earther talking about GPS.
Google Maps also uses a cylinder map. It doesn't use a globe.
Does Google Earth distort the distances?
Does it distort the distances? Yeah, if you try to draw a circle around Antarctica, it won't let you do it.
What? Okay, so
if you pay close attention to it as you zoom in and out of Google Earth, you'll notice that it does indeed change the distances. You should check it out yourself.
And Google Maps too. Do you think that Greenland is the same size as Africa? Africa's 13 times bigger.
Yeah, because he's trying to force it on a flat surface, and it doesn't work. So you can't get distortions.
When you put it on a flat surface without changing purposely the size of the countries of the third world compared to the first world, it will be Peter's projection, the one that you should use, because Peter's projection just keep the land masses as they are.
So I'll put a picture in the chat. That what I'm saying is all of them are distorted. You can't find a non-distorted flat map.
You can't find an undistorted globe Earth.
Yeah, you can Google Earth.
Bro, Google Earth, you go to locations that are not that you find them in reality. You don't find them in the Google Earth.
It's really quaint that you think that Google Earth is accurate. It's kind of cute. I feel sad for you, though. You honestly believe that and you won't look. We just told you have Google. Go Google it yourself. Go look. But you're going to hold on to that belief because the cog diss. It's that hard.
What are you asking me to look up?
And Google Map is
Google that you're claiming to be perfect. You're claiming it to be accurate, but you're not listening to us when we're telling you straight up that it is not. But go ahead.
Right.
Keep on.
Why is it not accurate? Why is it not accurate?
I didn't make it. None of us here made it. Go ask Google.
Why you made the claim? Why is it not accurate?
It's an observation that you can go check for yourself, and I'm not going to do for you.
What?
I'm telling you that
So
it's inaccurate.
I need to make your argument for you.
No, I'm telling you that here is data you can go investigate for yourself, and you're being a stubborn hardhead about it. You won't go look, and then you're trying to go,
I look at Google Earth all the time.
Haven't you ever put in an address and it take you to the wrong location? Like, it's just inaccurate, brother.
No, I've never had that happen to me, actually.
Also, millions of locations on Earth, and it occasionally confuses two. And you're saying, right, well, we can dismiss Google Earth. What is this argument? Are you an Amazon employee or something who just rejects it on that basis?
To be honest, I just think we all have bigger things to worry about, to be honest.
I didn't tell you to dismiss.
Oh my God.
I didn't tell you to dismiss Google Map or Google Earth. They are both presenting different projections. One is Peter projection, the other is Mercator projection. The navigation works the same in both because you are navigating on the grid, not on the map.
Yep. And Archie, you're completely wrong. If the foundation is built inaccurately, then the whole house is going to be screwed. We're talking about the
whole
foundation.
house is screwed anyway.
It
It would be screwed if it was a fucking triangle.
the foundation's broken. That's why.
I need you to point out how Google Earth doesn't work.
We just told you. I can't help it that you're hard-headed. Like, you gotta.
It's unemployed. It's unemployed. It doesn't work.
It confuses addresses sometimes.
It's about
That's you saying it doesn't work.
It adjusts as you zoom in and out. It automatically adjusts. If you pay attention to the distance markers and the measurements that are on there, you'll notice it. It's not hiding it. It straight up shows you.
Wait, so how do you... Can I ask a question? To the flat earthers. So, you know when you zoom out of Google Earth and you can see, like, everything, you can see fields and houses and stuff, is that just like an illustration?
So what about that really weird circle in Antarctica that nobody can explain? And all the lines
probably some like
right there at the South Pole.
Think about it.
Google Earth right now, and then zoom all the way in and look at
I'm not denying that.
Hold on, bro.
Governments have got
and then
stuff
zoom all the way out. When you zoom out, it goes from a more realistic view, which they use CGI to paint it on now. But a more realistic view, the farther out you go, the more painted it looks.
But how did they get those photos is what I'm asking. How did they get a photo of
Cameras.
Satellite planes.
Cameras where? Cameras where?
All right.
They got drones. You've never seen a Google drone?
What, drones everywhere? Every square meter of the Earth has been photographed by drones. Well, not every square meter, but most.
There were multiple.
So your house, my house, Cosmic Sun Problem's house.
Look at the history of Google. If you look at the history of Google Maps and how they did it, you'll know. It's actually really interesting. You should look in it for yourself.
I do know.
A lot of people volunteered to help make it. Stop talking to me. A lot of people volunteered to help make it. If you look at the history, it's actually really freaking cool. Stop making claims about stuff you don't know anything about.
I didn't make any claims.
Let me throw this punchline. Even if you zoom, even if you zoom all the way on both maps, Google Map, Google Earth, and add to those maps Apple one, the Apple map, only the dry surface that is pictured from the sky. The oceans are drawn. The oceans are just drawn away. It's not a real ocean, so you can lay out the surfaces however you want on the drawing that you made, so the oceans are not real. Look at them. Zoom all the way. Other thing, not all the surfaces, the dry surfaces, are pictures from the sky. There is places that are just pixelized places, images that they put it there. Like, for example, you can test all those maps. Go all the way to North Greenland. Why you can't see North Greenland when you zoom in compared to other places? And I can show you other places.
Tell me where I'm zooming in. Tell me where I'm zooming in.
North Greenland. and zoom in.
Yeah.
Do you see those pixels? Compare it to the rest of the landmass of Greenland and the rest of the land masses in the other continents. So those are just pixelized drawings that they put there to make for you Greenland visible from the sky, so you can see the shape of it.
Why would it not be? Why would it not just be Greenland at a certain resolution?
The north part, it's compared to the others, it's the same. Just listen. Try to listen. It's the same in every other company. So Google Map compared to Google Earth compared to Apple One. So they all have that problem in Greenland, North Greenland. There is many other problems, like for example, the oceans. They are not real. The only part real on the oceans is like near 5 kilometers away from the coast. When you zoom at the coast, that's the only ocean that you see. It's just 5 kilometers. It's just the coast. It's just the beach. They show you the beach. The rest is just drawing. So it means that I can lay out those continents, those pictures from the sky any way I want. I can draw them on a dinosaur and plug on that dinosaur. The grid system it will work like it works already in those different projections.
You could draw. You could project the map Google Earth uses onto a T-Rex, and it would work without distorting it. You're saying you could project
in a grid system, and the grid system will always work.
No. I said without distortions. I said without distortions.
So let me ask you this: since we've been in imagination land for about 20 minutes now, can we go out in reality and measure the curve of the Earth?
But you can on Google Earth.
You can.
I mean, guys, you guys are all gonna call me liars, but like, I personally have seen the curvature of the Earth with my own 2 eyes.
Where did you see it?
On top of the Matterhorn in Switzerland.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my God.
What?
I would trust an astrophysicist before I trusted you.
Yeah, but you wouldn't trust me, the average Joe, who saw the curvature. No.
You can't see the curvature from the altitude of commercial flight, let alone a higher altitude like the Kármán line. Have you ever seen the Red Bull Edge of Space jump? Felix Baumgartner didn't see curvature either, and he went way higher than you did.
Archie, I've got a better one. I went up once. It was like a high altitude sort of plane journey with. It was like this pilot. I forget what the plane's called. It's like the very high altitude one,
like a U2 or something.
I saw. No, I forget what it was, and I saw the Earth, and it was a giant pizza. And the pilot pointed a gun at me, pointed a handgun right at my head, and said,
"And I'm about to mute you."
Nah, let him talk. I was liking that.
Yeah, screw that.
He was just violent.
You don't, and according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, you don't see curvature at the height of the ISS either.
No.
Have you been to the ISS? No, you didn't see curvature.
So let me tell you something. It's just the second time during my entire experience with people, globe earthers, talking about globe Earth. The second time someone told me that they saw the curvature of the Earth from the top of a mountain. Do you understand that we consider the people who claim that they saw the curvature from the window of a plane, we consider that claim to be stupid already. So for someone who claims that he saw the curvature of the Earth from the top of a mountain, so we could consider that it was because of the windows of that plane when people claim that they saw that curvature. So we can assume that it's just because of the structure of the window. But when you tell me that you saw the curvature from the top of a mountain, that's you having a mental issue. Literally, that's no joke. If you're not trolling, that's literally a mental issue. You have to have a check on. your Earth will be not bigger than a city or the smallest country like Libya or something like that.
I think Libya is actually kind of a big country, actually.
Yeah, the question earlier.
Hold on a minute. Can you unmute Cosmic? Because this is just a dictatorship at this point.
Yeah, quiet down. The question before was. Yeah, quiet down. Quiet down.
The mods in here are fucking awful.
Yeah, so are you. So the question was, how do we know how do we know that Google Earth is not correct? Well, it's displaying a globe. That's how we know it's incorrect. That was a simple answer. I mean, you could go into it and be long in the tooth, but the short of it is, it's displaying a globe, and it's not identified as a globe. So that's the first problem. How are you going to overcome that? That should have been just like the real quick kind of like somebody says, what's wrong with Google Earth? It's displaying a globe. It's not identified as that. Unless you say that it is, show us the evidence. Is that kind of sum it up there?
Yeah, point taken, man.
Yeah, pretty easy, right?
Kind of like
what's wrong with Google Earth? What's wrong with it? It's displaying a globe. Is it a globe?
Yeah, kind of like when they invoke gravity. They're like, okay, does gravity make the Earth a ball? Yeah. Okay,
but the question that they were asking, what's wrong with Google Earth? That's what they were asking. And it was about Antarctica and the size of continents. I was like, dude, it's so simple. It's displaying a projection of the Earth being a oblate spheroid or a sphere. That's number one. That needs to be dealt with. It's not identified as that.
I got you.
And, see what they say after that. I'm pretty much, when I start talking, the roaches scatter, so no one's going to speak after that.
Well, when I muted him so you could talk, he split immediately.
Yeah, figured.
Couldn't handle it. Moderation, this server sucks. Aww.
So, right, I was going to say, the thing about Google Earth is it's accurate, right?
No, that's not the problem. That's not the problem. The problem is it's identifying a projection as a globe, and it's not identified as that. So you don't experience this in any way. You can't identify the Earth as a globe. So that's the number one thing you have to contend with. And you have to rectify that before you go to any other place that you want to talk about, any other point. So how can it be identified as a globe, Cosmic?
Because it matches my reality, like distances.
Yeah, how? No, distances. Hold on a minute. Distances are not the factor of a sphere. They're not the constituent parts of what make a sphere a sphere. So it's not radius, diameter, circumference you're detailing. You're just going from here to there. So we want to know what makes it a sphere, identified as such when you experience your physical world.
Yeah, because they all comply in reference to each other.
Yeah, complying in rations to each other is not an answer to how I know that the surface consequent is such that it's a curved surface. So you're just ambiguous. You need to be specific. How do we know? How do we know the Earth is identifying? No, the modus ponens. I'm asking you something simple, right? It's a form of logic, right? So if I'm telling you, if you identify the Earth as a globe, tell me how it's identified as such. Don't give me, well, I walk from here to there and therefore it's a globe. That's not an answer. I want to know how the consequent of it being a sphere is noticed in the physical world.
Because the distances all comply with the sphere.
Yeah, that's not an answer. Once again, it's a non-answer.
Yeah, you're dismissing
specifically not answering. Yeah, no, it's not a dismissal. What it is, I'm telling you to be specific on how the Earth is an actual geometric shape. You know what a geometric shape is, right? I said a sphere. Do you know what a sphere is? So if you look at a sphere, right, an actual one, like a bowling ball, a basketball, it doesn't really matter. And you pick it up in your hand, you say, hey, this is a sphere. Now, when you walk outside, do you notice a sphere like you notice the basketball or bowling ball?
No, because I don't live on a...
Okay, thank you. So you don't notice the Earth looking like one of those things. So it's not identified as a sphere. Therefore, you're not identifying it as one. So therefore, you didn't rectify the problem by looking at Google Earth and saying, aha, the Earth is a sphere, because it's not identified as such. The logic is sound, sir.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm telling you what I mean. I mean that you're not identifying the Earth as a sphere, and it's projected as on Google Earth. Because when you see Google Earth, it looks like a giant sphere, right?
Yeah, because locally, I don't live on an Earth that's like a few kilometers in diameter.
Correct. So you have to imagine the Earth as one. You don't identify it as one.
That's what concept is. Yeah, that's what concept.
Exactly. Now we're in the realm of concepts, but we're not in the realm of identifying what it is based on what you experience in the physical world.
That's it.
So the logic is sound, and this is where you fail, and that's the first hurdle you have to cross if you're going to talk about anything else. Now, once you do, we can engage with any other topic.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a sphere, because the argument concludes it's a sphere.
Yeah, declarations don't make the thing actually what you say it is. You have to prove it. That's what we do in here. We prove things.
You don't prove anything. That's why you don't know what the flat Earth is.
Yeah, well, that's just poisoning the well. That's not going to help the conversation.
No, it's not. You literally don't know.
If you want to progress, if you want to move the needle on it being a globe, you have to at least advance that part of it. Does somebody else want to interject?
Yeah, no, real quick. I'm just wondering if so the logic is mostly based off of first-person observations and things that you are independently taking in via one of your five senses. Would you be open to the idea that you need to have either third party or use technology, cameras or rockets or satellites?
So let's put it this way:
the idea that you would need something else besides your direct observation.
Let's put it this way. Yeah, let's put it this way. If I want to.
Vote. Go capture vote.
It's an app.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a poll going on in the chat, guys. If you want to cast your vote, so we can kind of get some data. Go cast your vote. Go cast your vote. Go ahead, Jedi.
I don't know how much of the night sky there actually is and how much we actually see of it, but of the known stars and the ones that we do observe, it is approximately about 50% based on one observer's location. Necros kind of pointed it out, right? If you stand on the equator, you can't see the north celestial rotation or the southern celestial rotation because they're like on the horizon, so you're halfway between these 2 points. So I think it's about 50%, dude. I think when you said about, what was it, 5-10%, I think that's a bit low.
Yeah. But so you guys are talking about seeing the stars. I'm talking about the sky.
What do you mean where the clouds are?
I mean what am I supposed to call that?
Well, if you're talking about where the clouds are, then that's going to depend on how high the clouds are on that day.
Yeah, correct. And you would be correct.
We don't know where the stars are, what stars are, so I'm not really including that in my argument that you should 50% of the stars or whatever. I'm saying that, like the portion of area that you look up, what portion of this
Two fucking bullshitters.
That sounds like something Zanuck would say, dude, to be honest. He'd be coming up with, oh, yeah, of course. I knew that all along. Just checking to see if you...
Well, fucking ask Josh right now. Ask Josh right now about chemtrails. He'll fucking tell you, oh, yeah, I always had a suspicion. No, you fucking didn't. Like, 10 years ago, you'd be like, you're just crazy fucking conspiracy nutters. And now that it's all mainstream and there's articles and, you know, The Guardian and, you know, reputable places and shit that talk about it constantly. Bill Gates just comes out and says it. Oh, now you know about it. Now you agree with it. Like, you know what I mean?
It's just a way of things, man. And they'd be like, yeah, dude, I was saying that all along. No, you weren't. You weren't saying that all along. You were fighting tooth and nail. When we brought it up, you were saying we're
cowardly weasels.
Hat nutters.
Yeah. It's not about expecting an apology for their shit behavior. It's about expecting them to demonstrate some humility, that they can see that they're fallible.
The narrative, man. That to me is the... Every time we bring up topics like the ones we've been discussing, it to me, I think it's like that should at least raise some alarms in their mind. Like, dude, I was saying that this was what the narrative was, and I was going along with it, and I was wrong. Like, wow.
Yeah. Totally wrong. Totally suckered. Fair enough. Accept it, move on, do better next time. That's what it's about. It's like we had a term, right, for certain people who hang around 24/7. Call them paradigm leeches, right? They've got just enough of a toe in the door, right, that if the fucking script ever flipped the next day, they can say, "Oh yeah, I was there, I was on it. I knew about it." But, you know, meanwhile, when we actually speak to them while they're hanging about, just floating about, they're like zealots for the globe.
Yeah, just one thing to say, like, hey man, you know, they got them lizard people, right? You know, they got the eyes that look like lizards and their tongues coming out and it's all forked and whatnot. And like, there's this whole side to like being conspiratorial about those things and not having any evidence to back it up. But when you got receipts, when you're showing people, there's documents that people wrote down, companies that are being held to account. That is a whole nother story. That's like, we're not just saying there's fluoride in the water. There's documented tests where they're actually testing for this. There's fluoride in the water. Like, we're not just in here whistling Dixie, man. Like, there's stuff going on. But whether you assume to bury your head in the sand, that's up to you. But this stuff is happening, man. Yeah, it's like I said, it's entirely different from making up some kind of like really outlandish kind of claim and stuff, or at least not having the full information of being able to present to somebody if they're like, oh yeah, tell me how you know there's fluoride in the water. I want to see receipts right now, show me. And then if you're just like, well I heard it from Jimmy Joe over there, he said there was some fluoride in the water, so you just believe it then.
That should be the first lesson in any high school, right? Brand new students. Listen to your local crackpot conspiracy theorist.
If there's anybody in here right now that wants to come in here with the topic of the room, I think it's still if the Earth is spinning or not. Or if you'd like to have a conversation about the nature of our Earth, we can do so if you unmute your mic. Me and Obvious It B are just filling in some air, some dead air. If you'd like to say hello, just unmute your mic. I see Rita's lighting up. Rita, welcome. Hello, are you there? Rita?
Oh, I remember. Sorry.
What'd you say? Got a brand new, looks like a Glober. He's got a avatar that has like a spaceman with a Santa Claus beard. T-Dub, welcome to the room.
He's an actor.
Oh yeah? He's a poser?
Yeah, he's one of those Australian actors. Faking like they're in Australia. That's Tito.
Puts on a fake Australian accent and all. I know him.
Nah, he's outed.
The Matrix.
What's up, man?
You like Mr. In Between?
Mr. In Between.
I've not seen it.
I like
it's
it.
a really good show.
Mr. In Between. I'm just thinking.
Is it Mr. In Between? Or is it Mr. Nobody?
Yes, he's like a hitman.
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen that one, man.
Hey, just real quick, obviously, before you continue, we got Fox One that just joined us with the planet avatar. Welcome, Fox One.
Oh dear.
Would you like to ask any questions or perhaps discuss the nature of our Earth? Take that as a no.
Okay, Fox One. What's the deal with Avatar?
I count at least 3 planets in that avatar. How many more are there? Or at least 1 planet and 3 moons. Rita or Retta, we see you lighting up. Welcome to the room. We also got Suen Yol. Suen Yol, welcome. Got Special K in the house. What's up, Special K? Now, Bino, dude, I haven't seen you in... I don't remember when I last seen you. Was it a year,
Shot
2
him
years?
out a little while ago, man. Fucking
Holy
shout out
smokes,
fucking
dude.
Bino. You know what's fucked up? I was talking about him like 3 days ago. Him and Bino and Cirrus. Both of them was dudes. When I was talking about how the server, how we repopulated and rebuilt all the channels, Bino was one of the dudes that, assuming he is a dude, I don't think I've ever heard him talk, rebuilt all the channels, man. Like transferred all the shit from channels on the old Discord into the new Discord. It was hundreds of posts, dude.
You saying he put in work, bro?
Fucking work, bro. Because more than just transferring the posts, he like transferred it, all the images that went with it, the video, like the links, all that shit. It's easy if it's your post because you can click edit and just like copy paste everything, but you can't do that when it's somebody else's post, dude. You got to go back and forth and back and forth. It's crazy.
So he kind of helped with our exodus, that one moment that we needed it.
Yeah. He helped in the ingress, man.
I remember Mimas was burning down the house when we...
He hung out, he was making sure everything, there was nothing left. He's like, they're not even gonna get the fucking toilet paper.
Yeah. He's ripping the sink out of the wall and everything. Like,
was it the jerk where he took the toilet seat with him? Was that it?
takes the ice cube trays out of the ice box.
Like, I bought these.
That's really petty, right? That kind of thing. Taking ice cube trays.
Yeah. It's funny though.
It's funny, dude. Crazy. We got Groovefix in here. Groovefix, welcome. Welcome to the room. So what's up with these cat avatars, bro?
I don't know.
Bunch of pussies.
Speaking of Aussies, bro. Hey, where's Timbo? We need to get a hold of that guy.
He's AWOL, isn't he? Yeah. I was listening to the pre-recording on Helio's channel yesterday, and there was all you guys and Timbo in there. I was like, yeah, where is he? Come back.
I really do miss that guy.
Crossed my mind the other day
Welcome
too.
back.
It was a classic recording, man. Like, you guys just had this guy out. What's his name? I can't remember now what his name was. But I'm so glad it was recorded. There's some classic clips in there.
Yeah, I mean, there were nights where it was just me and him, you know, just doing it up, and I don't know, man. I'm fond of the friends that I have, you know. So yeah, we stay for hours just. I hope he's okay and he comes back, dude. That's what I hope. Anybody's gone for more than a week and we're sending out search parties.
Good to take a break sometimes.
Yeah, I think he said he was getting his plumbing license and all kinds of stuff. So, not sure. I think he was probably building a house too, if I'm not mistaken.
Doesn't he have a Colombian wife or Brazilian?
Yeah, I think so. He knows Spanish, that guy.
He's gonna be careful how much time he spends with it, putting his attention somewhere else, man. It could be hazardous to your health.
We were it was telling me to. Yeah, so we were discussing that too. It was like, oh, you know, I got to get stuff done, and so he was really just getting involved with like his life. So I think that's probably what it was. You know, just trying to get everything straightened out.
He'll be back. They always are. AJ was in the other day. You see him?
Yeah, him too. I've been telling him in the back chats, I'm like, dude, Bitcoin's dipping, bro. Hopefully you got your money somewhere else at the moment. Yeah, they've been talking it's going to dip past 90, so. And it's at 91, I think, or something like that.
When are you buying?
Well, I mean, 85 seems like a good entry point, but 90 is not too bad.
I'm not getting. I sold them for $17. I ain't getting it at any fucking price over $17. It's got to drop to 16 before I buy shit.
400 Bitcoin, bro. Golly, Indio.
I don't regret it. I'd probably be fucking dead if I had that much money, dude. That was like 10 years ago.
Imagine if you had diamond hands, bro. You would have just been all the way till today. Like, all right, man, check it out. We're gonna actually get a rocket and go to the moon. You know, we're gonna check things out.
Yeah.
We'll do it like
when I was told them. You know what I mean? It would have just been like, did I sell them at 1,000? Did I sell at 3,000? Did I sell at 10,000? Did I sell at 50,000? You know what I mean? Gotta sell them eventually.
Bro, diamond hands, you don't sell. And then, according to what I'm hearing, it's supposed to skyrocket to like $1 million of Bitcoin. I mean, you know, that's what they're saying. But then again, people didn't think it would get to 100,000 ever. So there's that.
The question is Bitcoin going up or is the dollar going down?
Yeah.
What was that?
Both Bitcoin going up and the dollar going down. I thought for a while there, when Bitcoin first kicked in, they would have tied gold to Bitcoin. It would have been freaking awesome.
Yeah, Indio had a lot of expectations too, but you know, the apes had a different direction they wanted to go.
Yeah, gambling.
Yep, apes don't care, bro. They're just like,
we could be doing all transactions on the internet in fucking Bitcoin right now. All of them.
I was gonna tell you, you were muted or deafened when I came back, but the Asgardia, you know, the space nation that has 1 million people in it, their currency is solar, and it's, according to them, it's a blockchain currency. So solar is what they're trading, and you can exchange it for a euro. Is what it looks like you can do. So solar, and
does that trade?
I didn't even look into it, but their, you know, roadmap and all this other kind of stuff. They got the About Me page. It shows that solar is their currency.
Right now, it's 9 cents.
What, solar?
Yeah. SXP is its name.
Those Asgardians.
It's fucking lower than its highest. Seems like was 10 cents in ever. Well, hold on, we go all time. All time, its highest was $2.83 back in fucking date 2021.
Special K, that's the Space Nation. I don't know if you heard of them. They're the Asgardians. They have like a cryptocurrency called Solar. That's what India was talking about. Might be worth a look.
Miggy, you taught me diamond hands, man. My portfolio is down to 45 grand. I just laugh at it.
And don't do nothing yet. It's gonna get pretty crazy pretty soon.
I'm just waiting to retire.
Yeah.
That'll be 40 years though.
It's just going to reverse on you in the end, ultimately. Bitcoin will go to 1 million and the dollar,
there's a saying, man. The market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent.
Well, all the tides rise, I guess, if we're in a flat Earth room.
No, I mean, how's the stablecoin doing? Has anybody implemented the government stablecoin? Has that been actually implemented out yet by anybody?
My wife tried that. She's out now, but
talking about the CBD.
Yeah, the government one. The fucking the government approved one where they got to deposit shit with the treasury or whatever, and it's going to be par with the dollar.
CBDC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but is it under the government's wing yet, or is it still waiting on that? Because they passed a law, right? Remember, they passed a law. That shit isn't instantaneous. They have to like apply to the Treasury Department and all that.
Right. We've been waiting for
What was the name they were calling it?
What was it? I'd have to ask her. My wife used to have a bunch of it, but she dropped out of it.
Oh, it's out. It's out now.
Well, what she thought it was going to be. She's very astute.
That's fine.
Genius Act. Remember that?
What year was that, Indio? 2021?
That was just like the Genius Act was just a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah,
it was
23
this year.
Yeah, maybe late this year or early last year.
Yeah, I'm only asking, has that been implemented yet? Or is it still...
Nobody knows. Nobody knows exactly.
There would have been a massive push, though, wouldn't there? I mean, if that was the case, dude, a centralized
I think stablecoin projects need to go through some government hoop in order to be like an officially recognized stablecoin, and I think you're going to be able to, as a cryptocurrency that are backed by assets considered to be reliable by a national currency or commodity. Regulatory analysis.
Weren't they trying to do that with USD? Because USDT doesn't fall into that category, but USD, I think, did.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they passed the law, but I don't think anybody's taken a bite of that apple yet. I think when they finally get a government-backed stablecoin, because I'm pretty sure that it's the same way. You have to... I remember we were going over it when we first started doing FU. We were going over the Genius Act. And from what I could tell was that, say you're a one-to-one stable coin, you had to deposit that one-to-one with the U.S. Treasury, right? Basically, you were a government-approved electronic dollar. See what I'm saying? Yep. You had to deposit with the U.S. Treasury. Say you want to, send out 1 million stable coin. You needed $1 million. And they did set a floor. It might have been the floor might have been 10 million minimum. But then you have to go through a whole regulatory process. I don't even know if they've published regulations for the Genius Act. Because the way it usually goes, right, is they pass a law. Then they have to come up with federal regulations. They get posted in a CFR, and then the shit gets implemented. It's like shit like this doesn't happen overnight. Yeah, it passed in May 2025.
But it didn't do that though, did it?
It just hasn't. It just hasn't been. There's no regulations have come down.
Right, that's what we're waiting on, regulations.
Yeah, so they come up with a federal code of regulations, right, on how they're actually going to implement the law, how the federal government, whoever's in charge of it, it's probably the Treasury Department, right, how they're actually going to implement the law at the administrative level, right, how they're going to actually administer the law. They're going to require a bunch of things. I just don't think it's got to the point of implementation, but I think that once the first one is, and that the general public, namely the fucking baby boomers, which make up most of the population, which don't know their ass from their elbow, once they catch wind of it, then all crypto will rise.
You think they're going to flood the market? The old money's going to flood the market, Indio?
Well, it's going to become socially acceptable because boomers only do what they're told to do by the government. Which is counterintuitive because they protested the Vietnam War, but they stopped doing that once they got some money in their pocket.
What are you predicting, man? 5 to 10 years?
When the first stablecoin is implemented, what year is it? 2025. I would say maybe
2030,
2026, and 2028. The first one will probably be implemented.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
27, yeah. That's what I was thinking. My wife got tired of waiting. Back when we were flinging this, Miggy, my love, she got into all these YouTube channels and she was watching all this, what we're talking about right now, and she got tired of waiting. So she flipped all that out of there and bought like $6,000 worth of XRP at 28 cents. And now she's just a diamond hands, like you said, because I told her, don't do nothing. Just sit there on it.
Yeah, and it might look precious at like $5, but don't do nothing, dude.
No, don't do nothing.
Hey, just what I said, dude. I just looked up the Federal Register, Agency Treasury, Advance Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. The Treasury Department is issuing this advance notice of proposed rulemaking to solicit public comment on questions relating to the implementation of the Guiding and Establishing National Innovation of U.S. Stablecoins Genius Act. So they take public comments, professional comments, business comments on how to construct the regulations and how to enact them. So whenever they're done with that, someone says, hey, I want to be one of these stablecoin providers. And then they have to have rules in place on how to either let them or deny them or what they need for collateral and all those things. So the regulations haven't been laid out yet. But you can make a public comment right now on the website. 403 public comments. But this is just a notice of the rulemaking. They'll give a notice that says when they're actually going to start having committees and meetings, and you can go to Washington, D.C. and frickin' go right up and speak and talk for a fucking hour and do whatever you want. So there's a whole process for this shit. That was October of 2020 that they did that.
So a couple more years then.
I think it'll be fairly quick. What they'll do is they'll wait for some fucking event, and that's when they'll pass the rules, so no one's paying attention. They'll wait for someone to get head in the Oval Office.
Well, you know where to sock the tariff dividend money. You sock it into that.
Stop that. Fuck.
Wow.
I need to offset this inflation, motherfucker.
Dump it in crypto.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I mean, I need to get $2,000. I'm gonna be $2,000 richer. That's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is.
That's how you make $1 out of 15 cents, Indio. Come on, man.
Oh,
damn right.
No, I think once a stable coin, what I think is going to happen is you're going to see, you know how we got shit coin and good coins, basically? You're going to see that shit coins are going to become really shit coins and good coins are going to go up, right? So Bitcoin will go up, but I don't know what's out there for shit coin, but I think that gap is going to widen price-wise.
My theory is that the stuff with utility that actually has something to offer humanity will be all right. The stuff like fart coin and, you know, any of this other garbage that doesn't do anything, or like these meme coins that we used to be involved with.
Yeah.
The Solar. Remember when I pulled the rug on Solar?
Yeah, I remember that. Freaking Special K was the biggest holder on that Solar coin. And I think, was it like the first or second week? Was it the second week?
long time ago. Yeah, no, I was the number one holder in this Solar or whatever. It got up pretty big, and I didn't want to wait around until it crashed. I knew it was gonna, but I just yanked the rug. It's not a yank the rug kind of thing, though. I was trying to be authentic. I just wanted out. But yeah, I made a bunch of money.
It's a crazy game, though, man. Crypto, like at that level, you know, the meme coin level.
Right, that was fun. That was one of the funnest times in my life, when sitting in your basement and trading meme coins.
You can still do it.
I still like
tons of shit coins coming out every day. You can profit off of pretty much any of them.
Yeah, it was
Dogecoin is still good. I don't care what anybody says.
Which one?
Dogecoin.
Oh, Doge, yeah, dude. What's
It's the original Bitcoin base, man. It's basically untainted Bitcoin. It's fucking
Bro,
named Doge.
I'm saying though, there's going to be an entry point here coming up pretty quick. Look out for that 5 cent mark.
That's not the shit I'm trying to buy, dude. I'm trying to buy fucking gold futures, dude. I'm trying to short AI, dude. That's what I'm trying to do. How the fuck do I short AI?
Yep.
Hey, the AI told me to buy put options, but I ain't gonna listen to it. Fucking the thing's trying to stay alive. Try it's lying to me. I don't want to, because you got to borrow that shit on margin, dude. I don't want to borrow a bunch of shares.
I think Jamsy's holding XRP. Oh, by the way, me and Jamsy and Dave Hinkle, we've been mining Picoin for the past, what is it, Jamsy? Like I'd say 4 years already, 5 years. Picoin, it's a free coin you can get on. It's an app you get on your phone, and you mine this coin. It's at 22 cents right now, as a matter of fact. Yeah, you could mine it for free on your phone. I got mine locked in.
I'm starting a t-shirt company, dude.
You guys know that all this mining is just to crack it, the ultimate code, which is the lock to Abaddon's pit. So you're all guilty of releasing the demon. I blame crypto. Also, donate to my Patreon.
Will do. How much Bitcoin is that?
Oh, bro, I'm becoming an esoteric flat earther, dude. I already got 17 channels.
Are you in bed with Josh on this topic? You guys
3 of my channels are enemies of 5 of my channels. That way I get both demographics paying me money. I'm like, oh man, we got to take that other guy down. Donate to my Patreon. And then I'm going to go over to the other channel real quick and I'm like, hey, he's trying to take me down. Donate to my Patreon.
Dude, that whole Hannity Combs kind of back and forth could work for you, and just have a platform where Josh is, you and him are just like disagreeing on topics, and it can work, bro. I mean,
Where's Josh? He bailed? Josh, come on, dude. You gonna be Hannity?
Oh, he's got to be Combs.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you gotta be Combs. Hannity says some stupid shit. I don't really want to be Hannity either. I want to be the guest.
That's good. That's actually interesting. So the show is the host is the guest. And the hosts are the foils. Oh, man, that's a good show, dude.
Zany Space News. I think Ethereum, just for the record, is fucking trash, dude. I hate that shit.
Indeed.
I've never heard anything good about it. I only hear people complaining about it. No, but I want to short AI before the frickin' recursive nightmare comes to fruition. Where the AI is being trained on AI slop. So you get the photocopy effect, the photocopy of a photocopy. I want to get in before people realize that's what's happening. And some people have realized that's probably going to happen. In fact, quite a few people.
Heck, even Neil deGrasse Tyson did a video that's coming.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it was actually him or it was an AI version of him.
Well, this is predicted, dude.
Good. Can't come soon enough, in my opinion. The internet needs to be destroyed, in my opinion.
Not the actual event being predicted, but the general rule being predicted. The third stage masks the absence of a profound reality where the sign pretends to be a faithful copy, but it is a copy with no original.
Ooh.
The fourth stage is pure simulacrum, in which the simulacrum has no relationship to any reality whatsoever. Here, signs merely reflect other signs, and any claim to reality on the part of images or signs is only of the order of other such claims. It's kind of like the globe. The globe pictures from space shit.
Yeah.
Like, hey, dude, it looks super realistic compared to what? Some other CGI. I looked at the Blue Marble fake image, and I evaluated this Blue Marble 2.0 against that, and I think this one looks more real.
The original design for the Matrix movies was not that the humans were batteries, but that they were actually a realm in which the simulation existed. So the sentient machines basically hijack the human mind to use as their network, computer network.
Oh, man. They'd have a lot of fucking space to hang out in.
But I think that hit too close to home, because once you put that out there, that the quote unquote entities with a quote unquote life of their own are hijacking the minds and living in a simulated reality within the minds of humans. Like, that would hit too close to home, because then you'd realize, wait a minute, how many things are in my mind that aren't real, that I'm the host for? That the only reason they exist is because they're perpetuated in the mind space. You know, like 1,000 years from now, we're going to live on Alpha Centauri, right? That's a literal dream that people have now, and they think it's going to be real one day. Because they live in this simulation of, I'm in this universe now, we're progressing along these goals, it's going to get there, and all of that it doesn't exist anywhere but the mind. And people who write it down on paper, yeah, it exists on the paper now, but it's only referring to that construct in the mind. And the evidence of it is what you wrote on paper, and it's just a big circular loop.
I do think it's pretty amazing that we can do that, though, as just human beings. That we can imagine something in the mind and describe it the same way we would describe something in the natural world. That is kind of fucking weird, bro. What if we were purely experiential beings where we could only describe things? Right. And we could explain things, but with no bells and whistles. The explains would have to be nearly descriptive explanations. The fact that we can make up something like imagining we can live on Alpha Centauri and actually like write it down as if it's actually happening, that's pretty interesting, I think, just to even be able to do that. Dogs can't do that shit. Cats can't do that. Monkeys can't do that. Dolphins can't do that.
Well, they can inside of the universe. of female erotic fiction.
Don't, dude. I'll start talking about that website, man.
Oh, do it. Anyway, the moral of that story was fictional universes. Right? In some fictional universes, people can't tell the difference between reality and the fictional universe, and they actually think they live within the fictional universe. In other words, they're in a matrix reality, a simulation of reality that only exists in the mind space. Kind of like Josh's globe that he thinks he lives on.
That we didn't figure out was a globe until 1940.
Yeah, the V2 rocket, dude. Come on.
But not
Alpha, were you there when I proved concave Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But according to him, he said he's shoot from the hip, so that kind of excuses him from taking any liability on anything that you said. So no damages were incurred.
Yeah, you always got to have a way out. You notice how they'll never plant their flag in the sand and actually make a stand? Not all of them, but some of them. People like Josh, they won't actually make like a stand unless they think you don't know what they're talking about, and then they'll make a stand, and then.
Yep.
Yeah. The old flaccid flag stand on a bag of wet sand.
Bunch of limp fucking noodles. Dude, your pumpkin bread done yet? Fucking want some of that shit.
Dude, I'm chomping on it right now. Dude, I had made this honey butter.
Fast? Damn.
Dude, I was surprised. I was talking to you guys, eyeballing it, and I'm looking at the freaking thing rise up, and I'm like, uh-oh, it's turning a little brownish on top.
Dude, the smell. Your kitchen must smell so good right now.
I'm telling you, bro.
Did you make
let me take it. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Let me take a picture.
I'm going to get one of those convection, toaster, microwave, air fryers all in one. And you can actually turn all the heating elements on simultaneously. That's crazy.
Tomorrow's Taco Tuesday at Miggy's house.
What?
Yeah, I remember that. Here, I'll put the picture in the...
So with that oven AI, can you like cook bacon in like 10 seconds?
Yes.
No, you make that?
Make pumpkin bread muffins, bro.
Yep, with honey butter that I had made a while back.
Jesus Christ.
It's just melting inside of the pumpkin bread. It's, dude.
Don't doubt him. He can stand in front of it. He can make good food.
I'm fucking drooling now, dude.
I would have went with a cold glass of milk, but I'll be just over the top with as much sugar as I'm doing right now. I got honey butter, and then I got the pumpkin bread's already got tons of, because I don't use granulated sugar in any of the recipes that I use.
Well, what do you use? Just honey?
Yeah, just honey.
Dude, I'm like looking at that picture, trying to pick my favorite muffin, which one I would take if I was at your crib right now.
Pistachio?
Yeah.
I was thinking about it, but
in the right tray, I'm taking the middle one on the left.
Tuesday night at Miggy's house, or AV's house, we got 8 pounds of ground beef. Friggin' who can eat the most tacos?
I know AI would have really liked it. I think that would have been If we were hanging out with just us, I think so.
Oh, where's the little foil wrappers for the inside of the holes?
You're talking about the muffins?
Little metal foil wrappers you put in the hole before you put the muffin in.
You don't need that, dude. Those are silicone.
That's the best part, dude. That's the best part, dude.
When you peel them off of the. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
But you just eat them.
They slide right out. You don't need them.
Yeah, silicone. Woo!
Sheesh.
Just eat them, dude. It sharpens your teeth.
What was it, Special K? 20 of those small tacos, the little ones?
23.
23 tacos, bro. It was you and Chris, and I think you were going head to head. It was crazy, dude.
I think he got 24.
Challenge accepted, bro. Like, seriously.
24. Chris says he got 24 tacos that night, and I said I got 21. I think he cheated, but 24 tacos, 21 tacos. It's a lot of tacos. And there was leftovers.
Yeah. 8 pounds, dude, of ground round, dude. It was glorious.
8 pounds of ground beef.
And every topping that you think of, a good hard shell taco would have on the side, with the hot sauce perfectly matching it, and then the what did you guys use? The cumin, the little cumin.
We still can't find that orange sauce he used to use. Chris and me look for it all the time. We try to duplicate it. We don't know where it is. You must have made it homemade.
Tacos where you put the meat into the hard taco shell, and then the grease turns it into a soft taco shell.
The trick is, though, AI, you have to eat it before that happens so you can retain the crunchiness of it. So if the race is on, you got to build it fast enough so that you can have your crunchy. You know what it's a delicate game of balance.
And if you're trying to eat as many as you can, you don't got time for all that moisture. You just suck them down.
I remember, like, afterwards, man, we're like the fat cat that ate the fat rat. We're just
miserable. Yeah. But 21 tacos, like, and they weren't like, we'd stack them full of crap too. They weren't just meat and cheese. They were full of everything you got. 21 of those. Sheesh. We still talk about it. Me and Chris are talking about it. Like, man, I wish Miggy lived around here still. We could do some Taco Tuesday right now. And Chris was like, well, we could do it here right now. I'm like, no, it ain't the same. It ain't the same.
Yeah, we're for the OGs, man. We're talking about hat twisted backwards and engines revving. It was, dude.
And it wasn't just like 3 of us. It was like 9 or 10 of us, and 21 tacos a piece. Damn, that's a lot of meat. A lot of meat.
Maybe one day, man, we'll kind of have and we talk about like hanging out, but all of us in here, like, where would we meet at anyways? Where would be the middle point? I'm in the Midwest, so I'm like literally in the center.
Right. Your house. We can't do it ourselves. We've tried to duplicate what we did before, and probably only needs to go to somebody who knows some deep south recipe of some sort. Somebody who can speak fluent Espanol.
I was telling you, my neighbor was They were raiding the house. The U.S. Marshal was raiding the house like 2 houses down from mine.
It's not ice.
He came out to the fence. He was like, "Thank God it's not ice," and he was yelling it across the way. And I was right across. I was across from the other house where he was from, yelling that.
And you were running right inside your house. Oh, damn! It might be ice. Better hide your wife, hide your daughters.
Yeah, don't the U.S. Marshal catch fugitives?
Yeah, dude. This dude, he took somebody out in Omaha, and he came to this house like 2 houses down from mine. It was hiding from the cops.
Was he squatting it, or were there people living there already?
I think his girlfriend was there or something, and she was harboring him. But man, they came out like the movies, bro, with them big AR guns, and like I'm pretty sure AI Overlord. If I would have took a video of you, would have been like, "Oh yeah, I know what type of guns they're using." They had all their cars parked in front of this house, like with their sheesh.
They have dogs.
Yeah, they had a canine unit. Yep.
Luckily, Miggy carries around his birth certificate in his freaking front pocket. So
and they told you it was for freaking deleting someone.
Yeah. Him and some other guy, they were in cahoots, and they took somebody out, some young guy. I'm like, geez, man. There goes that guy's life.
Yeah, FBI, CIA, everybody was there, but ICE wasn't there. Miggy wiped his sweat off the brow of his.
Thank God, man.
Yeah.
As soon as I come out on that porch, it's like.
Speedy Gonzalez.
So here's the conundrum: United States citizens don't need to produce ID for ICE. So that's that. Basically, if they say "give me ID" and you do it, you're an illegal.
Well, when you look like some of us, just keep your birth certificate in your front of your pocket. Right?
Why?
What?
Like I said, they're not allowed to ask U.S. citizens for ID.
Yeah,
they're only allowed to ask.
You're not even required to carry it.
Oh yeah, exactly. That too. You don't even have to have ID.
There you go, bud.
Well, just to be on the safe side, I might as well just make a T-shirt of it. Just put it.
What's the T-shirt say?
Get your ID just printed. Your fucking driver's license just printed out onto your T-shirt.
What's the T-shirt say? I was born here.
With the fucking barcode on the back. You just scan my back.
Second generation, man. I belong here.
I was born here. I love New York.
Yeah, I like those cop videos where the guy's just walking down a public sidewalk filming. Somebody calls the cops. The cops show up and go, "Let me see your ID." Dude, what do you think? I just carry an ID everywhere I go that you could just demand on the spot? It's like, get real.
Look at that. While we were talking, look what happened to Bitcoin. I put it in the text channel.
Nice. Oh yeah, filming in public is a constitutionally protected activity. So, and suck a dick.
Yeah, the only question you should ask a police officer is, are you a public servant?
Oof.
One thing I'm going to say is you have no reasonable expectation of privacy in the fucking public, so shut up.
Yeah, but that pisses them off.
That's okay. That's the standard, dude. They tried to do some crap here in Boston, and I don't know how many times the court's got to rule the same thing. You have to have a reasonable expectation of privacy. That's the standard. Walking around in a fucking city street gives you no reasonable expectation of privacy.
Kelly, you might be able to pull that off, dude, but I probably wouldn't be able to.
Well, part of the problem is that the cops don't tell the person making the complaint, hey, guess what? In case you didn't know, you live in the United States. This is a constitutionally protected activity, and if it bothers you, I suggest you shut your blinds, take a Xanax, and call your mom.
Well, there's no such thing as constitutional rights. You're not a party to the Constitution.
Yeah, that's true, but you could guilt trip and be like, you're here to protect my rights, right? If somebody tried to stop me from filming, you would stop them from stopping me, so why are you trying to stop me?
Right. You took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and then they start thinking about it.
They can't do something that would stop. If another person tried to do it to you, they would stop. They're going to do it themselves. Like, we won't let that person violate our rights. That's our monopoly. We're going to violate your rights.
And do you think the founding fathers carried ID with them everywhere they went?
Of course they did.
Well, dude, they
didn't even have prosecutors and police.
No, hold on, brother. Hold on. This is a stupid question. Why would you have to carry an ID around when your face is on the money?
I was just gonna say that, dude. You stole it from me. He's gonna pull out a $1 bill and be like, "There you go." Lincoln would probably have a hard time, and well, no, he won't because he's on the $5. I was gonna say because they took away the penny this year, so.
Well, I mean, Andrew Jackson will be really fucking pissed because he got rid of the fucking central bank. You put me on the fucking money.
Well, you know,
dude, like that was like the ultimate insult. Think about that. He destroyed the central bank. It was called the First National Bank, Second National Bank in the United States, and he decided that he wasn't going to.
Yeah, he didn't renew the charter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what do you, dude? So does that mean that
they put him on the money, dude? He hated central banks, and they put him on the money. Like they were like, "Fuck you." He was like,
and then what they did?
Like, no, fuck you.
They're all historical figures, though, right? They did that to Newton. They did the same thing to him. They're like, oh, he says that he's not going to want to brute matter, or what is it? He doesn't want to be having. Oh, the letter to Thomas when he was talking about brute matter having force being acted upon it is so absurd to him. And it's like, you know what? Let's just give it to him. Why not? I mean, he said it's absurd, but I don't think he means that. Like, we can just give it to him.
Well, plus they have no responsibility, right, anymore. Like, it's fucking not us. Newton said it.
Man. What other, what do they ascribe to Einstein? Because I don't think he was advocating for the ever-expanding cosmos either. Some people say that that's part of, what he did.
He didn't ascribe the black holes, I don't think, or gravity waves.
I still can't believe that the average Glober that comes in here doesn't understand the difference between Newton and Einstein. That Newton, if mass attracts mass by virtue of mass alone, then if you put two masses in an empty space, with, imagine you have a God remote control where you can freeze time, put two masses in an empty space, truly empty, no other mass except two masses, then you press play, they'll start to move towards each other because mass attracts mass by virtue of mass. However, in the Einsteinian paradigm, you set up the same scenario, you press play, nothing happens. They stay still. You'd have to move one of them first in order for it to be affected in its alteration of its course through a warped space-time. The warped space-time itself doesn't cause the first motion. So one of them has a cause of first motion and the other one doesn't.
Yep. That's classic when they come in here and you guys tear them up, though. I love it.
Yeah, mass attracts mass, except for nebulas.
What kind of gravity are you talking about? Einsteinian? Newton? I don't know what to say.
One of the main points is that there's no reason for motion to begin. None. Based on just just their worldview of how things work. Like motion has no cause of first motion. So motion begets motion, sure, but how do you get motion in the first place? It's not gravity, because in their worldview, gravity doesn't cause anything to move. It only redirects things that are already moving.
Yep, it's classic.
And how does anything in the universe move if the background temperature is 4 degrees Kelvin?
What?
Yeah. These globers that come in and they have this idea of something, but they come into here and they don't know what they're about to expect. But I hear it all day. I don't talk much because I'm in a truck. I'm not now, but I'm usually in a truck, and you guys just tear them up. And I sit there and laugh and laugh. What kind of gravity are you talking about? You talking about this kind of gravity or that kind of gravity, or what kind of gravity, or what can you explain about it? You guys tear them up, and I just laugh and laugh. You guys do a great job, by the way. But anyway, you guys said that the penny was, they're not making pennies no more. You want an investment idea for 30 years down the road, collect your pennies, keep them.
Yeah, they stopped making them this past month.
Keep them. Yeah, throw a bunch of pennies in your mason jar, and then your kids will have something to, or your grandkids will have something to trade.
You need real pennies made of copper, not the copper-coated zinc or steel.
Yep, start looking at all your pennies. See if they're old or if they're new or whatever. Keep the old ones. Actually, keep them all. And then, like, 100 years down the road, and you're like, great-great-grandpa, such and such, left me a whole mason jar of pennies. And damn, they don't even make these anymore. You want to look at this one? This one's got, like, Lincoln on it, or who's on the penny. I can't even remember.
It's Lincoln.
Yeah, Honest Abe. Yeah.
What a great guy.
Was he really honest?
How many Americans did he kill?
Oof.
More than me.
Exactly.
How many died in the Civil War?
Right, so you think you...
What was that?
Honest Abe and the guy that would never tell a lie. Dude, we got the most honest presidents, man. Holy shit. We're great. America's great. We got non-liars as our public officials.
Oh no, dude. Vampire Slayer was a good movie.
Dude, Latz is buying adult juice boxes. What the fuck's up with that, Latz? You're older than that, man.
Hey, bro, don't judge, all right? The guy said these were good. He said they were delicious.
You know what that reminds me of? That's basically, what was that, Cisco? Anybody remember that shit?
I've never had any Cisco. I don't know what that is.
basically what you're drinking in the juice box, and they made it illegal because they called it liquid crack.
Well, I haven't even opened it yet. Let me actually take
About 11% alcohol. Well, it's because
a company.
It's stronger. It's like twice the strength of wine, or 4 times the strength of wine. So you can pound a lot of them, right? And then next thing you know, you're freaking getting arrested because you tried to punch a cop.
Oh, I'm just chilling in my house by myself.
That was like their whole pitch. That was like their whole pitch on Shark Tank. They're like, boxed wine is taken off, but boxed wine is lame. So we're going to make super duper hyped up amped boxed wine for the youths.
Did you say Utes?
Yeah, the youths.
Hey, we're all young at heart in here. It's all good. Cheers,
Yeah,
everybody.
let me spell it. Let me spell it. YOUPTHPTPPHT. The youths.
You know, this isn't bad, actually. It's kind of good. It actually does taste like that orange high C. Not bad.
My bad. Cisco is 20% alcohol. Yeah, so it's a little bit stronger. Twice as strong.
Ooh. Beatbox wine is now valued at $200 million, with 2023 sales over $100 million.
Yeah, you guys should try some of this. It's not bad.
On the show, they said it was based on an orange wine, whatever that means. That's like the base liquid.
I've never had orange wine before.
There's that one guy on Shark Tank, he's like a wine company dude. They were like trying to get him in on it, but I think it was Cuban that went in on it. Yep. So how they do it? Their base is fermented orange peels. Which is how they get their youth-friendly substrate for all the rest of their flavors.
Has anybody else ever tried one?
Nope.
That sounds like Drambuie. I like Drambuie. Probably like that, what you're talking about.
I never heard of that before either.
Isn't that where you take citrus peels with sugar and you put them in a jar?
Isn't that what they do in prison?
I don't know. I think so. I think that's a liquor though. Like it's like a spirit, or it could be a wine spirit. I don't know. It's yummy though.
Holy crap, dude! So their fermented orange peels get up to 21% alcohol by volume, neutral wine. Interesting. Did you guys hear that P. Diddy got added sentence time for drinking the toilet wine? Speaking of the prison wine that you just mentioned.
Really?
Yeah. You got extended prison time.
Can't even keep his head low in prison. Weird.
Yeah, dude, there's crazy good inventions on Shark Tank. Some of them make you slap yourself because you're like, dude, I could have thought of that, or dude, I did think of that. Wonder if we could get on Shark Tank doing a theme park called the Curvature of the Earth Proof Theme Park.
We just do it right at the end of Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, Feel the Earth Spinning, sponsored by Beatbox Beverages. Go into this room, start drinking the Beatbox beverages until you feel the spin, and press the button that says I felt the earth spin, and then a big light goes off at the top of the chamber, and then everyone's like, yay, he felt the earth spin.
So what exactly is this? I'm quite curious as to what this is.
It's where you
people
find
want
out.
Pardon?
Where you find out, bro.
So there's no like,
Negario,
yes,
the retard.
that's my name. Don't wear it out, lad. I didn't ask for that name
It didn't even take long. You're already being a dick.
Lad, I want to ask you a question. If that's all right. Are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a flat earther, correct? Yes. All right, good.
Yes,
I want to ask you why you think the Earth is flat. I'm just curious as well.
Because how flat it is.
All right. That's not really good enough. Could you explain how it's logically
It's not
flat?
good enough. They think the Earth is flat because it's flat.
If you think the Earth is flat and you say, "Oh, because it's flat," that's just silly.
Well, it
right?
appears
Is there
flat,
any
right?
evidence?
Does it
All right,
look
so
flat?
you believe? Can I ask you this? You think the Earth is
Yeah,
flat?
hold
Yes.
on, dude. Does it look flat? Yes or no?
When I look ahead, you got to think of this. Just because something looks like it doesn't mean it is. There's plenty of external photos which quite clearly show Earth as a oblate spheroid, which is in no way flat. Now, I want to ask you this:
Where do you see
is
no
your logical
Hold on, dude. Motor
where is your
mouth.
logical evidence?
Motor
Where's
mouth.
your logical evidence to support the fact that it is flat? I just want to see the logical evidence, please.
Okay.
Or at least hear sources,
I just gave
even
it
at the
to
bare
you.
minimum.
Flat things look flat.
He wants the logical evidence.
You just gave
Would you
me an
want the
illogical
syllogism?
evidence. You just
And
told me
someone
flat things. Listen, brother, stop over talking me. Listen, stop. I'm gonna start just muting you, dude. You're not gonna mute me by over talking me, so I'll just mute you. So stop. So the logic is flat things look flat. Curved things don't look flat.
Try and go boom flat logic. All right. I want to have.
What's wrong with that logic?
It's way too oversimplified. I want some reasonable, sensible logic.
I just
here, or
gave
even
you
just
reason. Flat
just give me a
things look
source
flat.
that proves. Okay, flat things look flat. If something looks flat, doesn't mean it always is.
Okay, can you give me an instant where a flat thing that looks flat isn't flat? Can you give me an example of a flat thing that looks flat but isn't flat?
No, because I'm asking you for something which you haven't given to me yet. I'm asking you for a source on, which could contain some evidence to prove, or even just, bring up the possibility that Earth is flat. Is there any evidence or source which you can give me? I'm the source. So I'm the source that the Earth is flat. Where's your logic, mate? At this point, you're going to.
You've observed the Earth to look. Okay, listen, brother. Stop saying logic like it's some buzzword. You couldn't construct a logical syllogism if your life fucking depended on it. Okay, so stop.
I could if I wanted to.
Okay, Cratological syllogism that supports the Earth being an oblate spheroid. Go for it. Let's hear it.
I asked you a question, and it's very simple. And I'll say it again.
That's what I thought.
Do you give me a source which has some information or contains evidence that the Earth is flat?
Okay, remember when have you ever been to the beach?
Yes, I have.
Do you remember it?
Yeah, vaguely, of course.
Did the ocean look flat?
Did it look flat? Well, I could see that
from your memory. Well, from your memory, you're not a source. Your own experience of life isn't a source of fucking information. Jesus fucking Christ, brother.
Last I checked, I wasn't your biological brother, but whatever. Listen, I'm asking you for a more proper source. Don't put it on me. I want to know a source which you have.
What source could I give you when you don't even trust yourself?
I trust myself a lot more than you trust yourself, but I want to say this.
Dude,
surely if you're a flat earther, you have a source where at least you got
brother.
Information from.
But you won't even accept yourself as a source. I have lots of shit, dude. I can just bury you in shit. But you can't even... But I have to figure out how you even determine what the truth is from your own point of view. And then I'm going to... Okay,
and secondly,
Okay.
If you're
not listening, dude, I'm gonna fucking mute you, you dumb fuck. Okay,
then
stop.
Honestly, like you've got no sense.
I'm trying to. Dude, I could look. We have a whole Discord full of fucking goddamn evidence. Okay, just stop, dude. So it's really simple. I'm trying to figure out how you personally determine what the truth is. And when I figure that out, then I can give you evidence that satisfies your methodology.
Basically, I like it when there's credible evidence with credible sources, etc.
Okay, is credible an objective metric we can apply?
You're using a lot of big words. I don't necessarily understand.
An objective metric meaning we can actually measure credibility in such a way as it's objectively true, whether some source is credible or not credible.
I quite simply just want a credible source as to the...
Yeah, but I need to know what you mean by credible.
It could be any form of credible.
Qualifying it. You're qualifying it with credible source. You don't take yourself as a credible source. So how do you qualify credible?
But I don't. Not everything I see is 100% legitimate.
What is a credible source to you?
What is a credible source to you?
Why are you asking me? I didn't set that metric. You did. Credible subjective. I don't set subjective metrics.
To you that perhaps you have gained some knowledge.
There's no such thing as a credible source. That is subjective.
Okay, then let's tailor it to you.
You know what subjective means? You know what subjective means? Your personal opinion. So your personal opinion on what's credible. So I might find one source credible and you won't. You might find some source credible and I won't. Right? We might find 5 sources credible together and then some other source you won't and I will. So credible is completely subjective. There's no objective metrics to what's credible.
Right. Now, what would be a credible source according to you?
No such thing. I don't consider that.
You don't find anything credible? Seriously?
I only consider I only consider whether their claim can be verified.
What's a source? This is a very simple question. It's not that complicated. It's extremely simple. What is a source which could, because you're a flat earther, I believe, so what is a source which holds some evidence which could prove the truth of the Earth being flat?
I tried to give you as a source. You wouldn't take that. My source is me.
All right. So your source is your life, what you've seen?
Yeah, what I've actually seen, the tests I've gone out and done myself.
Tests. So what tests did you do?
So, for example, I tracked the boat up 30 miles out to sea.
Right. And
so
are you
starting at 6 miles away, going out to 30 miles from a 15-foot elevation above sea level? A ship 30 miles away should be 420 feet under the horizon, but this ship wasn't.
Did you do this in multiple places and perhaps redid it a few times to ensure that?
I did it. Well, at that particular time, I did 15 feet above sea level and 100 feet above sea level.
Yeah.
Of the same ship. It was tracked to marinetraffic.com, which uses marine radar to position where the ship is.
Of course. I mean, regardless, I'm still curious as to...
Whistle past the graveyard. Yeah, you guys... Bro, what evidence... Let me ask you this, because like I said, I tried to figure out how you even determine what the truth is. You didn't really give me that. So how do you think you could prove one or the other, flat or globe? How could you prove a flat Earth to you in your eye? What would you prove? How could you someone prove to you a flat Earth?
Pardon?
How could somebody prove to you the Earth is flat? What would they have to do?
With evidence.
Yeah, what would that evidence look like? What would that evidence look like?
I'm gonna rephrase this, because technically you can't prove a thing, but you can certainly make something appear with evidence. Because proof is when it can be no other way whatsoever.
You can't prove a thing. Sorry.
No, you can't prove a thing, because when it comes to proof, if you prove something, it cannot be another way.
Stop
what?
Right, just stop talking. You said that you can't prove a thing. I bet to you that I can prove to you that water boils at a certain temperature.
Okay, but can you absolutely prove? Are you sure? Like, can you prove we're having
use it every day.
Right,
this is how steam engines were invented, dude. I mean, what the fuck?
Yes. I'm curious though. Like,
technology,
I want evidence.
Dude, you have to remember. You have to remember your statement that nothing can be proven. Maybe think again.
Yeah, the laws of identity exist, dude. The laws of logic exist. X equals X.
We're having this conversation right now.
X equals X is proven. I just proved it. X equals X.
Okay, but what if this conversation we're having right now is in a dream? Therefore, it's not really real.
We're one step away from
I just got
you
here.
Ask these people a simple question, and because of their low IQ, they cannot.
Why would that make a difference? I want to know why it would make a difference, bro. Oh, he ran away. Yeah. Good on you.
I just got here. You guys turned him into a brain in a jar.
He turned himself into that. We didn't prod him. Dude, he was run to my jar.
Wait a second. I can't prove anything.
All of a sudden, the first thing I hear is, "What if we're not even real?" Or whatever he said. Yeah, that's the end of it. That's the whole conversation.
In his dream? Over. Yes, if we're in his dream. What if we're all in his dream right now? Dream, bro.
We're a brain in a jar. You turned him right into one. I wish I would have got here earlier.
Dude, that wasn't the best thing. The best thing I said, he asked me, what's my evidence of a flat earth? I said, you. And then I went through, like, you been to the beach, you saw the water, you said it's flat. And he's like, that's not good enough evidence. He couldn't trust himself. Yeah. He didn't consider himself a credible source.
And I love how he couldn't give you an example of something that looks flat but isn't. That was brilliant.
You know how they just like throw that out there? Well, it could be a giant ball that's too big to, No one has ever seen that. Like, that's just pure imagination. I gotta clip that frickin' beach part, man. That's funny as hell.
I hope I didn't sound like him at that age.
She's like, I'm gonna try to do it virtually.
That actually went better than I thought, considering his name.
What was his name?
Nigerio nigger something retard.
Wow, yeah, that did go better then.
He was tired. He just was like, used to it. So as soon as I got on his belly, his back, he was like, and then as soon as like his back, he was like,
Josh, you want to defend that guy's honor? His name, just so you know, for the record, was Slave Nigario the retard.
And what standard of evidence did he require when they told him it was a globe?
Yeah, I should have asked him that. Dude, why didn't you chime in? Because I didn't think of that.
Just thought about it now.
Hello.
It's disappointing. What do you do?